People curse me as a lonely star, but it brings me endless peach blossoms. Human and beast clans, I will conquer them all. Someone cursed me with kidney deficiency, but it makes me incredibly strong. Just because activating the night prison makes the female gun unbeatable. Just because the curse power descended on Blue Star 3 years ago. Everyone must live with the curse, but I awakened the reverse curse at the age of 18, reversing all the curses. Tomorrow happens to be my 18th birthday. After midnight, I can randomly get the curse mark. But if the curse is too strong, the host may become violent on the spot. Even if I survive, I will be forcibly summoned into the cursed land at any time. Activate the power of the curse. Just as I was preparing to welcome the curse, suddenly, a text message came in my pocket. I'm a little scared. It's already past midnight. What if we don't make it through? I don't want to die before becoming a chef. Let's just make do with each other. Su Miao has been my best friend and deskmate since childhood. The kind of best friend who used to compete to see who could pee the farthest in childhood. Why didn't you say so earlier? What time is it now? There's no time for that. We're about to reach the cursed moment. I rushed back at the last moment. If we're still alive. Home, room 606. Don't leave until we meet. We promised that if we could see the sun tomorrow, we must bid farewell to our innocence no matter what. A streak of light fell on me. Gain the power to reverse the curse. Reverse all curse effects. Before I could even react. In my mind, the detection of an individual being cursed with weakness rang out again. Whether to resist. How come I didn't know when the curse was planted on me? Resist. Must resist to gain the effect of weak resistance. Duration of strength. 1 month's effect of the strength curse. Physical strength doubled. The next second, I suddenly feel as if I can support the heavens. Only because I can also strengthen. I quickly sent a text to Su Miao to meet at the hotel. Ding dong. Su Miao replied, coming right away. I smiled knowingly. Put away the phone. Walked to the hotel door with an indifferent pace. Sleepless tonight. Welcome. Is it a king-size bed or a standard room? A fox spirit smiled and said, countless curses in the world. Countless animals cursed into existence. The hotel receptionist in front of us is the one cursed into a fox. No. Is 606 still available? Yes, it is. Room 606 is available. There's a waterbed inside. A suspended bed. Is it an overnight stay or hourly room? With our physique, who needs an hourly room? Give me an overnight stay. Hear the urgent knocking sound. I quickly went to open the door. It's a slightly chubby and pretty face. I knocked for so long. You fool, why didn't you open the door? Su Miao stared at me sulkily. I can't bear it anymore. Quickly pull him into the room. Just hung the do not disturb sign at the door. Turn around and see, this girl is several times better than me. The floor is covered with lost clothes. The following is premium content. I won't describe too much. Just as I was about to make the final sprint, suddenly a black mist ruined me and Su Miao's plan. The summoned players of the cursed land are about to enter the instance. Stop the lost ghosts from protecting the town. Damn it. Why summon at the wrong time? Summon when we're about to reach the peak. Summon after I reach the summit. Old turtle egg. Suddenly I received a text message from Su Miao. If I can make it out alive, I'll definitely help you set up a grave. I'll be your widow for 3 years. Who will you be mad at? It seems like we're in the same boat. Wait for me to come find you. By then, we'll continue to not let you off. Whining and begging for mercy nonstop. Not just to save my wife. I suddenly realized the role the system assigned to me is the mayor of Magic Town. If I completely control all the rules in the town's profits will be freely controlled by the mayor. Maybe because of my curse reversal, the role that was originally just a security guard was directly reversed to become the mayor of the town. Once unlocked, I'll be able to obtain a piece of land in the cursed land that belongs to me. Welcome to the main quest of Magic Town. Extroverts are also welcome. Mission description. In recent days, many elderly people in the city have been dying frequently. As the mayor, we must find the sick person. Note, as the mayor, you should be the one setting the rules, instead of just following the mayor. Why are you sitting here alone? I look up. A woman is standing in front of me. You are the mayor. I am Hyenan, your secretary. Too many have fallen. My mind is in chaos. Wait for me to come to my senses. Quickly deny it. It's nothing. Just ask me anything. Alright, then I'll be off work. Then take care and goodbye. I feel like I should leave first. Coco and Anan suddenly became serious. Are you really the mayor? At this moment, a dangerous atmosphere is making Anan suspect the identity of the mayor. Please pay attention to your behavior. Don't let others discover any clues. Otherwise, your mayor identity will be stripped, and your family will also be directly targeted. Holy cow, don't be so deceptive. How is there still talk of being stripped of one's identity? How would I know what the previous mayor was like? The mayor is greedy and lecherous, and takes advantage of subordinates, engages in corruption, and abuses power. proficient in everything, especially fond of patting his secretary's thighs. Hyenin's eyes grew colder. Step by step, reach out and grab the hand. Speak, who are you exactly? System, you are forcing a crime. I quickly take a deep breath, a long one. Suddenly, he slapped Hyenin hard. Smack, smack, smack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the room. Hyenin only felt numb all over. While covering her face, she ran away. Why don't you want to get off work? Do you want to stay late with me? Hyenin blushed in an instant, gave me a glare. Oof. After taking a slap, Hyenin was sure that the person in front of her must be the mayor, because only he would dare to slap her. Seeing that he still didn't leave, I'm ready to give Hyenin a slap again if she tries to attack me. Hurry, run, continue to open the system and read about the mayor. Strive to portray oneself as a greedy and lecherous person. This way, I can better integrate into the plot. On Monday, the mayor will visit the deputy's home to investigate the people's sentiments. On Tuesday, the mayor will go to the private room of the tavern to provide psychological counseling for the deputy mayor's wife. On Wednesday, the mayor will visit the factory to inspect the production situation. Also, discuss next week's production plan with the landlady. Sunday, why do the township heads and others have to bring their own secretaries to dinner? This way, it's easier to get them drunk. What is all this about? The previous mayor used to have 6 towns, damn it. Although very speechless about the mayor's lifestyle. But this will be my daily life. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. The legitimate wife Su Miao is still reasonable. If I get hit by a wave, could it be that more people can push their backs? Maybe the motivation cut me this bullshit task. I cursed and walked out of the office. Use the mayor's power. Let the subordinates mobilize the surveillance to find Su Miao's whereabouts. Walking back to the mayor's house, I found that the development of the small town is not good. Just thinking about it makes sense. Relying on that greedy and lecherous mayor to develop. Blame me for looking at the distant hillside. A castle faintly emerged. Goodness, who has the time and energy to build a castle in this remote corner? Unconsciously, I arrived at the mayor's residence. Pull it off. How much corruption went into this grand mansion? They actually built such a magnificent mansion. Very good. This will belong to me from now on. The tightly closed door slowly opened to both sides. A maid in a maid outfit came out to greet me. Mr. Lin, good evening. May I ask if we should have dinner first? Or should we have a bowl first? I have to admit, this maid has the best figure I've ever seen. Her swaying hips and chest are making me dizzy. Otherwise, my eyelids would be twitching uncontrollably. This is provoking me. Such a shameless woman is not a good person. Sorry, I don't like maids. I hate it when people eat the dinner made by their loved ones. The maid blushed and stomped her foot. She smiled and walked into the villa with me. As I entered the house, I turned around and held a dagger to the maid's neck. I don't remember the town having such a greasy person like you. Otherwise, I would have had my eye on you already. The formation itself is not big, but this lecherous mayor keeps a record of every beautiful woman. Unfortunately, the maid who suddenly appeared in our house has no information at all. There must be a problem with that, but under the tyranny of my precious one, I believe the other party will soon surrender. The maid suddenly laughed. I originally wanted to give you a good time. I didn't expect you to be so clever. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The girl's eyes were filled with malice. The blood-red power bursts from the palm and strikes at me. I swing the dagger in my hand. Because of the powerful curse, my strength basically surpasses the world champion. The hand rises and the knife falls. The maid falls to the ground, clutching her blood-soaked right arm. I didn't expect you to be a special curse spirit. Don't come over here. Don't look at me with that vulgar look, girl. I never would have expected. This guy's strength is so powerful. Am I really going to end up here today? The louder you scream. I like Sister Jia more and more. The maid's face is pale, a myriad of fears. She wants to avoid it, but my speed is extremely fast. In an instant, I appear in front of her, grab the maid's neck, lift her up completely. Speak, who are you? Who sent you? The maid struggles desperately, eyes filled with resentment and madness. I will never tell you even if I die. Did you kill me? If you don't drink the toast, you'll drink the forfeit. Just a tearing sound. The maid's clothes torn apart. I instantly have a rush of blood to my head. Glide over her skin. Feeling the delicate and smooth place. The maid's face turns red. Breathing becomes more intense. Bastard. You devil's minion. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, the little girl will ask you one more time. Really won't say? The maid's face blushed, biting down hard on her silver teeth. Shyly, the blood-red energy gathered around her. Seems to be making a final resistance. The super weak curse spirit found it funny. Actually used a weak curse on me. After I reversed, didn't I become a blue pill? Gained the reverse effect of the super weak curse. Muscular strength lasts for 1 month. muscular physique doubled tenfold. My muscles swelled instantly, like a god descending to earth. I grabbed the maid's chin. Her eyes were filled with shock. Shouldn't it have become more fierce? What do you want to do? I picked him up in one go. I kicked open the bedroom door and threw him inside, followed by a cry of pain. The room was filled with suggestive and shameful sounds. From the beginning of resistance to the final moment. Late at night, the maid curled up on the side. Tears hung in the corners of her eyes. He had lost count of how many times he had passed out. There was no longer any thought of resistance. Just hoping this guy wouldn't continue. Now, can you tell me what exactly you're up to, my lord? We are descendants of the royal line of the corpse spirits. After the country was destroyed, we took refuge in the ancient castle. This time we came out to strengthen the clan, to pave the way for resurrection, to conceal our identity as corpse spirits. So I was sent here to solve your situation. Congratulations to Mayor 01 for successfully finding out the truth behind the frequent deaths in the town. Completing the main mission will also grant access to the rules of the instance. Currently, 3 rules can be established in the mayor's handbook. Only applicable to the mayor's main mission too. Open the explanation of the mayor's emergency mission. As the mayor of Linging Town, you should reclaim your dignity. Tell the subordinates. Who really has the final say here? I almost choked. Is the task really that simple? How should we deal with this maid now? I will be caught by the town's housekeeper. Just as I was thinking about it, I received a text message from Su Miao Miao. 01 I finally escaped to a safe place and was about to go find that castle to look for you. Where are you? I'll come over first to find you. How should we deal with this maid? If we encounter Su Miao Miao later, it's all over. I quickly took out the mayor's handbook. Set the first rule. Rule 1. The mayor's presence is mysterious and elusive. His name is impossible to know. Words also cannot describe. Her image is indescribable, unspeakable, ungraspable. As the big leopard in this copy, the style must be high. Become that unspeakable presence. From afar, I am just a black mosaic. This way, Su Miao Miao won't recognize me. It's already 9 o'clock in the morning. I am in the office lobby. When everyone sees my indescribable appearance, congratulations to the mayor for establishing authority in front of his subordinates. Task completion rate 15%. The first rule actually made me run into the dead-end gang. The next 2 rules need to be carefully considered. Suddenly, the security bureau chief found me and said, the surveillance footage shows Su Miao Miao being grabbed by a shadow and taken to hide in the castle. I quickly set the second rule. Rule 2. She is everywhere. The more vague the rule, the more it has unlimited possibilities. A dark force pulled me into the inner world of the town. I can teleport freely in the inner world, and then exchange with the real space. Then I can be everywhere without moving. First teleport myself to the castle. See what the situation is with Su Miao Miao. In the castle, Su Miao Miao arrived in the luxurious suite on the top floor. Miss, you're looking for me. Faintly visible, tranquil and elegant on the soft bed, sitting a stunning girl in a princess dress. When we first met, Su Miao Miao once thought the girl in front of her was an exquisite and gorgeous doll. Just because she was too perfect. Perfection can be somewhat unreal. Su Miao Miao obediently approached, carefully staring at the book cover the girl was holding, listening to the cicadas at the Lily Manor for a long time. Su Miao Miao was so scared that her face turned pale. Just by hearing the name, you know this book is definitely not proper. The girl lifted the Sandman with one foot, inviting Su Miao Miao to an adventure in his bed. But Su Miao Miao is not stupid, knowing full well that there are dangers inside. How can one easily imagine? Seeing that she was not moved, the girl somewhat disappointedly withdrew her gaze, continued to browse the books. Aya has been gone for 3 days. I'm a little worried. Everything. Stop your task first. Afraid you'll follow in Aya's footsteps. Su Miao Miao suddenly grabbed by the girl's outstretched right hand. A huge pulling force suddenly came, making Su Miao Miao completely unable to resist. Body pounced towards the bed. Not good. Is this woman finally going to show her true colors? Su Miao Miao's head instantly went blank. Pupils contracted sharply. A sense of fear arose, but the expected pain did not come. Instead, a faint scent wafted over, lingering in the nose. Refreshing. Gently bit her ear, then continued reading as if nothing had happened. Her expression remained calm and indifferent, as if the ear biting just now was just a trivial matter. Stunned for a long time, she only retorted that she was being flirted with by the leader. This is clearly a moment of workplace sexual harassment. 2 steamy smiley faces appeared above her head, blushing all over, mixed with embarrassment and indignation. A sound of fastening buttons could be heard in the room. Miss, a report. Aya must have been imprisoned by a mysterious expert. What do you think we should do? The old butler whispered at the door. Su Miao blushed with embarrassment, ran out with lingering fear in her heart. Miss asked you to go in. She was puzzled. We are all women. What's interesting about that place? He's really a pervert. Thank goodness the old butler interrupted. Otherwise, I almost didn't manage it. The girl tidied up the messy clothes, said, "Wake up General Goenkis. Let her solve the problem. Take Ayayanu with you." Walked for a long time. Finally walked into the deepest part of the tomb. In the heavy iron prison, a huge coffin lay horizontally inside. Thick iron chains bound the coffin all around. She was trapped tightly, accompanied by the sound of rusted metal rubbing. The coffin shook for a moment. I smelled the scent of blood. The next second, a huge wolf claw emerges. It fiercely grips the edge of the coffin. Then it turns ferocious and terrifying. The wolf face slowly emerges. Its crimson pupils scan the surroundings. This is indeed the beginning of a plan by the white-haired Lady Wolf, the Knight of Gwen. We need the power of the lady to completely eliminate those who are obstructing our progress. Okay, there are already mice in this castle. As a werewolf, Knight Gwen smelled a sound that doesn't belong in this castle. He quickly arrived at a corner of the castle. His right foot extends a sharp wolf claw. Carrying a fierce wind, it strikes into the darkness. Bang! A heavy thud is heard. Unexpectedly, a black shadow blocked Gwen's attack. Gwen was slightly surprised. Judging from the power of his kick, the power of the lurker can actually rival that of a master like himself. He started to get excited. Lingy was equally astonished. How terrifying his own physical strength is under the rule enhancement. Only he knows. You have something I crave. I need your blood. Gwen licked her lips. Her eyes flashed with a fiery light. Lingy's heart skipped a beat, feeling that the werewolf's gaze was a bit off. It's not suitable to stay here for long. It's still the 36 stratagems. In terms of positioning, I remember your scent. You can't escape. Just as the words fell, he followed the scent and rushed out of the castle. He ran wildly towards the direction of the town. The sound of the prey waving my gowan reached His Highness from afar, with a strong sense of battle. Damn! Where did this freak come from? This instance really overestimates me. The supernatural upon returning to the villa, muttering curses. I wish I could drag out the guy who created this instance and beat him up. There are only two main tasks in this instance this time. One is to govern the town well, completely control the town. The other is to deal with the threat of the ghouls. But the battle between the town and the ghouls is completely different. How can he handle this? The Duke and the Steward can rely on the Security Bureau and the Dog Bureau to restrain. The remaining princess of the kingdom managed to settle the outcome on her own. The sudden appearance of the destructive werewolf corpse made Granny Lin extremely frustrated. I wish I had a few more big shots in my hands. A wolf howl echoed from the distance, mixed with a strong sense of oppression. It's chilling. Oh my goodness. Lin suddenly raised his head and looked around in fear. How did this crazy wolf manage to chase into the town? Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru cursed. The Security Bureau on night patrol immediately sensed something was wrong. Hastily woke up the police dog from a sweet dream. Ha ha ha, Grandpa Dog is here. Where did this beast come from? Don't you roll over and die. He laughed heartily towards the sky. His face is full of contempt and death. He looks like he's asking for a beating. Old dog, oh, old dog, since you want to go out into the limelight, then I won't hesitate to stop you. Reluctant to part. Good luck to you. Lin stood on Hyanen's balcony, shaking his head with a sigh of regret. Just hope the other party doesn't get beaten too badly. When the dust settles, it's only now that everyone sees the situation on the field clearly. Everyone stared in shock as the chief, covered in wounds, was knocked down. I rely on. This wolf is too brutal. The next second, the sharp wolf claws are less than 2 inches from Dog Nanshan's throat. Even if you want to drive us away, you have to see that the ghost town is deserted. Just as everyone was in despair, closing their eyes and waiting for death, a dark figure suddenly emerged. A punch landed on Goen's chest. Thud! The tremendous impact sent Goen staggering back several meters. His face filled with astonishment. He steadied himself. He looked up at the dark figure. His expression gradually turned excited. Lin stood with a confident posture. The demeanor of a master was undoubtedly displayed. The townspeople have developed a sense of admiration for you. The mayor's authority. Mission completion rate 67%. A smirk appeared at the corner of Lin's mouth. The reason for rushing out and showing off is to enhance the edge of completing the mission. The sound of impact rang out. Lin was forced back several meters. His right shoulder was torn. The bright red blood stains the clothes. Goen's expression suddenly froze. What's that smell? Why is it so delicious? He smashes and smashes, his mouth once again towards the remaining blood on the wolf's paw. The next second, his eyes reflect a terrifying brilliance, very sharp. Goen's eyes reveal a look of intoxication. A wolf tail swings open. Swinging, Goen suddenly raises his head. The crimson tongue keeps licking the wolf's claw. I want you to be my Goen's male pet. The holy mother wolf's hobby is really unique. Others at most have a human ghost flavor. Isn't it a bit too perverse to go directly to the human beast? Sorry, I don't have such a quirk. I shook my head repeatedly. The face is filled with a flush of color. I've got you figured out. Under the amazed gaze of everyone, Gwen slowly retreated in her white wolf fur. Her figure gradually shrank. In just a short moment, he unexpectedly returned to his human form. His chest, even more exaggerated than Wang Xiaomei's, was wrapped in a white leather jacket. How about it, Cece? Now you shouldn't have any burden, right? Matching his wild outfit, a leisurely sense of wild beauty. I decisively bid farewell, dreaming. I am the astute mayor. Behind me are thousands of troops. How can I associate with you? Mission completion at 90%, bro. I'm just refusing second sister's invitation. You guys are eating until you're 100% full. He takes a deep breath. Prepare to use the final killer move to leave the world. Hi. Just as Gwen is about to approach, Lin suddenly drinks low. Come in. What kind of spell did you use on me? Gwen frowns, looking around with a guarded face. There is a deep nostalgia in the eyes. This is not a spell. Lin smiles calmly, slowly walking out of the black mist. This is my unique world. Gwen suddenly strengthens. It's already midnight full moon status at this time. Even Li's world shows a wild collapse. Reaching out, Lin Yiboj tightly held Ling Yi to the ground. With another twist, Ling Yi was pulled into the embrace. Yes. What are you doing in the soft and full place? Goen's actions made Lin Yi struggle. Dive into the sea and write to me. Goen greedily licked his lips. His eyes were already covered with blood. The full moon descends. The bloodthirsty wildness overwhelms everything. His will begins to collapse. His originally fierce body only wants to do two things. Goen's eyes are sometimes confused and sometimes greedy. Feeling hot all over, unbearable, tearing off clothes. Tearing apart Ling Yi's sturdy body, exposing it outside, emitting a masculine and strong charm. I can't do it anymore. I can't control my temperature. Hey, where did you bite? Damn, don't take off your pants. Wake up. The female wolf Gwen is like a demon. The terrifying and unparalleled power of the demon-like Hai Lin pressed down on Lin Yi, leaving him powerless to resist. He used to bully others. This time, it's finally his turn to be expelled. After Lin Yi felt dirty and enjoying it, as a SLIS strategist, transferred to a terrifying girls' high school as a headmaster. Someone falsely accused a student of seducing a teacher. I punched her and sent her flying. And the English teacher with tentacle scenes invited me to study Koan Zixian tonight. As a righteous person, I quickly refused because I have to guard the girls' dormitory at night. Let those conflicting counter-trend welcome SS-level strategy teachers to come to the silent high school. Main mission, silence is golden. Mission description, you are a newly enrolled teacher. Please play the role of the homeroom teacher for class 2 of the 3rd year well. The SNS strategy teacher actually wants me to do the task. Absolutely impossible. Note, it's okay to be the homeroom teacher at this girls' high school. Enter the campus. The dead silence atmosphere comes over. It's a kind of creepy silence. The copy is called Silent High School. Does it mean nothing can happen? Walk to the teaching building. All the way to the door of class 2 of the 3rd year. I just stepped into the classroom. A sinister and terrifying aura suddenly swept over me. These students seem to be soulless and stiff, rigid, filled with the aura of death and despair. Not right, very wrong. The power of the curse originates from the negative emotions of living beings, through various physical and psychological cruel tortures, causing the indigenous people to have intense emotional fluctuations, to produce stable curse power for absorption, devouring. These cursed spirits before us clearly have been tortured for a long time, leading to a spirit of listlessness, becoming emotionless monsters. Could this group of people have been forced to attend high school for hundreds of years? That's too terrifying. Lin Yi was extremely horrified. Even if it's a copy brought by the great Luo Jingxian, it still has to be read as Sha. On the podium were Lin Yi's teacher's certificate and her course materials. The moment she put the teacher's certificate around her neck, the entire class of students suddenly raised their heads and stood up one after another. I was startled by this sudden scene. What I didn't expect was they were just standing there, with their mouths slightly open, seemingly saying something. This group of people is greeting the teacher in silence. This is ridiculous. It can now be concluded that the students here are unable to speak. She gestured for everyone to take their seats. The students sat back in their seats again, very well behaved. At this moment, a female teacher appeared at the classroom door, wearing a black professional outfit. Her name tag read Elena, foreign language teacher. Shortly after, Elena pointed to the lesson on the podium, then to the clock on the wall, indicating that this lesson was for English. No problem, you can go. In response, Linny cleverly picked up his own materials and turned to leave. Coincidentally, she wanted to see the teacher not speaking. It's time for class. Elena was seen leaning on the edge of the lectern with both hands, looking down at the students below with a cold gaze, revealing the unique coldness of the English teacher. The next moment, test papers floating up from the podium, test papers scattered and floating in the air, accurately landing on each person's desk. The students who received the test papers nervously look at the score page. Passing students silently breathe a sigh of relief. The faces of those who didn't pass turn pale. Trembling, they stand up on their own. Among the 30-plus students, only 3 unlucky ones didn't pass. They close their eyes in silence, daring not to look directly at the English teacher. The atmosphere in the silent classroom becomes increasingly oppressive. Under shocked and astonished gazes, behind the sexy English teacher, 3 pitch-black tentacles slowly extend. The fierce tentacles instantly shoot out, stabbed directly into the throats of those 3 unlucky guys. 3 students struggling in pain, clutching their throats, but not daring to make a sound. In the end, they were hung by the bloodthirsty thugs on the classroom's overhead fan. They didn't die, but the pain they suffered was 100 times worse than death. The English teacher demonstrated through action the consequences of failing the exam. Noticing the prying gaze of the head teacher Elena outside the door, Ling cast a scrutinizing look in her direction. To avoid arousing suspicion in the other party's mind, he simply turned and left. He started wandering around the school, now urgently needing to grasp the situation here. Arriving outside the office, he pushed the door open and walked in. Who allowed you to ignore the old man for M? But watch, I won't kill you. Linny just came in and saw Chang Wei playing basketball, a burly Mediterranean man with a fierce expression, engaged in a physical altercation with a female student. Linny saw this. His eyes instantly turned cold. He recognized that the victim was being bullied, which was none of his business. But the bald man was actually bullying one of his students from class 3-2. He couldn't stand by and watch as even a dog would retaliate when provoked. After all, the class performance was too poor, and he had to follow suit. But you, this bald guy, actually hit someone for no reason. Who gave you the courage? I, as the class teacher, cannot lose face. But you. I felt a surge of anger. I raised my leg and kicked the bald guy, straight towards his crotch. Porra. This scene plunged the whole office into silence. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the new teacher to have such a bad temper. Can someone tell me what's going on? Linny cast a cold glance over the entire office. His sharp gaze made these bullies cower in fear. Teacher Lin, you're new here. It's normal not to know. Actually, this student was trying to seduce Teacher Hu. Teacher Hu couldn't bear to see the girl go astray, so she intervened. In the end, old Bao showed a look of regret. Teacher Hu meant well. You're talking nonsense. Lin burst out laughing in anger, yelling at old Bao. My students must have good figures. They must also have good looks. You can actually fancy such a bald guy. Are you out of your mind? How did you draw it? Hearing Linny insult himself like this, old Bao's face suddenly darkened. He stretched out his right hand and pointed at Lin Yi's nose. Young man, I'll give you a chance. Get down on your knees and apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, a slap fiercely struck out. Old Bao's entire body spun 720 degrees in a spiral and flew out. Black blood sprayed from the empty neck, falling around. The scene is extremely harmful. What are you barking at? So noisy. Linny shook her wrist, coldly watching everyone. This slap is for you. Nonsense. Distorting right and wrong. He knows he has to break through this instance. It's almost as hard as being tormented to the point of not daring to hate. Is he a fool? Must revolt. Cut off those hypocrites. A plan began to form in my mind. The night deepens. Linny is in charge of the girls' dorm tonight. They should have finished showering by now. Hopefully, they won't run into anything too awkward. Holding a flashlight and 2 sets of room keys, Linny starts patrolling from the bottom up. Just arrived at the staircase. Then he saw a few sneaky figures. Seeing Lin Yi's arrival, several people couldn't help but reflect. Directly came up to him. What are you all doing, teachers? Linny was startled by a few people. Hastily took a few steps back to create some distance. Everyone is here to witness the dorm check. They smirked and laughed. Looking like a sleazy pig, Linny frowned. Suddenly, a terrible suspicion arose in his heart. How could this group of people be so disgusting? The dormitory building represents lust. Linny cursed inwardly after 9 o'clock. Students are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. And it's a delicious and irresistible lamb. Thinking about how they have to endure the harassment of these perverted men every day. The killing intent in Lin Yi's heart is unstoppable. Sell it, Teacher Lin. We're giving you face by waiting for you here on purpose. Unlike others who have already gone upstairs to hunt, knowing that a teacher has already gone upstairs to violate female students, Linny immediately shook off his sleeves and rushed upstairs in anger. He. Stop struggling. Be obedient and be my toy. A fat and thin figure was seen riding on a girl, tearing at her already frail body. The girl's hands and feet are suspended in the air by a rope. The helpless girl can only whimper silently. Beast, he leaps up, like a fierce tiger pouncing on a wolf, like a fat man pouncing over. Poof! The man who was knocked down groaned, slowly sat up while holding his chest. Teacher Lin, this is the prey I chose first. If you're interested too, can I line up then? Wait for me to finish playing before you take your turn. Wouldn't this make everyone happy? At most, I'll take a step back. How was I before? He had a high and mighty attitude, not worried at all that the other party will reject his suggestion. Those who come here are all of the same kind, only more twisted. There is no most twisted. Paid no attention. The man turned to look at the girl hanging in midair, shivering all over. She reached out and broke the rope with her palm. He embraced the blushing girl in his arms. The girl was extremely frightened. Lin Yi, who was pushing desperately, thought the other party also wanted to take advantage of her. A touch of sadness and humiliation appeared in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi directly stuffed her into the quilt. Don't be afraid. No one will force you again in the future. Listening to his unwavering words, the girl raised her wet, wide eyes in a daze. She stared blankly at Lin Yi. That sunny and passionate face was lost in thought for a long time. At this moment, Ling Yi became a dawn that illuminated his soul, dispelling the darkness and haze. She suddenly felt like her world had some color. Ling Yi didn't bother to pull the man up from the ground, dragged him forcefully out of the bedroom. Knock out, tie up, thrown at the door. Ling Yi didn't dare to delay. Quickly shuttle inside the dormitory building. Room 405. Yang Mao's clothes were disheveled, being dragged by the hair and pressed down on the bed, hands bound with stockings, struggling intensely. Two lewd-looking men beside her were laughing wildly. One of them was holding a syringe. This is the nature of this place. Today, I'll let you taste the power of the happy water. Ha ha, you can rest assured, even if it's a chaste woman, just one shot is all it takes, guaranteed to turn you into a villain everyone can cry over. As the two of them smirked while approaching Yang Meyer, Yang Meyer's smile turned pale. Fear filled her beautiful eyes. He would rather die than endure this kind of insult at this critical moment. Bang! The door to the dormitory was rudely kicked open, and Lin Yi stormed into the room like lightning, looking for death. Seeing the scene inside the room, Lin Yi's eyes were about to burst. Without any hesitation, he took a quick step forward. Who the hell are you? Dare to disturb me? Before the two could finish speaking, Lin Yi threw them out, heavily crashing onto the hallway floor. Immediately, the little bear waiting outside the door brought a rope and tied up the two, carrying them to the entrance on the first floor. The actions were swift and smooth, as if practiced millions of times. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Yi hugged Yang Menger's delicate body and comforted her softly. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, Yang Menger immediately broke down emotionally. Whoa! The girl cried, tears streaming down her face, as if she had suffered a great grievance. It's all over, it won't happen again. Lin Yi comforted gently, but didn't notice that the dropped syringe was already empty. A warm feeling began to spread inside Yang Menger's body. However, at this moment, she was crying hysterically and didn't notice anything unusual about her body. It's okay, it's all over. Lin Yi gently patted the trembling back of the girl. He was still in a hurry to rescue more troubled girls. After a few simple words of comfort, he sent a little bear to guard the door and left under the reluctant gaze of the others. As he left, Yang Menger lightly tapped the edge of the bed and gave Lin Yi a secret message in Morse code. After 11 o'clock, be careful of the dorm supervisor, danger. Lin Yi nodded to indicate his understanding. He could already sense the terrifying atmosphere hidden in this building. The dormitory building was filled with intense negative emotions, almost tangible with overwhelming resentment, sending chills down one's spine. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the monsters born from such exaggerated grudges would be. His right eyelid had already started twitching, indicating that there was great horror in this place. After Lin Yi left, Yang Menger curled up in her bed, panting heavily. Her face gradually turned red, and her fair and slender jade feet tightly clamped the pillow. Her body unconsciously twisted slightly, revealing seductive curves. Hot. So hot. Yang Menger felt a burning sensation, and the figure of the person from earlier involuntarily appeared in her mind. His gaze was so gentle, his figure so majestic, like a rising sun illuminating the earth. For some reason, various embarrassing scenes appeared in her mind. Lin Yi swept through all the way and arrived on the 9th floor. Some of the girls who couldn't be rescued in time had already been tortured beyond recognition. When he arrived at the scene, all that was left was a mess and the lifeless hearts of the girls. The little bear's level was still too low, only sea level, and couldn't deal with this group of A-level beasts at all. Linny felt that he had done his best. He arrived on the 9th floor, the last floor. A Jew is so fierce, she should be fine, right? Although the other party was a delinquent girl, Linny still worried. But when he finished circling around and couldn't find the door number for room 909, Linny frowned and pondered. Could it be that the woman was lying to me? But was it necessary? At this moment, his ears twitched slightly, as if he heard some movement. Following the sound, Linny walked towards the end of the corridor, where a door was slightly ajar. The window at the end of the corridor was slightly open, and a cold wind blew, making the old door creak. It was pitch black inside, with a strange feeling. This was obviously an unused storage room. Linny hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and entered. With the faint light from the corridor, he discovered that the storage room was filled with many discarded items. After searching for a while, he found a door number on the floor. Plot item, room number for dormitory 909, stick it anywhere to reveal the entrance to room 909, takes 10 minutes. The information about the item slowly appeared, making Linny feel a little happy. Without hesitation, he returned to the door and stuck the door number on the wall. 10 minutes later, a brand new door slowly appeared in front of him, looking completely different from the other dormitory doors. Linny took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Surprisingly, this door directly connects to the other world. Gray dust fills the air, dim and silent. Looking closely, a small wooden house appears in front. The faint candlelight reflects the scene inside the small wooden house. Everything seems particularly quiet. Linny walks up to the wooden house and cautiously opens the door. He has come this far, there's no reason to retreat now. He enters the house. There is no one inside. Besides a few simple pieces of furniture, there is a chessboard on the coffee table, and a smooth mirror the size of a basketball. Linny doesn't understand Go, and the mirror is ordinary. Is anyone here? He shouts. The answer he receives is silence. Agio, are you here? Linny looks around, confirms that there is no danger, and asks again. However, there is still no reply. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafts into his nose. Linny looks down at the mirror on the table. The mirror reflects a blurry figure, graceful and slender. He is startled, he is too familiar with this figure. Tentacle monster? Elena in the mirror has long, dark hair, a pure and beautiful appearance, and a shy look in her eyes, like a girl next door. This is completely different from the Elena he encountered during the day, who was proactive and seductive. It seems that she senses being watched, and the Elena in the mirror suddenly cries out in fear. But the mirror cannot produce any sound, the silent cry is in vain. Until the end, Elena is dragged into the mist by a large hand and disappears. The next second, a gust of cold wind blows, and the candles in the room suddenly extinguish. Who? Linny's body is covered in goosebumps, his muscles tense, ready for a fight. But then the door of the wooden house is suddenly pushed open. You're here. Why didn't you turn on the lights? A pleasant and crisp female voice sounds, with a hint of doubt. Linny turns around and sees a hot-looking delinquent senior. When he turns back, the mirror has returned to normal, reflecting the hot girl standing at the door. This strange scene leaves Linny stunned, unable to speak for a long time. What's wrong with you? Seeing his stiff expression, Agio furrows her eyebrows. She follows his gaze and looks at the mirror. Did you see something dirty? Agio's beautiful eyes narrow slightly, her tone becomes cold, and her body involuntarily approaches Linny. The room temperature drops, mysteriously and inexplicably. Linny regains his thoughts and shakes his head repeatedly. I didn't see anything. He finally understands why Agio asked him to come find her when he was feeling lonely at night. Well, it seems that actions speak louder than words. Could this woman be the mastermind behind everything? The tentacle monster is probably more dangerous than Lucky, so it's his turn next, isn't it? Linny's right eyelid twitches, alarm bells ringing in his heart, ready to transform into armor at any moment. Snap! A flame shoots out from the lighter, igniting the candles again. The flame flickers, illuminating the room once more. Agio bypasses Linny and places the mirror upside down on the coffee table. Want a cigarette? She hands Linny a cigarette box, a tantalizing smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Where did you get the cigarettes? A friend gave them to me. The atmosphere in the room is eerie, but Linny pretends to be calm and takes out a cigarette, placing it in his mouth. Agio skillfully lights it for him. The two sit on the sofa, blowing smoke rings, the atmosphere becoming somewhat heavy. Linny originally wanted to ask about the 909 signboard, but now that he knows there is a big problem with Agio's identity, if he continues to blindly ask without knowing any better, That would be asking for trouble. Don't you have anything to ask? Her fair, long legs cross each other, swaying up and down in front of Lin Yi, full of temptation. Lin Yi is not foolish. How could he jump into the pit when he knows there's a trap ahead? No, I just came to check on you. If there's nothing, then I'll leave. He extinguishes the cigarette butt and prepares to get up and leave. But before his butt leaves the ground, a pair of jade feet press him back onto the sofa. Since you're here, don't you plan on doing something? If it was before, faced with such a college-style JK hot sister senior, he might have fallen. But now, Lin Yi just wants to escape, as far away as possible. The pure white jade feet rubbed against his legs, and her body gradually approached. Her slender and beautiful legs wrapped around his waist, her delicate body soft enough to make his bones tingle. You don't think that by coming to my room, you can just leave without leaving anything, do you? Jo exhaled like an orchid, her voice full of strong temptation, as if it could arouse a man's most primal desire. Lin Yi smirked, leaving a seed for you, do you want it? Of course, he could only mutter this in his heart. If any word offended the other person, he would probably not escape tonight. He. Gio, you're really humorous, he forced a laugh. Well, you see, it's getting late, and I still have to go back and deal with some trash. Don't be in such a hurry. She chuckled lightly, her fingers drawing circles on his chest. Sister won't eat you, why are you so nervous? She licked her rosy lips, a mischievous and enchanting smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Gio, actually I prefer black stockings, so next time, or black stockings and then come. With that, he ran away. And the black stockings should be lace garter stockings, 50D thickness. Bang! The door slammed shut, and outside the room came Lin Yi's vulgar words. His voice gradually faded away until it disappeared completely. Seeing that the other party was not moved by her beauty, Jo's coquettishness vanished without a trace, replaced by a deep and cold frost. Strange guy, she murmured, lighting another cigarette, her gaze falling on the inverted mirror. Her eyes were deep and unfathomable, as if she was thinking about something. After leaving Jo, Lin Yi returned to the 9th floor of the dormitory and removed the door number from the wall. Immediately, the door disappeared, as if evaporating into thin air, leaving no trace behind. After doing all this, Lin Yi patted his chest with lingering fear. That was close, luckily I'm a true gentleman, otherwise I would have been in trouble. He glanced at the time on his glove. There were still 20 minutes left until 11 o'clock at night. Lin Yi didn't dare to delay and put the door number into the blood diamond, then went to the 1st floor. Behave, or I'll kick your balls. In the hallway on the 1st floor, Guoba had a fierce look on his face, threatening the dozen or so scum with their hands tied. The little bear knights also stared at them, their sharp bear claws constantly gesturing near their necks. They showed no mercy to these animals. Besides not being able to use physical force, they used all kinds of psychological intimidation on them. Woo-woo pleas for mercy filled the air, but their mouths were stuffed with their smelly socks, so they could only make muffled moans. As the time approached 11 o'clock, their struggles became more intense. It was as if something terrifying was about to descend, making them desperately want to escape from this place. When they saw Lin Yi leisurely coming down from upstairs, they immediately perked up, casting hopeful glances at him. Lin Yi had Guoba remove the object from Teacher Chao's mouth, wanting to hear what he was about to say. Teacher Lin, you are violating school rules, you're finished. Teacher Chao roared angrily. He kept talking about school rules, as if the principal would come out to save them. Lin Yi sneered, I'm risking my life for all of you, tell me, am I at a loss? Teacher Chao's tone faltered, knowing that this time the other party was serious, so he immediately changed his tune. Teacher Lin, we're all colleagues, why can't we sit down and talk slowly? He squeezed out a flattering smile, otherwise, if you let us go, I promise I will never cause trouble for you in the future, how about that? But Lin Yi ignored him and turned to the others, asking calmly, what about you? Everyone nodded desperately. There were only 10 minutes left until 11 o'clock, and if they didn't run now, they would be in big trouble. It was better to surrender now and settle the score later. I ask you, besides you, who else will come to the dormitory building? Lin Yi's eyes were cold as he continued to ask. He wanted to kill all the scum so as to avoid more trouble. Hearing him bring up this matter, Teacher Chao's face filled with a flattering smile and quickly said, I know, I am the most familiar with this place. Oh, is that so? Lin Yi's mouth curled into a cruel smile as he slowly squatted down and straightened the wrinkled collar of the other person. This person, even when leaving, should still maintain some dignity. He helped Teacher Chao stand upright, and his gentle gaze turned icy. Then, please, Teacher Chao, tell me in detail. Once you're done, you can leave. Teacher Chao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He thought that the other party would finally let him go, luckily. Immediately, he began vividly describing the dark past of the dormitory building. At first, it was just the on-duty teacher that day who had evil thoughts and secretly entered a student's room to violate a girl. Taking advantage of the fact that she couldn't make a sound and couldn't defend herself, he acted without fear. Gradually, that person became more and more audacious, going to harm students every night. He even boasted about his criminal experiences in front of colleagues, vividly describing the explicit scenes. The smell of blood quickly attracted more hungry wolves. In no time, the opportunity to be on duty in the dormitory became a coveted position in everyone's eyes. But with many wolves and little meat, in order to avoid disputes and violating school rules, they even spontaneously organized themselves in scheduled shifts based on the number of people. On the first, third, and fifth days, you come; on the second, fourth, and sixth days, I come; and on the last day, whoever is the fastest gets to claim it. Many of the girls who were violated had thought about resisting, but the result was being beaten by the teacher, violating school rules, and being sent to the disciplinary office for punishment. Over time, they became more obedient and submissive, allowing them to do as they pleased. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Because they were weak and had no ability to resist, did that mean they deserved to be bullied? This kind of behavior disgusted him. His fists clenched, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Master, I can't stand listening anymore, let me take action. Guoba was filled with righteous indignation, wishing to kill these bastards immediately. Lin Yi raised his hand to stop him, his gaze coldly fixed on Teacher Chow. So, there will be another group of people coming tomorrow, right? That's right. Teacher Chow nodded and bowed, afraid that the other party would be unhappy, and quickly added, I swear, they will definitely come tomorrow. If they don't, I'll eat shit. Hee, I don't think you'll have that chance. Ha? Teacher Chow looked at Lin Yi suspiciously, not knowing what he meant by those words. Lin Yi suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Because you won't live past tonight. Dang, the funeral bell struck at exactly 11 o'clock. The entire dormitory building fell into boundless silence. The witching hour has arrived, and the ghosts are parading. Accompanied by a creepy and chilling voice, the dormitory building's main door closed instantly. Teacher Chow screamed in fright, trembling all over, and wetting his pants directly. His eyes widened in fear as he looked at Lin Yi. Let me go, please let me go. It's coming. Please, spare me, I've said everything. I was wrong, please let me change and never come again. Teacher Chow screamed incessantly, his legs weak, and he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Change and never come again? Lin Yi sneered, full of sarcasm. Then, if I cut off your head and say at your grave that I killed the wrong person, will you forgive me? Sob. Teacher Chow wanted to say something, but his mouth was already gagged with a smelly sock by Guoba. Experienced the despair of being unable to make a sound. This rare opportunity will surely make you unforgettable for a lifetime. With that, Lin Yi kicked him over. He no longer paid attention to the struggling group of people and walked towards the duty room with the little bears. Just as he took a few steps, Lin Yi stopped. Those people thought he had changed his mind, and a wave of joy surged in their hearts. Lin Yi just glanced coldly at them and walked straight past them towards the fourth floor. Little Bear, who was responsible for guarding room 405, received a message that Yang Menger was not feeling well and he needed to go check on her. However, he did not bring Guoba and the other bears. The power of the mysterious dorm supervisor was beyond imagination. Although Guoba had reached A-level disaster, it was safer to leave him in the duty room just in case. The other bears could be summoned again if they were lost, but if Guoba was lost, then he would truly be gone. Lin Yi couldn't bear to see this cute bear torn to pieces by monsters. The whole family still needed Guoba to maintain order. Woo! Watching Lin Yi's retreating figure without turning back, Chow Teacher and the others had red eyes, dry throats, and tears streaming down their faces. How could he give people hope and then despair? He shouldn't play tricks like this. Wah! Crying and screaming echoed one after another. They began to curse in their hearts, cursing that Lin Yi would never find peace and would have a miserable death. Gray mist rose from their bodies. This resentful gray mist moved automatically without wind, drifting towards the dormitory entrance. The lights in the hallway kept flickering, as if encountering a strong magnetic field, shaking. Thick resentment gathered from all directions, and a chilling aura filled the air, making people shudder. Midnight has arrived, the ghosts are marching. A low, hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Then, from the gray mist, a mass of tentacles slowly emerged. Yes, a mass. It looked like countless tentacles entangled together, twisted into a ball, floating slowly in the air. These tentacles wriggled incessantly, as if they had life, gathering and growing larger, eventually forming a fleshy mountain. Disgusting and sticky fluid flowed out of it, emitting a nauseating and rotten smell. A mouthful of sharp teeth tore open from the middle of the mass. The tentacles waved and danced, with a ferocious and terrifying appearance. Ayo! A piercing sound wave suddenly exploded, deafening. The piercing sound wave penetrated the air, turning into invisible ripples spreading out. The eerie and strange sounds made people shudder. All the students trembled in their blankets, too scared to show their heads. Woba opened a narrow slit in the door, sticking out half of his head, quietly observing the mysterious creature. Spectre, resentment aggregation, level S, observable abilities, resentment gathering, mental contamination, extreme desire fire. Explanation: a monster born from the accumulated negative emotions and resentment of students who have been oppressed for a long time, affectionately known as dorm supervisor by everyone. Note, due to the extreme disgust of something by the students, it manifested itself with tentacles all over its body. And because of the hatred, rejection, and resentment, even the desire to chop it into pieces, it became twisted into a ball. After reading this information, Woba was secretly amazed. He didn't expect this monster to be so powerful. Not only was it a terrifying S-level specter, but its abilities were also unique. Mental contamination was a formidable attack method. Many strong individuals had no way to resist mental erosion and ended up becoming puppets, slaves, or dolls. No matter how strong and agile their physical abilities were, they would still be defeated by mental attacks. But precisely because of its strength, it was rare. The entire town's copy only gave birth to one boss with a spiritual attribute, which shows the preciousness of spiritual-type spirits. As for the charm of the Countess, it is not on the same level as spiritual contamination. Charm is temporary and can be broken, but spiritual contamination is different. It changes your personality and willpower subtly. The two are like the stars and the moon, incomparable. Woba passed on the information he saw to Lin Yi, then quietly closed the door. As long as he didn't violate the dormitory rules, Kunkyu wouldn't act recklessly. I've done what I should do, the rest is up to the master. Woba muttered to himself, then covered himself with a blanket and fell into a deep sleep. However, the group of people at the entrance of the corridor were not so lucky. The conglomerate wriggled its disgusting tentacles and kept getting closer to them. The giant mouth opened, and gray saliva dripped down, making a chirp-chirp sound. This scene scared them to the point of being terrified. They struggled with all their might, crawling on the ground like worms. At this moment, they didn't care about the excrement and urine on the floor. They just wanted to stay away from the yellow-white substance of the conglomerate. The stench was overwhelming, making them unable to help but retch. Even so, they didn't stop. Eating shit is better than death. But in the next second, the conglomerate split open its huge mouth, and its 5-meter-long tentacles suddenly stretched forward, instantly capturing the two slowest men. They couldn't escape at all, struggling in pain. Get away, room, violation. Rules, eaten. Crackle crackle. The conglomerate made strange syllables in its mouth. The tentacles pulled hard, forcibly dragging the two people towards it. The pupils of the two suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. Endless fear spread within them, making the delicious chunks of meat even more appetizing. The conglomerate opened its blood-filled mouth and bit down without hesitation. Crackle, crackle. Blood splattered, flesh flew. Starting from their ankles, the two were gradually devoured bit by bit. Ugh! Despairing sobs accompanied the sound of bones breaking, making people's scalps tingle. These sounds were like nightmares, lingering in the ears of everyone, tormenting their hearts and minds. Then came the second piece of meat, the third piece of meat. The conglomerate's mouth never seemed to be filled. Whenever it opened its mouth, a fresh piece of living flesh would be swallowed, and these chunks of meat could only widen their eyes in fear, silently enduring the endless despair before death. Death spread, and the pain never subsided. Their faces were already distorted, their eyes bloodshot, showing their inner despair and collapse. But Lin Yi felt that this punishment was still too light for these scum. Hopefully, they still had a chance to resurrect. They couldn't escape their sins without dying hundreds of times. Lin Yi had a few little bears monitor the conglomerate's every move, while he himself went to room 405. Just as he pushed open the door, he saw Yang Menger lying on the bed with her clothes disheveled, revealing a large area of fair skin on her chest. Yang Menger's appearance was beautiful, pure and sweet, with a hint of youthfulness. Although she was not as charming and enchanting as Aya, nor as wild and untamed as Gwen, nor as cute and petite as Su Miao Miao, she had her own unique charm that was very likable. The sound of the door opening startled the girl who was immersed in her fantasies. Staring at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her, Yang Menger couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality for a moment. She lifted the bedding, revealing her smooth and delicate body, and beckoned to the dazed Lin Yi, as if inviting him to come in. Her hot body was emitting a charming blush, her full breasts slightly heaving. Her long legs crossed and closed, vaguely revealing a scene inside. Lin Yi's gaze swept over, and his throat involuntarily rolled. He quickly gathered his mind, pretending he hadn't seen anything, left the dormitory, and closed the door. Control yourself, Linny, you can't make any more mistakes. He admonished himself in his mind. But he forgot that if he doesn't go to sleep after 11 o'clock, he will be wiped out by the dormitory management. After devouring all the pieces of meat, the collective entity still wanted more. It could clearly feel that its power had become much stronger. After all, it was made up of more than 20 A-level spirits, and the combined magic power was quite terrifying. Soon, the collective entity sensed a new prey on the 4th floor. Immediately, the mountain of flesh turned into a gray mist and floated towards the 4th floor. Its clumsy body was no burden at all. It moved through the darkness like a fish swimming freely. Linny stood at the door of room 405, pondering what was happening with Yang Menger. Just as he had been there for only 5 minutes, the dim lights in the corridor began to flicker violently. Thick gray mist suddenly appeared at the staircase on the 4th floor and quickly spread in his direction. Within the gray mist, countless tentacles were faintly visible, emitting a chilling evil aura. Damn it! How did this thing get up here? Linny was startled. This thing was an S-level world-destroying monster. Although it didn't seem very intelligent, its abilities were unpredictable. If he were to fight this thing, there was no telling if the entire dormitory building would be leveled. Wouldn't everything he had done be in vain? Linny quickly turned around and rushed into room 405. If I hide in the room, it shouldn't be able to get in, right? He muttered, then immediately locked the door. Just as he closed the door, a seductive moan came from behind him. It was over. He had walked right into the lion's den. Tap, tap, tap. A rhythmic tapping sound came from young Menger's fingertips. Teacher, the dormitory management can still come in if you don't sleep before 11 o'clock. Linny was dumbfounded by the words. Did this rule have to be so strict? Wasn't it necessary to sleep? Yang Menger was right. The gray mist had already begun to seep into the room through the door crack. Some small tentacles were gradually taking shape from the mist, growing visible to the naked eye at a rapid pace. Damn it, does this thing really think I'm easy to bully? Linny cursed angrily, then took out a stack of yellow talismans. When facing the enemy, all soldiers advance in formation, exterminate evil. The talismans were scattered into the air as if they were worthless, and Linny quickly formed hand seals. Indra, Mahakala, Vajrapani. Sun, Moon, Vase. With all 9 seals activated, accompanied by the sound of Buddhist chants, the talismans fell on the doorframe as if they were attracted by a force. Namo Kuru Bhadra Lasadoya. Maha Prajna Paramitha. Siddham Bhadra. The golden light of the talismans shone brightly, forming dense scriptures that surrounded the room. As soon as the 9-syllable mantra was recited, a strange magical power was immediately generated, blocking the gray mist at the door. Linny let out a heavy sigh, feeling a bit exhausted from this wave of consumption. He only had a total of 170,000 magic power. Summoning the little bear had used up over 20,000, and activating so many talismans had consumed another 50,000. He was left with only 100,000 magic power, and Linny suddenly felt a bit weak. His firepower was seriously lacking. Tap, tap, tap. Teacher, come in quickly. Yang Menger lifted the thin blanket again, urging Linny to hide inside. TSK. Damn it. Linny glanced inside with a frustrated look. You're trying to seduce me at a time like this? Do you think I don't have enough pressure? Yang Menger pouted with a hint of grievance on her face, her cheeks even redder, but she didn't let go of the blanket in her hand. The horror of the dormitory management was far from over. She always felt that only by sleeping obediently could she escape disaster. Tap, tap, tap. Teacher, it's useless, go to sleep quickly. Isn't it settled now? Looking at the golden talismans covering the entire wall, Linny felt a sense of security bursting forth. He silently rolled his eyes and ignored Yang Menger's seduction. But the jinx was right, his methods were really useless. The golden light on the talismans could only hold for about 10 minutes before the energy was exhausted and turned into dust. The gray mist continued to erode the doorway, and the small tentacles once again drilled into the room through the door crack. Linny felt like crying but had no tears. This gray mist was too powerful, and he couldn't resist it at all. As the gray mist had already permeated more than half of the room, a few more seconds and it would cover the entire bedroom. Linnyson looked back at young Menger, who had a hopeful expression on her face, and made up his mind. The curse of the Sea King was terrifying. If he was going to die, so be it. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward, skillfully pinning down the soft body of the other person. Yang Menger slowly lowered her raised hand, and the sheets instantly enveloped the two of them. A faint fragrance immediately lingered in the air, intoxicating. As Linnyson burrowed into the bed, the gray mist indeed stayed in place, no longer invading. However, the collective entity clearly wasn't willing to let their prey slip away like this. So the mist began to swirl at the dormitory door, attempting to force the two people out of the bed. Lin Yisan cursed inwardly, why hasn't this thing left yet? Do you know how hard it is for me right now? You have no idea. At this moment, under the covers, Yang Menger was lying naked on Lin Yisan's back. Her soft waist gently caressed his solid back, and her lips brushed against his earlobe. The tingling sensation and electric current made Lin Yisan go weak. Why does everyone like to touch me? Gawain was like this, a Jew was like this, and even Yang Menger, this inexperienced girl, was no exception. Lin Yisan took a deep breath, trying hard to restrain himself. No! He must endure this time. Let them see what a real man is like. However, the hot body behind him didn't think the same way. The effects of the medicine had already been in effect for a while, and Yang Menger's eyes became even more blurred. In this state, she couldn't control herself at all. Lin Yisan was driven crazy by her actions, and his body involuntarily stiffened. Her slender jade hand reached around his waist and slowly moved towards his chest. Her fingertips lightly tapped, sending out a series of Morse code signals. Teacher, it's uncomfortable. Yang Menger's watery eyes were filled with shyness and anticipation. Lin Yisan naturally noticed the abnormality in her body. He turned around, grabbed her restless little hand, and gently tapped it. Endure it, can't endure it. Take me, instead of giving others the advantage, why not? Stop thinking nonsense, the two locked eyes, and in the ambiguous atmosphere, Yang Menger's heart pounded, her pretty face flushed with desire. Her misty eyes were filled with moisture, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her rosy lips were slightly parted, as if silently inviting Lin Yisan to taste. Lin Yisan's heart felt like it had been scratched by a cat's claw, and his body became hot, his breathing quickened. Unbeknownst to the two of them, strands of pink mist began to emanate from their bodies. This pink mist was drawn towards the collective entity outside the door and was absorbed into its twisted mass. Aha! A sudden piercing scream rang out, and the collective entity became agitated. Damn it! Click! The eerie syllables exploded in the room like a haunting melody. Lin Yisan felt his mind becoming hazy, and his resistance gradually faded away. Lin Yisan! Lin Yisan? A distant voice called out by his ear. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. But at this moment, he had stopped thinking. He couldn't remember, and he didn't want to think about it. Threads of pink mist became more and more dense, continuously being absorbed by the collective entity outside the door. Yang Menger also became more and more unrestrained. The sudden intense pain made her mind tremble slightly, but she quickly fell into a trance. The pink mist filled the room, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. As the sky gradually brightened, the entire room was filled with pink. As time passed, the pink mist in the room gradually dissipated with the wind. After another half an hour, the collective entity, which had consumed special emotions throughout the night, finally wriggled its massive body and reluctantly left. In the surrounding gray mist, there was now a touch of a different color. Lin Yisan slowly opened his eyes, feeling completely drained and exhausted. When he looked at the girl next to him, he felt a slight sense of unfamiliarity. What happened? He suddenly woke up, sitting up straight. Yang Menger was still sleeping soundly, a sweet smile on her lips, peaceful and serene. What happened last night? Lin Yisan rubbed his temples, but his memories were blank. Finally awake, Emperor Shi Tian's resentful voice came from beside his ear. What happened last night? Last night? Emperor Shi Tian paused for a moment, then sneered, well, it's a long story. Can you make it short? Emperor Shi Tian became angry, frustrated that his words were falling on deaf ears. He sternly lectured, young man, you just don't know how to cherish the people around you. Do you know that I almost shouted my throat hoarse last night, but I couldn't wake you up? Lin Yi was taken aback by his words. Really? Do whatever you want, I don't care about you anymore. Emperor Shi Tian's calm tone revealed a hint of resentment, showing that even the emotionally stable Emperor Shi Tian had his breaking point. Lin Yi didn't mean to provoke him. He really couldn't remember what happened last night, or perhaps it was a subconscious choice to forget. Emperor Shi Tian had been irritated from watching the show all night, and finally when Lin Yi woke up, he was angered by him. Fortunately, Lin Yi had a thick skin and managed to appease him. After listening to Emperor Shi Tian's description, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It turned out that Kunkyo had grown tired of resentment and suddenly tasted a different emotion one day. It realized that there was something even more delicious than resentment in the world. The gluttonous child let out a soul-shattering scream, igniting Lin Yi's desires. This allowed him and Yang Menger to produce more emotional mist. According to Emperor Shi Tian's analysis, that scream should be one of Kunkyo's abilities, the fire of extreme desire. It could ignite the deep desires in a person's heart, causing them to be consumed by desire and ultimately turning into a monster driven by desire. Strange, why didn't the fire of desire burn me to death? Lin Yi asked in confusion. Because you got lucky. Emperor Shirtian rolled his eyes. That thing is too greedy. It sucked up all your desires and emotions in one go. So now you don't remember anything, and you've entered the sage mode, feeling nothing towards anyone. Linny suddenly realized. No wonder he felt indifferent towards Yang Menger now. All the bittersweet emotions had been sucked away. It was all thanks to the ability. The protagonist's halo was truly extraordinary. But as soon as Linny realized this, he let out a cry of shock. Damn! Does that mean I won't be able to get it up anymore? Emperor Shirtian, why is your focus always so strange? Emperor Shirtian said helplessly. Fairy, do you think there's any hope for me? Linny asked with a mournful face. Resentment breeds in darkness, and the same goes for other emotions. Emperor Shirtian patiently explained. That's good, that's good. Linny wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt relieved. As long as I can still rise. Emperor Shirtian was speechless. Where did this guy's priorities go? Shouldn't he be thinking about how to use the gluttonous nature of the aggregate to his advantage? After coming to his senses, Linny naturally had thought about this. Maybe he could make the aggregate betray by using positive emotions. After all, that thing didn't seem very smart. But the main problem now was, what should he do about Yang Menger? He couldn't just leave her behind, right? He wasn't a heartless person. Even though he was in the sage mode, he still had a sense of responsibility. If he didn't go to class and got wiped out by the rules, that would be a big problem. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wake up Yang Menger first. He reached out and pressed his finger on Yang Menger's forehead, causing her eyebrows to furrow when she woke up with a whimper. What's wrong? Yang Menger rubbed her sleepy eyes and mumbled. Shock. You can speak? Linny was astonished. Yang Menger also reacted and sat up abruptly, her eyes widened. Her expression changed from surprise to joy, and finally she excitedly threw herself into Linny's arms. I can speak, I can speak. Teacher, this is amazing. I can speak. Yang Menger curled up in his arms like a spoiled little kitten. Linny, on the other hand, felt extremely awkward. After all, their relationship was currently a bit strange. Although last night was a misunderstanding, it caused quite a commotion. Yang Menger snapped out of her joy and finally noticed the current situation. She immediately became shy, her cheeks turning red. She let go of Linny and quickly jumped off the bed, rushing towards the bathroom. Bang! Splash! Linny looked at the closed bathroom door and couldn't help but sigh. What a mess! He shook his head, got up, and went to the balcony to light a cigarette. He needed to calm himself down and think about his next move. The clue about Ajio was a dead end. He initially thought the other party was a delinquent girl who would definitely go against the school. He thought she could be a potential ally, but after what happened last night, he changed his mind. The fact that she could live in the other world was already unbelievable. Elena was also trapped by her. No matter how you looked at it, this woman didn't seem like a good person. However, the unexpected acquisition of the 909 door number was a good prop. He could sneak into the other world while Ajio was not in the dormitory and gather information. At least it would be more convenient than triggering the school rules and going to the other world through the school affairs office. Ajio's situation could be put aside for now. The remaining two problems were, how did Xiao Ming disappear, and what did the basketball hint mean? Hide well, don't let him find you. Who is he? The other question was about the side mission. Will there be a breakthrough when the upper-level leader comes for inspection tomorrow? Linny's thoughts gradually drifted away until a pair of soft jade hands hugged his waist. He turned his head to look behind him. Yang Menger was hugging him sweetly, her beautiful face rubbing against his chest. Seeing this, Linny quickly patted her fragrant shoulders and said anxiously, "Don't do this, can you please put on some clothes first? Teacher, don't blame yourself, it was all my choice." Yang Menger had just finished showering, her hair slightly wet, and she was only wrapped in a white towel, revealing her exquisite figure. She thought Linny was standing on the balcony with a worried expression, blaming himself for what happened last night, so she quickly went to comfort him. Linny! He felt it necessary to explain. It was a good thing that the fusion was done voluntarily. He really didn't take advantage of the situation. But he was afraid that the more he explained, the more Yang Menger would think he was irresponsible. It was really a dilemma. After a moment of silence, Linny chose to play dead and change the subject. "Don't call me teacher, we're about the same age. If people don't know, they would think I'm a pervert. Call me Lin Wanhao." Yang Menger lowered her head, lightly biting her cherry lips, her cheeks slightly red. Lin, brother?" she tentatively asked. "As long as you like it." Linny shrugged. As long as she didn't call him teacher, she could call him anything. He. She shyly giggled, resembling a teenage girl who thought she had found her true love. If he were an honest person, he might start apologizing incessantly out of guilt at this moment. But Linny wasn't like that. He would only embrace the girl and magnify the fantasies in her heart. The more skilled ones would start discussing their future and their ideals, envisioning a happy life together. That was just one trick after another. Don't learn from it, be a real man. After a moment of affection, Yang Menger suddenly remembered something. By the way, Lin brother, how am I able to speak now? She asked. It should have triggered a hidden loophole in the rules. Linny thought for a moment and replied. Hidden loophole? Yang Menger was just an ordinary spirit and didn't understand any of this. Linny briefly described the pattern of the rules in the instance. In simple terms, the rules of the instance cannot be unsolvable, there must be a way to crack them. Otherwise, the rules will not be recognized by the system. The rules of titles only apply to the holders themselves, so they can be permanently held after paying a certain price. But the rules of copies apply to everyone, so if there is no solution to the rules, wouldn't everyone be invincible? And the core rule of this silent school should be silence. Whether it's the classroom, cafeteria, or dormitory, students are constantly being harassed and suppressed, just to make them accept reality and keep quiet. Yang Menger obviously triggered the hidden conditions in the rules. That's why she can break free from the rules and break the limits of silence. But what could this hidden condition be? It couldn't be something inappropriate, right? That would be too ridiculous. Linny was very puzzled, but Yang Menger's eyes were shining brightly. It's love! It's love! It's love! She was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently, repeating the same words over and over again. Linny was speechless. How could love spark in just one night? It would take many, many days at least. Looking at Yang Menger's obsessed look, it seemed like her brain was overwhelmed by love. She's right, it really is love. Emperor Shurtian suddenly interjected, his tone solemn. What the heck? Are you also overwhelmed by love? Linny was stunned, somewhat incredulous. Emperor Shurtian's forehead immediately showed 3 blue veins, as if he wanted to rush out and beat this bastard up. Fortunately, she had excellent self-control and held back. Taking a deep breath, she explained, by overwhelmed, I mean Yang Menger is right, she is in love. I can sense it deep within her, that intense and pure emotion. Linny was shocked. Damn it, this girl actually fell in love with me? Or else? Emperor Shurtian rolled her eyes, then slapped her forehead. Damn it, you've led me astray again. What I meant wasn't that, it's emotions, positive emotions are the key to breaking the rules. What I mean, do you understand? She said somewhat helplessly. Okay, got it. What's okay? It means agreement. Strange expression. On the way to the classroom, Yang Menger looked at Linny like a fangirl, completely infatuated. Lingu, what should we name our children in the future? Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Or maybe we should have more. Perhaps because she had been holding back for too long, Yang Menger, who could finally speak, became a chatterbox. From eating, gossiping, to parenting, amusement parks, and so on. All kinds of topics kept coming up, and the core of each topic was always related to Linny. This made Linny secretly sigh, another difficult woman. Helplessly, he had to bring up the rules and quietly threaten her, don't expose the fact that you can speak in front of others, otherwise. Yang Menger was startled and immediately covered her mouth, vigorously shaking her head to indicate that she understood. Linny nodded in satisfaction. It was better for her to remain quiet as a beautiful girl. They arrived at the classroom. Just as the bell for class rang. Due to the deaths of more than 20 teachers last night, many classes had no lessons to attend. This made the teachers in the office anxious. It's chaos, everything is in chaos. Why haven't Mr. Chow and the others woken up yet? Even if they took leave, they should have informed us in advance. What should we do? We can't just turn everything into self-study classes, right? The teachers were restless, but there were also those who knew the truth. Last night, Mr. Chow and the others went to the dormitory building, and maybe they stayed up too late, so they couldn't come to class on time. At this moment, Linny casually walked into the office as if nothing had happened. He left Yang Menger to take care of the class and continued to have everyone practice Morse code. The spark had already been ignited, now it needed a strong wind to set the entire prairie ablaze. As for where this strong wind would come from, it would depend on Lin Yi's new plan. Ha! Teacher Lin? A teacher saw him and was instantly surprised. Teacher Lin is here so early for class, full of energy. Some people made sarcastic remarks, some had ambiguous expressions, and some had strange looks on their faces. They knew that the new student who arrived last night must have fallen into the gentle embrace of the dormitory. No one can resist that kind of temptation, it's a certainty from an experienced person. Linny just smiled and self-deprecatingly said, I can't compare to other teachers, working overtime to teach all night, I'm really not as good as them. I guess they all have to take a day off today, so let me take their classes. Upon hearing this, the office instantly fell silent. All the teachers looked at him with an incredulous gaze. What's wrong? Did the competition get so intense that it spilled over into the copies? No matter how amazing a person is, they can't teach a dozen courses at the same time, right? Could it be that you can also create multiple clones? What's with your expressions? Did I say something wrong? Linny touched his nose, feeling quite puzzled. What's wrong with helping you with your classes? Why are you all looking at me like idiots? The insiders had no doubts about Lin Yi's explanation. They had experienced this situation before, so they could fully understand feeling exhausted the next day. What puzzled them was how could this guy be so kind-hearted? Teacher Lin is such a good person. Yes, we're fortunate to have such a responsible teacher in our school. When someone agreed, others followed suit and expressed their agreement. Linny raised an eyebrow subtly and smirked in his heart. Indeed, I am a good person, but you guys are not the ones I'm being good to. Since everyone thinks there's no problem, go ahead and eat, drink, and relax. Leave everything to me, he said with a smile. The teachers were slightly taken aback, but then their smiles gradually brightened. That sounds nice. Thank you, Teacher Lin, for understanding us. Don't worry, if there's anything, just tell us. That's right, no problem. Just give us your orders. Since you all say so, then I won't be polite. Actually, there is a small favor I'd like to ask. It's like this. Linny handed over a thick stack of materials. Could you please help me make copies and bind them into books? Just print a few hundred copies. Oh, I thought it was something big. Ha, it's a piece of cake. The teachers readily agreed. It's just printing some course materials, students can do it directly. They didn't pay attention to the content of the materials. If they observed carefully, they would find that these were not course materials at all, but literary masterpieces that were thought-provoking and could evoke strong emotions. To Live, Diary of a Madman, The Silence of the Lambs, and so on. Each piece contained profound and fascinating meanings, captivating readers and making it hard for them to break free. What's even more terrifying is that many of these works had a certain degree of soul elevation. Words have power, but Linny didn't have that much ability, so he could only stand on the shoulders of giants, combining the works of the past with the present environment. These words were carefully selected by Linny, hitting the mark and piercing the heart with every line. Of course, in addition to literary works, he also included romance novels like The Dominating CEO Falls in Love with Me, Playful Kiss, Love at First Corner, and so on. These were all popular in the past life, even addictive. Students who were oppressed by monotonous coursework and school pressure all year round would undoubtedly be intensely moved by indulging in such stories occasionally. This literary feast was enough to cause a sensation throughout the school. Even if it ultimately failed, the seeds of hope had already been planted. Linny eagerly awaited what kind of effect it would have in the future. Back in the classroom, an unexpected person was standing at the door, looking around. When she saw Linny, she angrily approached, stomping her high heels. Didn't we agree to meet last night? I waited for you all night, and what happened? Did you forget about me? Humph, liar. Elena glared at Linny, crossing her arms. This bastard is really annoying. He agreed so readily yesterday, but then he forgot about it. It's simply unreasonable. I can't believe the octopus monster is fine? That's not scientific. Lin Yi's face was full of disbelief. Could it be that the image in the mirror was an illusion? Oh, so I'm an octopus monster in your heart? Elena's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a frosty expression appeared on her beautiful face. Two black tentacles slowly emerged from under her tight skirt, looking fierce and terrifying. It's a misunderstanding. Lin Yi's whole body was covered in goosebumps. How did he blurt out his inner thoughts? So he quickly changed the topic. Do you have a twin sister or a younger sister? Hearing this, Elena frowned lightly. Why are you asking this? Could it be that you like twins? Stop, it's unfortunate to say that. Linny quickly raised his hand to stop her. Some things can be said, but some things, once said, would cause trouble. Elena's expression became strange, and a hint of darkness flashed in her eyes. You're really annoying, always refusing to accompany me. Her tone carried a hint of coquetry and grievance, as if accusing Linny of being heartless. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Are those little girls more understanding than me? Elena complained, burying her head in his arms and rubbing her soft body against his arm. Her voice was seductive and her words were explicit, stirring people's hearts. Linny couldn't understand. What exactly did this seductive woman want to do? Has she never seen a man before? If she's so thirsty, can't she find those old perverts instead of targeting him, a young man? There's a limit to everything. He had already learned this lesson from Agio and would not fall into the same trap again. Despite the octopus monster's efforts, Lin Yi did not yield. In the end, the octopus monster could only leave in frustration and anger. Phew, finally gone. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his thighs were already bruised and painful. This woman is problematic. The voice of Emperor Shirtian suddenly sounded. The aura she emitted just now was very strange. Oh, please explain, Your Majesty. She has a demonic aura on her, although it was fleeting, but I still sensed it. Emperor Shirtian said seriously, and this kind of aura doesn't come from the instance, nor from a curse, it seems. Lin Yi was stunned. It seems what? It seems to come from hell. Are you saying that the octopus monster is a member of the evil death cult? Lin Yi was surprised. It's highly possible. This is getting interesting. Emperor Shirtian's reminder made Lin Yi alert. If Elena is really a member of the evil death cult, then her actions to get close to him become intriguing. He made such big moves in the past 2 days to lure the snake out of its hole, but whether it's him or the evil death cult, they have remained silent, without any response, as if they don't exist at all. Now, a suspected member of the evil death cult suddenly appeared, which made him somewhat curious. What bad idea are you planning? Emperor Shirtian asked. This instance became more and more mysterious, and she was also curious about what kind of tricks Lin Yi would come up with next. I'm going to find someone first. Maybe he has the answers. He bought a trick and didn't explain much. Coincidentally, the freshly printed books were delivered to the class by a dozen students. Lin Yi simply summoned Guoba, who was sleeping soundly, and asked him to distribute the books to each class while monitoring their reactions after reading. As for himself, he went straight to a corner where no one was around and stuck the number 909 on the wall. 10 minutes later, a door slowly appeared. He entered the other world, where the sky was still gray and oppressive, giving a suffocating feeling. Jiu's wooden house was empty. The chessboard and mirror were nowhere to be seen. But this time he wasn't looking for the troublesome senior sister. Lin Yi bypassed the wooden house and explored other parts of the other world. Previously, when he entered the other world from the school affairs office, there was only one road leading to the disciplinary office, while other places were shrouded in mist. This time, he was essentially sneaking in, so there were no restrictions. Although the visibility was low, Lin Yi had many little brothers exploring the way. The Bear Knights, reporting for duty. More than 20 little bears lined up neatly and saluted Lin Yi, looking cute and adorable. Quietly enter the village, don't shoot. Yo! With Lin Yi's command, the little bears immediately spread out and cautiously explored the other world. This was the other world, and they didn't know what dangers they would encounter. It was always better to be cautious. As for Lin Yi himself, he took out his notebook and summarized the information collected by the little bears. After about an hour, only 3 of the more than 20 little bears returned. But the map drawn in Lin Yi's notebook was basically complete. He marked the dangerous areas in red, which were also the areas where the little bears suffered the most casualties. There were 3 places in total, labeled as the Research Institute, Medical Office, and Student Affairs Office. Whenever the little bears approached these 3 places, they would be instantly killed by unknown creatures. Obviously, the secret behind the school was hidden in these 3 places. But this was just speculation, and the specific situation needed to be confirmed by going there in person. Lin Yi noted down these 3 places and then walked towards the disciplinary office. Although Liang Yang was a pervert, he seemed to be the most reliable at the moment. Perhaps more clues could be dug out from him, mainly because he was easy to bully. Bang! The large iron door, covered in bloody handprints, was kicked open, and immediately, rough cursing came from inside. What the hell? Who the fuck dares to cause trouble on my turf? Liang Yang, holding a huge chainsaw, rushed out of the house with a ferocious expression. Fuck, who the fuck? He stopped halfway through his sentence. Liang Yang forcibly swallowed the curse words. He struggled to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Ha, it turns out it's you, brother. Why did you come to my place again? Come in quickly. Brother Yang, it seems like you don't welcome me. You even brought out the chainsaw. Ahaha, how could that be? I just brought it out to exercise. Ahaha, damn, why did this jinx come again? Did he violate the school rules again? Liang Yang sighed inwardly and quickly pulled the other person into the house. Lin Yi looked around and noticed that there was an extra person on the wooden donkey. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, it's Teacher Li. Your posture is quite unique. Doesn't your butt hurt from sitting on it? Don't mention it, I just died not long ago, Liang Yang said with regret. Oh, that's a shame. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he wouldn't have a chance to repay the other person's great kindness. Tell me, what kind of punishment do you want this time? Liang Yang got straight to the point, wanting to quickly send away this jinx. Little did he know that Lin Yi casually handed him a cigarette, shocking him. You, just come here, and you bring a gift. He reached out to take it. This was a cigarette. The previous pack was stolen by some bandit, so he had to hide it this time. But before Liang Yang could touch the cigarette, Linny pulled it back and said, I have something to ask you. If you're satisfied, you won't be left without benefits. Both Feet Sheep's eyes lit up immediately. He, big brother, what do you say? Well, do you know Xiaoming? Upon hearing this, both Feet Sheep froze for a moment, and his face suddenly turned dark. What's wrong? Linny asked. Brother, I advise you to mind your own business, both Feet Sheep said. But what about this deal? Not enough, you need to add money. Both Feet Sheep gritted his teeth and stared at Linny fiercely. His expression was resolute. Fine. Linny rolled her eyes and took out another deal and threw it to both Feet Sheep. Both Feet Sheep happily caught it and said, now this is great. Brother, ask me anything you want to know. I just want to know if Xiaoming is dead, how did he die, and who did it? Upon hearing this, both Feet Sheep looked around cautiously and then leaned close to Linny's ear to whisper a few words. Linny's face was instantly filled with black lines. From both Feet Sheep's words, she learned that Xiaoming's full name was Li Ziming and he was the president of the student council. This wasn't surprising. The key point was that this kid was a boy. A boy. This was a girls' school, and he was actually a cross-dressing boss. It was unclear whether he was good at hiding or if some teacher was just perverted. One night, someone broke into Xiaoming's dormitory, lusting after his beauty and intending to do something inappropriate. But when they removed his underwear, they found out that Xiaoming was even bigger than them. This made the intruder even more excited. Later, this incident alarmed the headmaster, and the news was immediately suppressed. Xiaoming disappeared since that day. The official explanation was that Xiaoming transferred to another school and was taken away by his mother. How do you know all this? Could it be that you're the one who lusted after his beauty? Linny looked at both Feet Sheep suspiciously. Judging from his knowledge of Jiegu, this possibility was quite high. Get lost, you bastard. Do I look like that kind of disgusting person? Yes. Linny answered firmly. You damn brat. Both Feet Sheep couldn't take it anymore. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then said seriously, Xiaoming is ruthless and cunning. He can be considered the headmaster's capable assistant, which is why he was able to become the president of the student council. According to reason, even if he violated the school rules, such a useful pawn wouldn't be eliminated. But he disappeared just like that, which is really strange. That's all I know. Only the headmaster and Xiaoming himself know the truth. After hearing this, Linny pondered. Who is this headmaster? Why have I never seen him? The clues focused on a new character. Finding the headmaster would lead to Xiaoming. Although Linny had only been at the school for a short time, she had interacted with almost everyone she could. It was understandable that she couldn't meet the principal and vice principal, but who was this sudden headmaster? I really can't say. Both Feet Sheep looked troubled. The student affairs office might have the clues you're looking for. That's where the student council's office is located, and you might be able to find some leads there. Oh, also, your actions these days have been too conspicuous. The vice principal must have noticed you a long time ago. Both Feet Sheep patted Lin Yi's shoulder and spoke with a serious tone. Stop now, it's all in vain. The reason why no one from the school's higher-ups has intervened is not because you're good at hiding, but because they don't think a jumping clown like you is worth their attention. They don't even care about you. After saying that, both Feet Sheep turned and walked towards the inner room, seemingly not intending to get involved in Lin Yi's affairs. After listening to the others' advice, Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat. She thought her plan was flawless, but it turned out that they only saw her as a jumping clown. They were too arrogant and looked down on her. Or did they have absolute confidence in their victory? If it was the former, then she hoped they would underestimate her. If it was the latter, Lin Yi frowned, feeling somewhat disappointed. If her supposedly perfect plan was seen through by others at a glance, what was she but a clown? Even both Feet Sheep, who was confined in the disciplinary office, could guess her plan. How could others not notice? At this moment, Lin Yi had a sense of doubt about life and denied his own feelings. But soon, he adjusted his mindset. While others fear failure and worry about ending up with nothing after putting in effort, for him, failure is not scary. What's scary is not having the courage to start over. A person can be destroyed, but never defeated. It is only when one is close to death that they can truly understand the essence of survival. Darkness surrenders to light, and the long night ends with an alarm clock. People are always born towards death. You seem to be excited, the voice of Emperor Shirtian suddenly sounded. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, then his lips curled up slightly. In all stories, the protagonist always succeeds in the end. So, tell me, will I be that protagonist? Emperor Shirtian was somewhat confused. She didn't understand the meaning behind Lin Yi's words, but she keenly sensed that Lin Yi's mindset had changed. Emperor Shirtian, the story is not yet over. Who the protagonist is remains unknown. Ha ha ha. Not so. When I close my eyes, the world becomes dark. When I open my eyes, the world becomes bright. I am not the protagonist. Who is the protagonist? Lin Yi laughed heartily, his eyes shining brightly. Emperor Shirtian opened her mouth, speechless. What kind of logic is this? So, according to you, doesn't that mean everyone is the protagonist? Isn't it? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and asked in return. This, Emperor Shirtian was unexpectedly unable to refute, gradually doubting life. On the other side, under the command of Guoba, stacks of books were sent to each class and distributed to all students. The blackboard displayed prominent words. Reading comprehension class, read the article carefully and submit a reflection of at least 300 words tomorrow. At first, no one paid much attention. The mechanical learning mode had already made them numb. Whatever the teacher assigned, they would learn. All of this had become the norm in their lives. Until a classmate discovered that the content in this textbook was somewhat different from before. Having been accustomed to dull and boring textbooks, seeing this novel literary work naturally sparked strong interest among the students. A glimmer of light gradually appeared in their numb eyes. Emotions buried deep within their hearts rippled. They resonated strongly with the tragic fate of the protagonist in the book. They were deeply convinced by the protagonist's strong will to survive. The teaching building was no longer so silent today, and the sound of flipping through books became vibrant. It wasn't until the end of class bell rang that they reluctantly put down their books. On the way to the cafeteria, the students were surprised to find that the surrounding mist had become slightly thinner. A crack appeared in the densely clouded sky, and a faint ray of sunlight shone through the gap. A weak dawn broke through the darkness, dispelling the gloom and oppression. The students were filled with joy. How many years had it been since they last saw sunlight? The memory had become blurry, and they couldn't recall. On the rooftop of the administrative building, several figures wearing crow masks stood in the wind, overlooking the scene. They paid no attention to the sudden appearance of the dawn. This brat actually did it. It's meaningless. When everything is immersed in darkness, this ray of light is not redemption, but a mistaken sin. The leader waved lightly towards the sky, and a cloud of mist quietly surged into the dark clouds. The sunlight, which had just appeared, was once again obscured by the clouds. This ray of light made the darkness aware of the existence of brightness in the world, giving rise to greed. This ray of light illuminated the darkness, making the darkness feel ashamed and inferior. This ray of light gave warmth to the darkness, creating anticipation, but also preventing the darkness from approaching, leading to hatred. Looking at the students below, who were filled with anxiety and hope, the figures in black robes sneered. Human nature is so despicable, not worthy of respect. Let's go. The black-robed figures turned into mist and slowly dissipated. In the inner world, watching the sudden appearance and disappearance of the light in the sky, Lin Yi smiled. Who said it was in vain? It forced people to come out, didn't it? If you can't stop a ray of sunlight, what about 1,000 rays, or 10,000 rays? Can you still hide peacefully after I dispel all the shadows? Let's wait and see. After saying that, Lin Yi left the disciplinary office and quietly sneaked towards the student office. After he left, Liang Jiaoyang couldn't wait to open a pack of cigarettes and lit one happily. Amidst the smoke, he squinted his eyes, his face hazy and unreal, like a dream. However, this dream didn't last long. Bang! The heavy iron door was kicked open again, and a fiery figure with long and straight legs walked in. Damn, do you all want to rebel one by one? Liang Jiaoyang immediately became furious, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and stared at the person. Then, he was dumbfounded. Why did this female bandit come again? And she even timed it perfectly, arriving right after someone left. Did she have her eyes on him? Where is it? A cold and piercing voice suddenly sounded. Liang Jiaoyang trembled all over and almost wet himself. Cough cough cough, Mr. Jiu, I only got one pack, I only smoked one, the rest are all for you. Xiaoming, you wouldn't want your identity to be exposed, right? Jiu embraced her arms and looked down at Liang Jiaoyang, her eyes sharp and dangerous. Then you can't keep staring at me, the only sheep. Liang Jiaoyang felt like crying but had no tears, feeling that his life as a sheep was bleak. In the end, under the tyranny of the bad senior sister, Liang Jiaoyang reluctantly handed over the newly opened pack of cigarettes. Not enough. Jiu glanced at the room and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Ah, there is indeed. Then take them all out, woo-woo. Liang Jiaoyang, with tears in his eyes, reluctantly handed over the other pack of cigarettes. I hope I'm not making it too difficult for you? Jiu glanced at him sideways, her tone full of threats. Of course not, Mr. Jiu, you're just joking, hee hee hee. Liang Jiaoyang forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying. That's about right. Zhou nodded. Let's go, come play again when you have time. Having achieved her goal, Zhou turned and left, leaving behind a graceful figure. Liang Jiaoyan let out a sigh of relief, picked up the half-smoked cigarette but from the ground, wiped off the dust, and carefully put it in his pocket. This might be his spiritual sustenance for the next month. It was really miserable. She's really a devil. Don't let me catch an opportunity, or else I'll beat. The curses abruptly stopped. Zhou returned, her eyes filled with killing intent. Or else what? Nothing, or else I'll treat you to a meal. I promise it'll be enough. Liang Jiaoyang smiled awkwardly. Hee, no need for that. I'm afraid I'll bankrupt you. I came back to remind you that he might be able to help you. You shouldn't deceive him. After saying this, Zhou floated away. Liang Jiaoyang stood dumbfounded for a moment, then smiled bitterly. I hope he really has a solution. After saying that, he staggered towards the inner room. In front of a low-rise office building, Linny stood still, his eyebrows furrowed. Dust floated down from his shoulders. This was the student office that Liang Jiaoyang mentioned. It was also one of the 3 most dangerous places in the inner world. Fairy, can you see anything? I can only sense powerful energy fluctuations, but I can't pinpoint the source. Emperor Shitian's tone was still calm, indicating that the danger here was not significant. Linny understood and activated the tidal rule, transforming into black mist and drifting in. In sight were interconnected corridors. The structure of the buildings was irregular, with strange-shaped doors scattered around. Overall, it looked like a chaotic maze, making it impossible to distinguish the directions. Linny had no choice but to search aimlessly. Since Xiao Ming was the president of the student council, the clue naturally led to the president's office. He casually pushed open an office door embedded in the ceiling, and a strong smell of alcohol greeted him. Upside-down tables and chairs were scattered around, and several figures lay drunk and unconscious. Linny frowned. How could there be living people here? Could they be players? I was about to approach and ask, when suddenly an inexplicable pressure hit me, chilling me to the bone, causing me to immediately stop in my tracks. In the next moment, a gigantic spider with a human face abruptly appeared. Its crimson compound eyes stared fixedly at Linny, its terrifying mouth twisted open, revealing sharp fangs. Fortunately, Linny was in an imperceptible state, and the spider hesitated, not launching an attack. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, and the spider was the first to retreat. Seeing that the shadow did not react, it ignored it and turned its head to look at the group of drunkards in the room. Poochie! The spider opened its blood-filled mouth, its sharp fangs clamped together, and it gruesomely tore apart the throat of one of the drunkards. The stench of fresh blood sprayed out, instantly staining the entire wall red. 1 strike, 1 kill. His companions were immediately awakened by the commotion. However, when everyone saw the scene clearly, they were all scared out of their wits. Holy shit! Monster! Help! Run! Everyone hurriedly got up, scrambling to escape, crawling and rolling to try to get out of the room. But the room's door was blocked by the face spider and Linny, leaving them with no way out. Damn it, where the hell is this place? Help! There's a monster! Wasn't I just drinking at the bar? How did I end up in a place like this? I must have been drunk, that's why I'm having this nightmare, they shouted in panic. From their words, Linny roughly deduced the situation. These drunkards were brought here as copies, kidnapped and completely unaware of what had happened. So boys, you must protect yourselves when you're out there. After a little thought, Linny decided to take action, not out of a burst of kindness, but to figure out the origin of this group of people. Seeing that the face spider had already finished devouring the second drunkard, Linny waved his right hand, and a sea of blood shadows appeared behind him. 3 blood swords, condensed from blood, slashed through the air, incredibly fast, like lightning. Sizzle! The face spider couldn't dodge in time, and its abdomen exploded as if it had been cut, spraying green blood. It howled in pain, turned around, and pounced towards Linny. Linny waved his right hand again, and the blood swords went and returned, instantly piercing through the face spider's head. Boom! Its huge body crashed onto the floor. Its eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to believe that Linny could kill it in an instant. Linny remained calm, and the blood swords turned into liquid and were reabsorbed into the sea of blood. The curse of the Rakshasa had many functions, and artificial intelligence Emperor Shitian was just one of them. The fusion of armor was the ability that came from the fusion of Emperor Shitian and the werewolf transformation. The sea of blood was the ability brought by the corpse ghost, and the shadow behind him was a variation of the great sun golden wheel of the immeasurable Buddha. The fusion of the two became the sea of blood shadow. The enhancement of the strong physique had always been there. Only the Ru family seemed to have become a sacrifice for their fusion and had disappeared. The Rakshasa, which had merged with the 6 curses, still needed to be developed. Its potential was absolutely enormous, but Linny didn't have time to study it. Holy shit, is this a TV drama? Several drunkards gathered around, their faces full of shock as they stared at the face spider on the ground. Brother, you're amazing. Are special effects this realistic now? A tall and thin young man raised his thumb in admiration. The others also showed expressions of realization. So it was a movie being filmed. That's alright then. But why hasn't the guy on the ground gotten up yet? Hasn't anyone said cut? Where's the director? Where's the camera? Linny was speechless. Even if there was a peanut, it wouldn't be enough to say such things. This is a cursed place, he said coldly. See cursed place? Brother, can you stop talking nonsense? We were just drunk and passed out. We're not omens, how could we enter a cursed place? The crowd retorted, clearly not believing Linny's explanation. Or rather, they didn't want to believe it. Linny just stared coldly at them, no longer speaking. The group of people looked at each other, and fear could be seen in each other's eyes. Big brother, are you a sorcerer? Save me, I just got married last month. I can't die like this. Finally, someone couldn't bear the pressure and knelt down in front of Linny, begging. The others quickly followed suit. They were all ordinary people, and they had never seen such a scene before. This is a cursed place, and it's not something I can save you from, Linny said coldly, showing no mercy. He himself was confused by this instance, so he didn't have the energy to protect these burdens. Then what do you suggest? One drunkard trembled as he stood up, his face pale, and his legs slightly trembling. First, let's talk about your situation and how you got here. After Linny's questioning, these 4 people turned out to be locals from Blue Star. The curses on their bodies were just ordinary abilities that were not very useful. Only the fallen disciples could freely travel between the instance and Blue Star. Obviously, these people were captured by the organization to feed the human-faced spiders. Understanding this, Linny finally had a clue about the fallen disciples. Continuing to explore, they would definitely be able to find the organization's headquarters here. I'll give you a clear path, stay in this room, it might be your only way out. Leaving these words behind, Linny left straight away, leaving behind the 4 people in a daze, with blank faces. The monsters in the room had already been killed by Linny. Outside the door was the eerie and chaotic otherworld, and outside the otherworld was a school filled with rules. No matter how they chose, among the 3 places, only staying in the room was temporarily safe. If they were lucky enough to survive until Linny cleared the instance, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But if these people acted recklessly and left the room, the probability of death would definitely be 100%, with no chance of luck. Linny didn't have the time to care about their lives, and continued to search for clues in the maze. What should we do now? What else can we do? Just wait. Are we supposed to sit in the room and wait to die? If we don't wait to die, what else can we do? Leave the room and find a way out. There are monsters everywhere outside. Are we going to deliver lunch to them? The group argued with each other. In the end, 2 brave ones who didn't believe in superstition left the room. But as soon as they came out, they regretted it. All around them were unknown doors, and they couldn't find the one that led to the outside. The 2 of them were at a loss and fell into despair. On the other side, after Linny left the spider room, they continued to go deeper and pushed open a door at random. The empty room was filled with skeletons, and various demon images were painted on the walls. In the center of the room was a stone platform, on which lay a skeleton covered in a thick layer of dust. When Linny approached, 2 green flames ignited deep in the eye sockets of the skeleton. Immediately after, the skeleton trembled and slowly crawled up from the ground. It moved its neck and spoke with a hoarse and low voice, as if there was phlegm stuck in its throat. Cough, cough, cough. The skeleton started to cough violently, and the ribs in its chest creaked. Cough. The skeleton looked up and the green flames in its eye sockets grew brighter. Linny thought that the other party was going to attack. Unexpectedly, the skeleton suddenly knelt down on one knee and bowed to them. Crack, crack, crack. Ha! Linny furrowed their brows, not understanding the other party's intentions. It's hellfire, a method used by the demon clan. The encyclopedia of the gods and demons started to come in handy, explaining aloud. In a certain place in hell, there is a kind of flame that can give souls to dead things and resurrect them. It is different from the undead of the undead clan. Hellfire is a consumable and cannot reach the level of immortality. When its energy is exhausted, it will die, and it cannot become stronger by devouring souls. The starting point is the end point. It is more appropriate to say that they are props rather than creatures. So, this skeleton comes from hell? Lin Yi's gaze flickered as they pondered the reason for the skeleton's appearance in the instance. If I'm not mistaken, this skeleton should be a product summoned by the fallen disciples through sacrifice. Very likely. Previously, Cold Han Che had mentioned that the Fallen Disciples organization was attempting to summon an evil god to rule the world, so it would make sense for there to be some failed products in the summoning ritual. The Azura crossing evil was something related to the Azura clan, Hellfire was something related to the Demon clan, and with the Rakshasa clan mentioned by the Encyclopedia of the Gods and Demons, the three major factions of Hell were all present. It seems that all the prisoners here are probably these kinds of failed summoning products. Lin Yi calmly analyzed the situation here. Although it seemed small, the rooms inside were densely packed, numbering in the hundreds if not 1,000. It was hard to imagine how many monsters these guys had summoned. If all the monsters here were released, that would be very interesting. Crack, crack, crack. The skeleton monster knelt on one knee, with its upper and lower jaws constantly colliding, as if saying something. Lin Yi was also puzzled. Fairy, can you understand the language of skeletons? Do I look like a skeleton to you? Emperor Shirtian choked speechlessly. Well, indeed not, I was presumptuous. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. Judging from its appearance, it seems to regard you as its master or superior, perhaps because of the stone in your hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi instantly understood. Emperor Shirtian was right. The only thing in his hand related to the Demon Clan was the stone from the Abyss prison. It was something Emperor Shirtian had snatched from Satan. Although he didn't know what it was for, it was more than enough to intimidate this kind of skeleton monster. Skeleton, can you understand human language? Lin Yi directly took out the Abyss prison stone and held it in front of the skeleton monster. The skeleton's eyes lit up, and the green hellfire in its eye sockets burned fiercely. Crack! Visible green energy seeped out from the stone covered in runes. The skeleton opened its mouth and slowly absorbed the energy. In a few short seconds, a strange ghostly fire ignited on the surface of the skeleton's body. A flaming crown appeared on top of the skeleton's head, emitting a strong hellish aura. Then, it slowly stood up. Thank you for granting me life, my lord. Covey Levitan, you are gone, I am at your service. The skeleton crossed its arms and bowed slightly to Lin Yi, showing an extremely humble and respectful attitude. Lin Yi was stunned. This skeleton seemed to be extraordinary. Hellfires with names were of high rank. This one not only had a first and last name, but also a family suffix. You are gone? Just by listening, it was clear that this was a very prestigious family. Before Lin Yi could ask about its origins, the earth suddenly began to tremble. Roar! Howl! Countless monster roars came from all directions. All the hell creatures locked in the house fell into a frenzy. They crazily destroyed the house, vying to break free from their cages. They smelled the scent of their homeland, their blood boiled, and their desires swelled. What's going on? Lin Yi's face changed drastically, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. My lord, please put away the hell core. It will cause unnecessary trouble. Covey, the skeleton, respectfully reminded him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi quickly retrieved the Abyss prison stone. Indeed, the agitation around immediately calmed down, but only temporarily. Once the scent of hell reappeared, they would fall into chaos again. What does hell core mean? Lin Yi frowned, his mind spinning rapidly. My lord doesn't know what the core is? Covey tilted his head, showing a puzzled expression. Ahaha, how could I not know what the hell core is? I am who I am, how could I not know? Putting on a brave face, Lin Yi said with a straight face, I understand, my lord. In order to save face for Lin Yi, Covey didn't expose him. He just nodded thoughtfully and then explained the origin of the stone on his own. It was impossible to verify how the Abyss prison stone appeared, but its appearance brought new life to hell. The ghosts found their home and transformed into pure hellfire, igniting the flame of life once again. The unchanging hell welcomed the tide of life. Countless strange civilizations were born and then perished. The will of the hellfire gradually grew stronger, eventually forming a force that no one could ignore. Until one day, a guy claiming to be Satan arrived. He stole the Abyss prison stone from the endless hellfire. The altar of life collapsed, and the clock of reincarnation stopped. Without the continuous supply of hellfire, the entire race fell into destruction. As time passed, the Hellfire clan became the lowest-ranking monsters in hell. Covey's memory stopped there. In order to keep the flame of life from being extinguished, he fell into eternal sleep, waiting for the day when the flames in hell would ignite again. As a result, he was sleeping peacefully in his coffin and was inexplicably summoned to this small world. Anyway, it was just changing beds, it didn't matter where he slept. And then, there was no and then anymore. My name is Covey, the commander of the Burning Legion's 7th Legion under the command of the Dreadlord. Lin Yi? Burning Legion? Dreadlord? What are these things? He was completely confused. Fairy, have you heard of them? Helpless, Lin Yi, who knew nothing, had to consult the encyclopedia, Emperor Shirtian. Unexpectedly, even the encyclopedia didn't know. I heard my grandfather mention the Burning Legion when I was a child, but I thought it was just a fictional story. I didn't expect it to be true. But I really don't know who the Dreadlord is. Linny gasped. So, this skull is even older than you, Fairy. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm old? Emperor Shirtian immediately got angry. Ahem, calm down, Fairy. Linny awkwardly cleared his throat and cursed himself for being too talkative. Humph. Emperor Shirtian snorted coldly and fell silent as if sulking. Ahem, Commander Covey, right? Linny cleared his throat. Covey respectfully replied, "You can just call me Covey, please give me your orders." Linny nodded in satisfaction. "Endless years have passed, and your era has been forgotten. Tell me about the Burning Legion." "Yes, sir." Covey obediently began to speak. The Fell Fire clan of the Burning Legion didn't believe in the concept of the strong ruling over the weak. Whoever could provide them with the flame of life, they would believe in. It was as simple as that. So when the Hellstone disappeared, the entire Burning Legion quickly fell apart. If they can't give me life, why should I stay there and do charity work? Ridiculous. It was precisely because of this that Satan took advantage of the situation. He seized control of the Burning Legion's territory and established the Demon Clan. This old sixth even greedily attempted to control the entire Burning Legion using the Hellstone. But how could the Legion's ruler, Sargeras, allow him to succeed? At the cost of his entire flame of life, Sargeras attracted the gaze of the abyss and cursed the stone with terror. Anyone who tried to control the Burning Legion would suffer the curse from the abyss. Hearing this, Linny couldn't help but sigh. Another good person. After that, Satan, unwilling to accept defeat, tried various methods but still couldn't avoid the harm caused by the curse, so he eventually gave up. Then came the story of Emperor Shirtian coming to rob, but that's another story. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, the riot in the Student Affairs Office immediately alerted the person behind the scenes. In the Inner World Research Institute, hundreds of staff members dressed in black robes and crow masks were coming and going. Miserable screams occasionally echoed from the building. Iron trucks loaded with monsters drove out and disappeared into the mist. Almost every half hour, a batch of monsters would be sent out. In the deepest part of the courtyard, there was a huge laboratory. At this moment, 2 rows of people stood by the glass wall outside the laboratory. They had serious expressions and stared intently at the large container inside the laboratory. "Dean, we received news from the Student Affairs Office that the monsters are collectively rioting, indicating signs of escaping from their cages." A crow person wearing white clothes and holding a cane frowned. "Can't you see that we're busy? Leave this small matter to the scholars to handle themselves. But, get lost, if you keep babbling, I'll throw you in there." The crow person's cold gaze turned to the messenger next to him. "Yes, Dean." The person in the black robe trembled and immediately fled the laboratory. "These useless people." The dean snorted coldly and continued his research. "Increase the energy supply output, at all costs, strive to complete the research in the shortest possible time." Yes. Covey's appearance allowed Linny to learn a lot of information. The Burning Legion had become a thing of the past, and Linny didn't think he would have a chance to encounter those terrifying creatures. But well, if he handled things properly, perhaps he could create such an army himself. This matter couldn't be rushed and needed careful consideration. He is currently more concerned about how to clear the instance and eliminate the evil dead. The 3 most dangerous places in the other world are the Research Institute, the Medical Office, and the Student Affairs Office. The Student Affairs Office has been confirmed to be a prison used by the organization to detain monsters. From this, it can be inferred that the Research Institute should be the place where they study how to summon monsters. As for the Medical Office, it is currently unknown, but it can't possibly be all nurses. According to Covey, this place also houses many creatures like him. If Linny is willing, he can completely bring them under his command. However, they don't know how much hellfire is left in the Hellstone. Before the curse is lifted, the energy contained within it will gradually diminish. Once the energy is depleted, these creatures are highly likely to betray. Therefore, Linny decides to use it sparingly and first select a few capable fighters. The remaining soldiers will not waste energy. When he becomes wealthy in the future, he will consider recruiting more subordinates. With this in mind, Linny leaves the room with Covey, ready to continue deeper into the place. As they leave, Covey waves his hand towards the skeletons on the ground, and a large number of skeletons are lifted by the hellfire. Crack, crack. The skeletons automatically assemble, and Covey's originally exposed body is instantly covered by bone armor. "Oh, your armor looks good. You flatter me." Covey chuckles, understanding Lin Yi's intentions. He fuses the last few dozen spinal bones into a bone sword and hands it to Linny. This is a gift for you, a small gift, not a sign of disrespect. This doesn't seem suitable, does it? Linny says this, but he doesn't hesitate to accept the sword, then naturally incorporates it into the blood diamond. This makes the Emperor Shirtian inside him feel inferior. She usually takes things by force, so it's the first time she's received something willingly. She has learned something new. She notes it down, as it may come in handy in the future. They're just small items, it's no big deal. Covey laughs, but he feels extremely pained inside. Those skeletons and bone swords were materials he spent many years collecting. Although the vertebral sword is not as good as his own weapon, the white bone knife, it is still a solid A-grade tool. Now that Lin Yi has accepted it, he feels like his heart is bleeding, but he can only bear the pain and give it away. After all, how long he can live now depends on the other party's mood, so he doesn't dare to negotiate. Not bad, finally got a usable weapon. Lin Yi feels delighted. This trip not only gained an A-grade peak fighter for free, but also a A-grade bone sword. He is now looking forward to what good things the next blind box room will bring. Let's go. Lin Yi waves his hand and leads Covey, who is covered in flames, deeper into the place. Covey can sense the presence of similar beings nearby, and with him as a guide, the two quickly find the second room. The aura in the room is second only to Covey's, and after being charged, it is at least an A-grade calamity. Opening the door, the two are somewhat dumbfounded. The room is covered with a wool carpet, and the furniture around it is all marked with bite marks from a dog. A Siberian husky is currently lying on the carpet, snoring loudly. Is this a doghouse? It must be, right? Definitely. No matter how you look at it, this is a dog that loves to destroy things. Woof! The husky suddenly wakes up, looks up and sees the two at the door, and gets scared, jumping directly into the chair leg. Crack! The chair shatters, and the husky sprawls on the floor, twitching. X3-inch This dog seems a bit dumb. Maybe it got kicked by a donkey. Let's go to the next room. The three of them mockingly turn around and leave. Having such a fool around is just asking for trouble. The dog lying on the ground twitches, but it doesn't close the door. Its doggy eyes roll around, and it smiles humanly. Then it shakes its tail and crawls up from the ground. Its head peeks out of the room, sees no one around, and quietly slips out. Then, with a gentle sniff of its nose, it immediately finds the exit and without a word, starts running at full speed. Wow, haha, foolish mortals, how can you speculate on the wisdom of Lord Dog? Knowledge changes a dog's life. It's knowledge that changes destiny. Smoothly, the dog arrived at the door of the human-faced spider, and beyond that was the exit. During the journey, it saw two silly humans but paid them no attention. It was about to breathe the air of freedom, not caring what they were doing. However, just as it was about to push open the cage and embrace its new dog life, the dog trembled all over and its eyes widened. Gotsy, the door opened, and two burly men rushed out. Bang! Without saying a word, it crashed into the wall, kicked its legs, and started twitching and playing dead. Sit down, it seems a monster has escaped, one of them said. But this monster seems a bit stupid. The other frowned. The two men moved aside, making way. A man in a green robe, holding a folding fan, walked slowly. A white face mask covered his entire face, even his lips were hidden, leaving only his eyes exposed. The man in the green robe walked closer to the Siberian husky, with his hands behind his back. The Siberian husky opened its eyes and peeked, discovering the newcomer. It quickly closed its eyes and pretended to be dead, hoping to pass unnoticed. How did such a weakling escape? Looks like it had some help. Smack! The folding fan opened, and the man instructed the big men, "Don't just stand there, grab it and put it back, or do I have to do it myself?" "Yes, sir." The two big men grabbed the Siberian husky, as if dragging a dead dog, and casually threw it into the room, not caring if there were other monsters inside, and locked the door behind them. Woof! The Siberian husky wanted to cry but had no tears. It was so close, just a little bit more. My dog life is full of regret, as if I can see the running with Xiaohua under the sunset that year. It was youth, and it was love. What's that dog barking? I don't know, but it doesn't seem like a good dog. Woof woof woof. Let's go, let this young master see who dares to cause trouble in my territory. The man in the green robe sneered and led the two men deeper into the place. Just a few steps later, they encountered two humans who should have been considered food. Phew, finally, we see living people. Big brother, are you also a sorcerer? Save us, we're willing to do anything you ask. Big brother, I just got married last month, my wife can't die here. The two men saw a savior and pleaded with the scholar, unintentionally wiping their tears and snot on each other's robes. The scholar. Poochie. Blood splattered, and two bloody heads rolled. The three continued forward. Humph. How dare these insignificant ants dirty this young master's robe? They deserve to die. The scholar snorted, and the white mask instantly turned black. It was clear that his mood had reached its lowest point. Burning Legion, under the command of the Dreadlord, 3rd Legion Commander, Avril Laylatiz, is willing to die for the Lord, without hesitation. A female warrior in silver-gray armor, wearing a golden crown, knelt before Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, interested in this noble and elegant female knight. Although she appeared to be human on the surface, she had a pair of bat wings. On top of her beautiful gray hair, there was a gray horn, and she had a long tail covered in thorns. She was not a succubus but a stone golem with exceptional defensive resistance. Avril, the stone golem, was the 3rd companion they found. Rise. Lin Yi waved her hand lightly, her tone revealing neither joy nor anger. Avril hesitated for a moment before standing up. Her bat wings behind her fluttered slightly, showing her master's excitement. It was not easy to wake up from a stone golem. How could she not be excited? Avril, I didn't expect to see you here, Monkey Dung. As fellow members of the Burning Legion, Covey naturally recognized the elegant lady before him. However, his attempt at familiarity did not receive a warm response from her. Who's calling you Monkey Dung? Avril said without hesitation, we haven't seen each other for thousands of years. Are we close? Covey awkwardly rubbed his bald head. This woman was still the same as before, like a stone with sharp edges that no one could approach. But he was used to it. That's just how she is, like a stone statue. She knows who to please, who to serve, and what to do. Lin Yi was also taken aback by the sudden change in Avril's tone. What kind of weird things are there in hell? Has the clamp become sentient? Ridiculous. I still prefer your rebellious look just now. Take a break, Covey said. Okay, sir. Avril obediently lowered her head, immediately hiding her smile and returning to her distant and unapproachable demeanor. Let's go and find the next one. Yes, sir. Avril picked up a heavy sword from the ground and strapped it to her back, causing her body to become heavy. Even her footsteps shook the ground, terrifyingly. This was her unique weapon, without a name or any special effects. It only had one characteristic, heavy. She was a defensive warrior, not strong in attack, but only by wielding a large sword could she maximize her advantage. Imagine if she were to unleash a whirlwind slash with this weapon, how would you respond? That's why, even though she was a defensive warrior, she could become the commander of the 3rd Legion. The 3 of them continued forward. This place was like heaven for blind boxes. Lin Yi was already enjoying herself. She was really looking forward to what rare treasures would appear in the next room. I found you. Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from behind the 3 of them. It was followed by a sound of breaking through the air. Be careful, sir. Avril fully performed her duty as a personal bodyguard and swiftly used her body to shield Lin Yi from the attack. Clang! Her wings, as hard as iron, remained motionless, while the attacker was shocked and retreated, feeling numbness in their arm. Impressive, Avril, said the burly man wielding a long knife in surprise, but Covey paid no attention. His gaze was fixed on Avril and Lin Yi. It's Hellfire. This person has Hellfire. These creatures have been activated. He was excited, and his black mask turned red. If he could obtain Hellfire, everything here would be under his control. Then, he could move up a seat in the 7th rank. He licked his lips, his eyes crimson. Attack! Take them down! The scholar shouted, and the 2 lackeys had no choice but to charge towards Lin Yi and the others. At this moment, Lin Yi was a bit confused. Who the hell is this? Why are they attacking right away? Even if you're a villain, at least say a few lines of trash talk before starting the fight, and casually introduce your awesome identity, and then start the fight. This is not following the script. Can the audience understand? Why the hell are they attacking without saying a word? This guy definitely won't survive more than 2 episodes. I'll leave it to you. Lin Yi took 2 steps back, leaving the battlefield to the 2 lackeys, while also observing their strength. The 2 burly men were at the A-level Moon Realm, corresponding to the A-level Calamity Realm. But unfortunately, Covey and Avril, who had just finished their breakthrough, were at the peak of A-level destruction, more than enough to deal with these 2 guys. I'll protect the sir, you handle it alone. Avril coldly glanced at Covey, then stood behind Lin Yi and embraced him. Her broad wings spread out, enveloping Lin Yi tightly, making sure he wouldn't encounter any danger, and no one could provide her with energy. Avril, you're blocking my view. Sorry, sir, it's dangerous outside. It's safer for you to stay in my embrace. Then at least give me a gap to see how dangerous it is. Well, okay, but only a little bit, can't give too much. Covey. Damn it, why did I have to pick this annoying woman? Sizzle. In anger, Covey drew his bone knife from his waist, and the raging hellfire erupted instantly. The elegant and luxurious green fire carried a strange beauty. He turned around and leaped, transforming into a shooting star flying towards the approaching lackeys. Ghost flame, slash. Die. With a single strike, the cold ghost fire spread and devoured the lackeys. The screams abruptly stopped. The lackeys turned into bones and fell to the ground. The other person hesitated for a moment, fear appearing in his eyes. But it was only a moment, and he immediately regained his composure and turned to escape. Trying to run? Covey grinned, surrounded by flames. He took a step forward and chased after him, the bone knife radiating a dazzling cold light, not even leaving a shadow behind. Shibwa, save me. Put. Blood gushed out, the fleeing body stiffened, paused for a moment, and slowly slid to the ground. Covey's thousands of years of battle experience allowed him to quickly deal with the enemy. The two of them didn't even have a chance to use curses before meeting their demise. Linny couldn't help but sigh. The longer one lived, the stronger they became. Useless. The scholar's face was extremely gloomy. Although these two were not top-tier existences, they were by no means ordinary and incompetent. Yet they were killed with a single blow. What does this mean? It means that the monsters here are unbelievably powerful. Mine, all of it is mine. A huge greed surged in his heart. He took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a fierce light. What is your name? Covey Levin, you are gone. Are you willing to surrender to this young master? Bastard. Covey spat out a mouthful of phlegm, too lazy to waste time with this guy. Since you won't accept my toast, then you can die. The scholar shouted angrily, waving his folding fan in his hand. Facing the enemy, curse unravel. Playing with words. Swish, a large amount of black ink gushed out from the folding fan, transforming into ink monsters that pounced towards the three of them. These things were ferocious and ugly, with terrifying appearances, showing their fangs and claws. They were actually the four ancient fierce beasts, Glutton, Chaos, Shang-Chi, and Taowu. Since they were summoning monsters from the painting, they had to summon some powerful monsters, otherwise, how could they show off? However, the painting skills were really not good. It seemed like they had applied some kind of beauty filter. The lines were distorted and deformed, the uglier the better. Roar! The four fierce beasts roared and fiercely attacked Covey. Humph! Covey flicked his wrist, and the green fire surged, transforming into a roaring fire dragon. Ghost flame, earth dragon's breath. The tongue of fire raged, burning the four fierce beasts. The ink was evaporated by the flames, and they howled and dissipated on the spot. Ha! The scholar was stunned. How did my ultimate move get instantly defeated? If he had to blame someone, it could only be his bad luck. Why did he have to encounter Covey who could counter his ink abilities? If it was Avril, perhaps he could hold on for a while. But as long as Covey's hellfire had enough energy, it would never be extinguished. In theory, even the boiling sea of Brahma could be accomplished. A few drops of ink. Wasn't that a joke? This is bad. Cold sweat dripped from the scholar's forehead, and he turned to escape. But how could Covey let him escape? A green fireball streaked across the void and smashed into the scholar's back with lightning speed. Put! Blood sprayed from the scholar's mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. His face mask fell off, revealing a pale face with sunken eye sockets and bloodshot eyes. He was a thin and weak young man, but his expression was extremely sinister. He. Ha ha ha. The scholar laughed maniacally, his laughter sending shivers down one's spine. Linny frowned and asked, "What is this guy laughing about?" Avril, maybe he was scared silly by the aura of our master. Speak more in the future. Covey. So I fight and kill in the front, while you guys enjoy yourselves in the back. Can we still go on like this? The scholar raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. He. Do you know where this place is? Yes, we know. The three of them said in unison. The scholar paused for a moment, almost spitting blood out of anger. I didn't satisfy you when I didn't trash talk just now, and now that I'm ready to stall, you're not cooperating? What kind of grudge is this? Let me tell you directly, this is my territory. The scholar grinned and suddenly pointed to the distance. Look, what is that? The three followed his hand and looked. Ha, there's nothing there? They turned back and found the scholar running towards the exit at a breakneck speed. You scoundrel! Covey gritted his teeth, lifted his bone knife, and followed closely. Aver, let's go. Linny shook her head and laughed, picking up the faceless mask that had fallen on the ground and followed. Curse tool, mask of emotions, level, B+, description. The wearer can hide their own information, only emotions will be reflected on the mask. PS, hide the body and expose the heart? Or hide the heart and expose the body? That is the question. After reading the mask's description, he casually put it away. Although it was just a small prop, no one would complain about having too many curse tools, right? Thief, where do you think you're going? Wow! Covey relentlessly chased after him, constantly provoking the scholar. The scholar was at a loss for words. He couldn't defeat even one of them, let alone three. Should he just wait to die if he doesn't run? Besides, this place is a prison to begin with. He can't send a distress signal. Helpless, he had to rely on his knowledge of the terrain and constantly move through various rooms, attempting to delay the enemy's footsteps by using the monsters in the rooms. Unfortunately, the strong hellfire aura emanating from the three of them prevented the monsters from approaching. It was the oppression of the superior over the inferior, a kind of intimidation in their bloodline. The hellfire within them was about to run out, making it difficult for them to even sustain basic life. Only those with a lack of intelligence would throw themselves at the barrel of a gun. But surprisingly, there were really some brainless ones who liked to make special moves in special occasions. We're almost there, almost out. The air of freedom, here I come. The scholar gasped for breath, constantly releasing ink monsters behind him. Cubby's combat awareness was extraordinary, killing with a single blow, never pausing his footsteps. Ghost flame, great sword slash. Boom! The giant flame sword swept through, directly splitting the ink monster charging at the front into two. The flame sword's momentum didn't diminish, heading straight for the scholar in front. What the hell? Seeing this scene, the scholar hurriedly pushed open a door and rushed in. He managed to dodge the flame attack, but couldn't avoid a blow from a certain scoundrel. Woof! Take that, you monkey! A very human-like expression of a husky appeared in front of the scholar's eyes before he blacked out. Before closing his eyes, a dog's face appeared in his line of sight, with a lewd smile from an emoji, a creepy smile. Why did he have to open the room of that scoundrel? Isn't this asking for trouble? I regret it. Woof woof woof. Ah, the dog finally avenged itself. Justice has been served, how satisfying. The dog howled to the sky, venting its anger, and then prepared to escape from this troublesome place. And then, strange, isn't that the stupid dog from earlier? The husky saw three terrifying bosses approaching and took a deep breath, falling to the ground and twitching uncontrollably. Playing dead, it was a professional. Avril rolled her eyes, squatted down, and patted the dog's head. Ah Huang, stop pretending, it's me. Woof! The husky turned its head, cautiously opened a small slit, stole a glance at the person, and immediately closed its eyes again, pretending to be dead. Dog woman, I, Ah Huang, would rather die than acknowledge you. Ah Huang is already dead, there is only the dog lord left in this world. He. Avril smirked and extended her delicate jade hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Woof. Erha immediately jumped up from the ground in pain, baring its teeth and rolling on the ground. It felt wronged, this woman actually pinched its private parts. Devil, this woman is simply a devil. Alright, stop acting. In the future, continue to follow me and enjoy the good and spicy things, I won't mistreat you. Avril patted the dog's head and her gentle gaze was like a warm breeze. Unfortunately, no one present felt touched. Even Cubby, who was empty underneath, couldn't help but feel a chill. This method is just too cruel. Lin Yimo silently added Avril to the blacklist. Su Miao and the others might just talk, but this woman really acts on her desires. Well, it's better to keep a distance from her in the future. Roar! The celestial dog howled at the moon, its aura engulfing the world. Burning Legion, under the command of the Dreadlord, 3rd Legion Cavalry Battalion, Big Huang, thanks the Lord for bestowing the source of life, willing to serve the Lord. A hellhound, as big as an elephant, respectfully prostrated itself at Lin Yi's feet, offering its loyalty. Lin Yi remained calm, displaying a leader's demeanor. Amount of A-level calamity, not bad. It's just that the flames burning on Big Huang's back. Won't it burn your butt when you ride it? My lord, I have consumed quite a bit, can you? Cubby's eyes stared fervently at the hellstone in Lin Yi's hand. Who can resist the temptation of hellfire? My lord, I also want Avril once again joined in, directly dumbfounding Big Huang. When did this woman learn to act cute? It's a bit disgusting. Even the dog shook its head. If you don't have the talent for it, don't force it, it's easy to make a fool of yourself. Ahem. Linny cleared his throat twice to conceal his embarrassment, silently taking 2 steps back, distancing himself from this abnormal woman. This instantly left Avril stunned in place. She suddenly felt a pang in her heart. It felt like she was being despised by the Lord. The heartbroken and desperate mature woman silently squatted in a corner, drawing circles, and the surrounding light became extremely dim. This blow was indeed quite big. After Covey finished charging, the aura emitted by the Hellstone diminished slightly. Linny understood that maintaining the 3 of them was already the limit. They couldn't continue opening blind boxes. My lord, how should we deal with this guy? Big Huang's 3 ferocious dog heads all looked at the scholar lying on the ground. Tie him up. I still have many questions to ask. Upon hearing this, Avril in the corner suddenly became spirited. My lord, are you going to torture him? This is what I'm best at, let me do it. Avril rubbed her hands together, looking eager to try. You have this skill too? It's not a skill, just a hobby. Linny was speechless. This hobby is indeed unique. Smack. Will you talk or not? Will you talk? Avril seemed to have awakened some strange attribute. The long, thorny tail behind her raised high, fiercely whipping the scholar's face. He was hit so hard that his skin split open and blood flowed. His green robe was dyed red. Woo woo. His mouth was gagged with a cloth, and the scholar could only make painful sobs, his eyes filled with anger and horror. Oh, quite fierce. Still daring to glare? Will you talk or not? You won't, right? Good. I like this kind of tough guy. Smack. Avril whipped again. The cloth in his mouth was knocked off. Do you finally have a chance to speak to me? The scholar became furious, his eyes filled with rage, wishing to tear Avril into pieces. That's right. Avril mockingly stuck out her tongue, then raised her tail and swung it fiercely again. Smack. Didn't you remind me? You. Smack. Still daring to talk back. Smack smack smack. Ah. The whip was swung so densely that it was impossible to see through, and the scene was shocking. Covey and Linny silently took a few steps back, creating distance. They couldn't afford to provoke such a violent woman. Seeing that the scholar was about to be beaten to death, Linny quickly spoke up to stop it. Enough, Avril. Humph, for the sake of the adults, I'll spare your dog's life for now. Avril retracted her whip and coldly snorted. Da Huang. Although the scholar was beaten to the brink of death, he was still angered and spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing those words. Who did he provoke? What the hell are you talking about? He was at least in A-level peak strength, although his physique was not as strong as Lin Yi's abnormality, he was still several times stronger than an ordinary person. Even so, he was still left with half his life by Avril's whip. If anyone were to say that this woman was a defensive warrior, Linny would be the first to disagree. Tell me all the secrets about the evil death cult, otherwise. Smack. Avril cooperatively swung her whip again, with a strong sense of threat. Abba abba abba. The scholar's eyes were filled with tears, but he dared not retort. He spilled out everything he could say. The general situation was similar to what Emperor Shirtian had guessed. The organization's leader used some method to reach an agreement with the unspeakable within the instance. The evil death cult assisted the other party in managing the instance, not only helping it harvest a large amount of curse power, but also continuously sending fresh blood from the real world. The number of kidnapped female students was not just 8,000, but tens of thousands. And the evil death cult used the inner world of the instance to establish a place for experiments and research on summoning evil gods. The Student Affairs Office was a cage for containing monsters, the Research Institute was a laboratory for summoning monsters, and the Medical Office was a resting place for organization members. It was also the core headquarters for the organization's meetings, gatherings, task assignments, and recruitment of talents. The scholar was the seventh seat, and also the weakest one. He didn't dare to mention the identities of the others, as mentioning them would be erased by the rules. Linny pondered for a moment, and this information was basically similar to what she had investigated, with a credibility of 90%. I need information about the other seats, tell me, and I'll let you go. The scholar clenched his teeth and refused to speak no matter what. Avril, give him a taste of something strong. All right. Avril excitedly licked her lips, gently flapped her wings, and sprinkled a large amount of lime powder. When the powder touched the wound, it immediately caused intense pain. The scholar let out a miserable scream, and a large number of blisters emerged from the gruesome wound, blood vessels burst, and foam splattered. This scene made Covey shudder. He deeply understood how unbearable this kind of pain was, it was simply like being tortured. Fortunately, he had a skeleton and no flesh, so he didn't feel any pain. Luckily. Stop, I'll talk. First seat, executive second seat, magician third seat, dean fourth seat, fortune teller fifth seat, doctor sixth seat, actor seventh seat, scholar. After finishing the code names of the 7 people, the scholar closed his mouth and pretended to be dead. If he spoke, he would die, and if he didn't speak, he would also die. He wasn't stupid. If he really said everything, he would lose his value. His fate would undoubtedly be death. Only by doing this, perhaps he could save his life. Linny rubbed her chin and pondered which seat had created the transcendent Azura statue. This was the only object that couldn't be killed, and it had a great use behind it, so she couldn't make a mistake. Based on the code names of the 7 people, she could eliminate seats 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7. The most likely ones were the second seat, the magician, and the fourth seat, the fortune teller. Linny was more inclined towards the magician. This kind of item, similar to a teleportation scroll, was obviously made by a magician. The possibility was high. She needed to be cautious when the time came. Adult, this kid won't talk even if he's beaten to death. It seems useless. Should we kill him? Avril suggested. Wait. Linny waved her hand to stop her. Adult, is there something else? Don't kill him for now, so as not to alert the enemy. You guys stay here and keep an eye on him. If you see anyone approaching, take them down first and then interrogate them. Remember not to cause too much commotion." "Yes," Da Wang and Covey respectfully responded. However, Avril seemed a little unhappy after hearing it. It seemed that the adult wanted them to stay in place and wait for orders while he went to carry out the mission alone. How could this be possible? What if the power bank didn't come back? Then they would be left waiting for death again. "Sir, it is extremely dangerous outside. Let your subordinates accompany and protect you," Avril said earnestly, hoping that Linny would take her with him. "Even if it's a world-destroying level, I can withstand it for a while. Enough for you to retreat," Avril said, her tone sincere. Linny shook his head and decisively refused. "No need, your appearances are too conspicuous, not suitable for accompanying me. As for safety, you can rest assured." Linny shook his head, rejecting their offer. He was only unsure about defeating the mastermind behind the scenes, but he had never worried about dying in a place like this. Did they really think our snake god is a vegetarian? Joking aside, he is super brave. Seeing this, Avril could only sigh and accept her fate. "By the way, remember my appearance, don't make any mistakes." Before leaving, Linny took off his disguise and revealed his true face. "Wow, so handsome." Avril's pupils instantly turned into two hearts, and for a moment, she seemed infatuated. Covey said, "This woman is abnormal again." Da Huang said, "Just get used to it. She is a weirdo from the Gorgon clan. Even the Demon King would have a headache when he sees her." Epsilon sat face Omicron asterisk, Psi X2. After Linny left, Da Huang was responsible for guarding the scholar in the room. Avril and Covey went to various rooms, searching for suitable subordinates. Linny assured them that he had the ability to lift the curse on the Hellcore, but it would take time to study the sacrificial method. So, they gathered manpower first, and once the curse seal was lifted, they would have a terrifying army directly. Countless doors were opened, and fierce beasts were released. This day was going to change. After leaving the student's place, Linny went straight to the disciplinary office. There were no clues about Xiaoming here at all. And the student council president? Even a fool knows that he was being tricked. Even if there were unexpected gains, Linny was still a little angry. He called you his brother, gave you cigarettes, and even 2 packs at that. And this 6th brother dared to deceive him. Doesn't he have a conscience? Today, he must let this grandson know why the flowers are so red. With anger in his heart, Linny kicked open the heavy iron door. Strangely, it was empty inside. Linny frowned. "Old Yang, where are you hiding? Come out quickly. He's really not here?" After searching for a while, Linny confirmed that there were no traces of hiding. Bang! 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 The familiar sound of a basketball entered his ears. Linny's face looked strange as he walked out of the iron door. He saw a basketball flying strangely, bouncing and rolling to his feet. He picked up the ball and looked closely. There were 2 lines of small characters on it. "They have found you. Tomorrow, don't do anything." Seeing the handwriting, Linny's face changed suddenly. The basketball was part of Linny's plan to lure the snake out of its hole. There was nothing to say about that. But the second sentence, "Tomorrow, don't do anything?" Side mission, someone above, explanation. 3 days later, relevant leaders will come to the campus for inspection. Please don't disappoint the principal. Tomorrow was the time when the people above would come. Could it be? He is reminding me to be careful of those people? Linny narrowed his eyes, vaguely sensing the danger. He wasn't afraid of these people. It's just that he always approached unknown things with caution, and Linny was no exception. "Xiaoming, is that you?" Linny tried calling out. The surroundings fell silent, with no response at all. Since the other party didn't want to appear, it must be restricted by something. It was clear that Xiaoming was helping him, but he could only help secretly. This was getting interesting. Linny put the basketball into the blood diamond and prepared to temporarily leave the other world. As the sky darkened, he had to hurry back to guard the dormitory building and clean up the remaining scum. The flame that was finally ignited must not be extinguished by those scumbags. The problem of the aggregate also needs to be resolved as soon as possible. If it continues to grow stronger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Follow the memory back the same way. Passing by a Zhu's wooden house, there was a light inside. Through the light and shadow, a graceful figure was leisurely blowing smoke rings. Linny suspected that this college-style hot girl was likely one of the 7 seats. Could she be the magician? Linny secretly wondered, quietly passing by the wooden house. Fortunately, there was no movement inside the house, and he successfully left the other world. He put away the 909 door plate, and the bell for the end of class rang just right. Ding-ling-ling. The piercing bell sounded like a death knell urging students to finish class. However, this time, no students came out of the teaching building for a long time. At this moment, they were holding their books, soaring in the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate themselves. When he arrived at class 2 of the 3rd year, Waba was sleeping soundly on the podium. Linny angrily woke him up. I asked you to monitor the students, but you actually slacked off, huh? He glared fiercely at Guoba. Guoba pouted in grievance, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and yawned. I didn't want to either. They maintained the same posture all day, and it was so boring for me that I could only sleep. Seeing this, Linny didn't say anything. He walked up to Yang Menger to see what they were so focused on. The dominating girlfriend of the CEO's doting wife, huh? Is it so exciting to play? He. Yang Menger giggled while holding the book, as if she had seen something interesting, with a silly look on her face. Linny tapped the desk with his hand. She was startled, looked up and saw Linny, hurriedly stuffed the book into the drawer, like a child caught by the teacher. Seeing her like this, Linny couldn't help but roll his eyes. If I didn't know any better, I would think you were watching a movie. Why are you so guilty? Yang Menger blushed, lowered her head, clenched her small fists, and couldn't be more embarrassed. Linny sighed, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Finish class and wait for me in the dorm. Now, Yang Menger's pretty face turned completely red, obviously thinking of some strange things. I'm hungry, I don't have the energy for that. How about I eat first? Or I lie down and you do it? Linny had 3 black question marks directly. Just reading books all day, how did the innocent little apple become so dirty? This reminded him of a certain expression pack from his previous life. Before tomato, after tomato. JPG, Linny gave her a brain explosion without hesitation. Yang Menger playfully stuck out her tongue, took the book and walked towards the dormitory. She would go back, take a shower, and then wait for Lingo to explore the bed. He. Her cheeks blushed, her steps were cheerful, as if she couldn't wait any longer. Linny had a black line on his forehead, feeling like he had encountered some weird stuff. He shook his head and told Guoba to wake up the remaining students and go to the cafeteria for a meal. Iron is made with iron, and one can't grow without eating. Linny himself was also starving, so he went straight to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Oh, isn't this Teacher Lin? Same as usual today? One of each? The pig-faced masked chef smiled sinisterly. This time he was determined to turn Linny into minced meat. With no other teachers interfering, let's see if you can survive or not. Li Laoshur died, and all the blame was put on the head chef. His salary for the first half of the year was deducted completely, and he couldn't help but hate this damn Teacher Lin. He wished he could chop this person into 1,000 pieces. Linny glanced coldly at him, then revealed a foxy smile. This time, I want them all. What did you say? I said I want them all. Linny repeated again. The pig-faced masked chef was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Ha, you're finished. You're definitely dead this time. Remember, I said all, not one of each. Linny smiled, his gaze falling on the cafeteria window, his eyes flickering. The students are all growing. I don't know if this will be enough to replenish them. I'm afraid you'll have the appetite, but not the chance to eat, he said maliciously. Immediately, he called a few helpers from the kitchen and piled the ingredients on the table. Soon, to the astonishment of the teachers, the 5 long tables were occupied by various delicious dishes. Each dish emitted a strong aroma, tempting everyone's taste buds. Putting aside everything else, the chef's skills were indeed impressive. However, compared to the chef who specialized in banquet meals at the entrance of his village, he still lacked a bit of finesse. Dig in. If you can't finish it, this chef will chop you up and feed you to the rats. The chef laughed sinisterly, finally feeling triumphant. Linny ignored him, sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and began to taste the delicacies. The chef became even more arrogant, not believing that this kid could finish everything. As long as the other party violated the rules, he had countless means to torment him. He. Ah, Teacher Lin is a good person, what a pity. Poor Teacher Lin. In return for him substituting for me today, I'll burn 2 more incense sticks later. The surrounding teachers discussed one after another, expressing sympathy and regret for Linny. What puzzled them even more was whether it was necessary for Teacher Lin to sacrifice his own life just to spite the chef. Today, there was no fool like Teacher Li to help him out. Ah, what a pity. The pig-faced masked chef was also very happy, as if he could already see Lin's miserable appearance. However, when he turned his head, he found that the guy had finished a bowl of spaghetti and was preparing to leave. Where are you going? The chef asked in confusion. I've eaten my fill, of course I'm finding a place to digest, Lin replied casually. Wasting food, violating cafeteria rules, you're dead. The chef was overjoyed, picked up his knife and fork, and charged towards Lin. Who said I wasted food? Lin glanced at him indifferently. The rules don't say that I have to finish it all in one meal. Can't I save it for a midnight snack? You! The chef was speechless, abruptly stopping in his tracks. Indeed, that rule wasn't mentioned. Damn, there's such a move? Awesome! I admire, why didn't I think of that? Truly, Teacher Lin, your thinking is unique. Listening to the praise from the surrounding teachers, Lin sneered in his heart. These idiots, I'll deal with you tonight. The chef's expression now was more uncomfortable than if he had eaten shit. So much food wasted. The losses will come out of his salary. Now, his salary for the second half of the year will be deducted completely. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his eyes turning bloodshot. I'm going to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced forward. Lin stood still, lifted his right foot, and kicked out forcefully. Crack! Ah! A scream pierced the sky, shaking in all directions. The pig-faced masked chef flew backwards, crashing heavily into the wall, blood splattering all over the ground. A gasp came from the surroundings, and the teachers stared dumbfounded at Lin. So strong. Just a measly A-grade moonrealm, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin patted his pants leg, silently waiting for the school-wide announcement to come. Everyone saw it, right? He made the first move. I just defended myself, not a bit of responsibility. Zhang San, the gambler beyond the law, said he was familiar with this move. Everyone was stunned by Lin's actions. This was simply too amazing. Head chef causing trouble, violating school rules. Please report to the school office immediately. The announcement sounded, and the chef stuck in the wall spat out another mouthful of blood. Lin, I'm not playing with you. Soon, a group of security guards wearing elephant masks dragged the chef away. Lin remained calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. He looked around and said, such a good feast, don't waste it. With a wave of his hand, 5 dining tables, along with the food on them, were all sucked into the blood diamond. It's not excessive to ask for compensation for the victims, right? Well, it's not excessive. After all, the responsibility lies with the head chef, not him. Class 2, Grade 3, Teacher Lin, taking food from the cafeteria, violating school rules. Please report to the school office immediately. Teacher Lin, please report to the school office immediately. Report. The sudden sound of the announcement made the whole room silent. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. What the hell is going on? Could there be a twist in the story? Can't sit still anymore? Lin lowered his head and pondered for a moment, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Then let's go, now, old Yang must be in the disciplinary institution. He leisurely walked out of the cafeteria, and the crowd around him receded like a tide. Once again returning to the inner world, a misty passage led directly to the disciplinary institution. The gray mist around had already undergone obvious changes, but it hadn't dissipated, just lightened in color. In the irregular buildings, most of the students who were spewing out the mist had now closed their mouths. This indicated that the suppressed emotions in their hearts had been relieved. If everything went smoothly, with no negative emotions provided by the students as energy, the inner world would collapse soon. The thing that Lin feared the most was the inner world. Here, his rules were suppressed, and he couldn't revive at all. If he were dragged into the inner world and killed, Lin would have no choice but to escape. This is also why he didn't choose to confront head-on, but instead took a cautious approach. Bang! The iron door was kicked open, and Linny walked in confidently, as if he was returning to his own home. Iron door, you think you're superior, you think you're great, you use me to show off, TSK. Lao Yang, where is he? He shouted loudly as soon as he entered. You're hiding, keep hiding. If you have the guts, don't come to work. When the time comes, it won't be me coming to settle the score with you, it will be the principal causing trouble for you. You better think it through. Lin Yi's move of using someone else to do his dirty work forced Lao Yang to appear. What are you barking at? Come here and be punished. Lao Yang's face turned dark, holding an electric saw, coldly staring at Lin Yi. Hey, this old goat has grown some backbone, daring to roar at me like this? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, preparing to teach this old man a lesson. But the look in the other person's eyes immediately made him furrow his brows. It was a kind of unfamiliar, emotionless coldness. Like a machine, extremely indifferent. This shouldn't be. Even if there was going to be a falling out, it shouldn't be with this kind of attitude. A few dangerous signs faintly rose in Lin Yi's heart, making him secretly vigilant. What's the rush? There's someone in front of you, wait your turn. Bring him over. Useless thing with no vision. He then noticed that behind Lao Yang, there were several employees dressed in black robes and wearing sheep masks. Upon hearing Lao Yang's scolding, these new employees clumsily dragged the chef onto the workbench. The electric saw started, the sound of ZZZ filled the air. Accompanied by the pungent smell of blood, the chef convulsed and struggled, emitting painful groans from his throat. Help! Help! Help me! The sound was heart-wrenching and chilling. Watching Lao Yang work so seriously, Lin Yi had a guess in his mind. Could it be Lao Yang is Xiaoming? Ding! Congratulations for successfully finding Xiaoming's whereabouts, completing the side quest, The Disappeared Him, rewards, curse power plus 28,000, curse coins asterisk 777, bloodstained suspenders asterisk 1, unlocking plot item, key to the broadcasting room. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. This Lao Lu was actually Xiaoming. He hid really well. But considering the rewards for the mission, he wouldn't argue with him. Now, Lin Yi's curse power had reached 198666. He was only a little over 1,000 points away from reaching the peak of B rank and breaking through to A rank brilliance. Once he reached A rank, not only would his pot be forcibly upgraded to S rank, but Lin Yi himself would also have the strength to contend with S rank. If he fused with Emperor Shirtian, his combat power would soar again. With Lilith, his camp would have 3 S rank members. Even if the chief of the evil cult was also S rank, including the dormitory manager Kung Qiu and the unmentionable instance, it would be a 3v3 situation, and the balance of victory would gradually tilt towards Lin Yi. Of course, he also knew that this was just a hypothesis. After all, this was the other party's territory, and the rules would be suppressed when Lilith arrived. Only by completely conquering the instance and removing the other party's fangs would be the most secure method. Bloodstained suspenders, when you wear them, you will have extremely high talents in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Lin Yi was completely speechless. What kind of cursed item is this? Singing? Dancing? Rapping? What the hell? Do they want me to perform acrobatics? But after carefully examining it, he felt that this cursed item still had its merits. He would keep it for now, maybe it would come in handy in the future. Broadcast room key. With this key, you can find the passage to the broadcast room. Looking at the rusty key in her hand, Lin Yi came up with a plan. The power of words is something that students have already experienced firsthand. So, can music also go well with overalls? Lin Yi had a bold idea and decided to try it tomorrow. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you standing there? Hurry up, it's your turn. Suddenly, a rough voice shouted in her ear. Lin Yi turned her head and saw it was old Yang, carrying a chainsaw. At this moment, the chef had already been dismembered. The table was covered in bloody chunks of meat, and the strong smell of blood made one's stomach churn. Next, it was Lin Yi's turn to be punished. Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Old Yang urged again. He looked extremely fierce, but Lin Yi knew he was pretending. Suddenly, a few new employees appeared around him, and even a fool could tell that old Yang was being targeted. Oh! Lin Yi blinked at him and ran up to the stage. Sticky flesh, a disgusting smell, and those cold eyes. Lin Yi took a deep breath and adjusted her mindset. She believed in old Yang. No, it should be Xiaoming who wouldn't harm her. Under the gaze of the sheep-headed man, the chainsaw slowly cut through the skin. Blood sprayed out. The thick, fishy smell filled the air, making people want to vomit. Lin Yi tried hard to control her expression and let out a horrified scream, without revealing any flaws. In fact, she didn't feel any pain at all. Acting, well, I'm familiar with it. Ouch, my elbow ouch, my patella ouch. 3 veins bulged on old Yang's forehead. Your acting skills are really terrible. Can't you change your lines a bit? He really wanted to split Lin Yi's head open and see what kind of rubbish was inside. In fact, he did just that. The chainsaw swung down, and Lin Yi's basketball-sized head flew gracefully through the air, spinning twice before crashing to the ground. Ah, I'm dead. Alright, they've already left, stop pretending. And you're really good at pretending. Old Zhong kicked Lin Yi's body and said disdainfully. Lin Yi opened her eyes and revealed a cunning look. You, as the 6th, naturally can't compare. You hide so well, TSK. He jumped up from the ground, and the head on the ground turned into Teacher Li. Old Yang used some kind of illusion to switch Teacher Li's body with Lin Yi's, in order to deceive those spies. If it weren't for you causing so much trouble, I wouldn't bother revealing my identity. Taking out a half-smoked cigarette he had saved earlier, Old Yang held it in his mouth and squinted his eyes, looking into the distance with a relaxed expression. Lin Yi shook off the pieces of flesh on her body and curled her lips in disgust. Although she was fine, being splattered with blood made her feel a bit nauseous. Oh well, she'll have Yang Menger help her clean up when she gets back. Didn't I give you 2 packs of cigarettes? Why are you smoking again? Speaking of this, Old Yang's face immediately fell. Do you have any more? Give me 2 more. Seeing his troubled expression, Lin Yi didn't make things difficult for him and threw him 2 packs of cigarettes. Tell me, what's the situation? Lin Yi sat next to Old Yang, crossed her legs, and asked. Sigh. It's a long story. Old Yang sighed and began to recount his experience. He was originally a recruited player, but ended up dying in the instance. However, he didn't completely die and became an NPC in the instance. Similar to the situation with Long Hanchi and Leopard Girl, he was transformed into a cursed spirit. The chief of the evil death cult found him and said he could help him resurrect. The price was to join the organization and become the chief's dog, doing tasks for the organization. He believed it. In order to resurrect, he completely erased his humanity and went to great lengths. He transformed the instance into its current oppressive state. The original instance was not as oppressive and was still within a controllable range. Although students suffer cruel torture every day, it is only physical torment. He left himself a way out and deliberately set up a buffer zone in the copy, not doing things to the extreme. He was afraid of being abandoned after he had no value. But he severely underestimated the terrifying level of the chief and underestimated the darkness of human nature. It's too late to regret now. What is the buffer zone you mentioned? It's the dormitory manager. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, his face full of black lines. So it was you who did it. This old man is really a professional little troublemaker. Kuan Shui was played by him. Anything related to Kuan has his shadow behind it. Originally, it was a tool to appease students' emotions. I didn't expect it to be contaminated with a large amount of negative emotions, causing mental breakdown and directly mutating into a resentment entity. And as the resentment intensifies, it grows into a terrifying S level. Soon, it will evolve to SS level, or even stronger. Lin Yi listened and secretly clicked his tongue. Then how do we stop it? It's useless. Old Yang shook his head regretfully. Maybe there was still hope before, but the appearance of the silence rule completely sealed all possibilities. Unless what? Old Yang looked at Lin Yi, his eyes flickering with a mysterious light. You can kill it. Damn. If I'm sure I can defeat it with 17 cards, why bother to strategize the copy? Just push it directly. Lin Yi rolled his eyes impatiently. Then I have no way. Old Yang shrugged, spread his hands, and started directly. So there's no solution? Lin Yi frowned. He always felt that Old Yang must be hiding something, like not mentioning anything about a Jew. Don't look at me like that. Old Yang shrugged. Anyway, this is all I know, believe it or not. By the way, let me introduce myself again. The sixth seat of the evil disciples, the Joker. Lin Yi's mouth slightly raised. Your codename does suit your image. The Joker chuckled, didn't respond, just looked at him. What are you going to do next? Lin Yi pondered for a moment and asked the doubt in his heart. Why did you remind me not to do anything tomorrow? Tomorrow, the first seat, the executive officer, will come. His strength is second only to the chief. You can't defeat him. The Joker glanced at him lightly, with a certain tone. Lin Yi's eyebrows twitched. If I haven't fought, how can you determine the outcome? The Joker sneered. Because in a play, the ending is already determined before the opening, and the ending is that you will undoubtedly lose. What is the ending? Lin Yi asked. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, you will be killed in public by the executive officer. The Joker patted Lin Yi's shoulder and said, Good luck, brother. After speaking, he prepared to get up and leave. Wait. I'm just an actor. I don't have the ability to rewrite the story. Don't ask me for help. I'm not talking about that. I want to ask, who created the evil Azura? If you can come back alive, I will tell you. Okay. Watching the Joker's figure leave, Lin Yi pondered. The predetermined ending says that I will die, but it doesn't say that I can't be resurrected. He suddenly grinned. Lin Yi knew in his heart that the Joker didn't have much confidence in him, so he was reserved. If he didn't die tomorrow, it would mean that he had passed the other party's test. The Joker would help him deal with the evil disciples without reservation. In that case, let's see who will have the last laugh. Dormitory building, first floor lobby. 5 tables of sumptuous dishes were neatly arranged, emitting a tempting aroma, making people's mouths water. However, no student dared to approach and taste them. No one could guarantee whether this was another trap set by the school. After being tortured for so long, their vigilance had reached its peak, and they didn't dare to easily touch these meals. It wasn't until the crispy rice appeared that they dispelled a trace of doubt in their hearts. I ask, who doesn't like a furry, talking, and moving teddy bear? Moreover, the one distributing books to them today is a teddy bear as well. It's just that the male teacher covered in blood next to him is a bit distracting. Lin Yi awkwardly touches her nose. It's better not to be a distraction here and go to Yang Menger's dormitory to take a shower. Don't worry, these dishes are not poisonous, Waba confidently says. At the same time, he is also defending his owner. It should be explained that today's books and meals are all thanks to Teacher Lin. One should not let those who carry firewood freeze to death in the snow. However, they still didn't take action. It wasn't until Yang Menger ran downstairs, excitedly showing off the dishes on the table, that they finally wavered. One by one, the other tables quickly filled up with students. The dogs in the cafeteria on the first floor shook their heads. They haven't had a normal meal in years. Now, they can finally have a satisfying meal. How can they miss this opportunity? 10 minutes later, Yang Menger ate until she was 80% full and hurriedly went upstairs. Compared to the side dishes downstairs, the main course in the upstairs bathroom was what she had been looking forward to for a long time. He. Darling CEO, I'm here. Splash. The sound of water in the bathroom continued. It sounded like a rushing river, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Amidst the splashing water, the silhouette behind the water curtain could vaguely be seen. Ning. Yang Menger suddenly hummed, her legs feeling weak. For love, unlock 20,000 words of details, funny. JPG, the sound of water gradually stopped. She raised her head and wiped her damp hair, but the scene that had just happened kept appearing in her mind. The book didn't describe it like this at all. What happened to the domineering girlfriend and CEO wife? Why did everything turn out the opposite? After simply blow-drying her hair, she sank into the soft bed, not wanting to move at all. Put on your clothes, don't catch a cold. A warm voice came from outside the bathroom door. Yang Menger answered with closed eyes, her voice lazy and charming. She reached out and grabbed the thin robe next to her, put it on without caring if it was vacuum sealed or not, curled up in bed, wrapping herself up, only revealing a small head. Brother Lin, aren't you staying tonight? Seeing Linny getting ready to leave, she couldn't help but speak up to keep him. She knew what Linny was going to do, but she still hoped that he would stay and accompany her. Linny paused at her words, turned his head, and smiled at her. I'll be back, you rest first. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Yang Menger with a tall and straight figure. Whew, she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit disappointed. Oh no, how did I become a frustrated little wife? So embarrassing. Her face turned red, and she quickly buried herself in the blanket and fell into a deep sleep, trying not to think about it anymore. Night fell. Linny brought a reclining chair and lazily leaned against it next to the dormitory door. 3 or 4 little bears obediently massaged his legs. Some passing female students looked at him with awe and gratitude. The news of those scumbags being dealt with last night had spread through Guobai to everyone. They all remembered Lin Yi's kindness. Compared to food and books, those scumbags were the ones they despised the most. This Mr. Lin was a good person. With him here tonight, they no longer had to worry about being bullied and could finally sleep peacefully. It had been so many years since they had experienced such a calm and peaceful night. All they hoped for was a simple daily life. Unfortunately, they never got what they wished for. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly exploded in the night sky. Boom, rumble dash, thunder and lightning. Pouring rain poured down, making a loud noise as it hit the ground. Linny furrowed his brows inexplicably. There must be something unusual happening. The weather was fine, how could there suddenly be a downpour? He became serious, looking up at the sky. Crack! The dark clouds tore apart, and a dazzling light shone down. He squinted his eyes, looking up at the night sky. His pupils contracted, his body tensed up, and then slowly relaxed. On the top floor of the administration building, there stood a figure in black. Electricity flashes across the night sky, illuminating the darkness, but the shadows have already disappeared as if they had never appeared. Could it be that they wanted to attack me tonight? Linny murmured to himself. Crash, crash dash. The sound of rain grew louder, accompanied by thunder. Go back to your dorms, don't stay in the hallway. Linny waved his hand to disperse the surrounding students. I'll stay here, all of you go inside. His voice was stern, with a decisive tone that brooked no argument. The students looked at each other, hesitating. But in the dorms, they couldn't disobey their teacher's orders, so they obediently went back to their dorms to wash up and sleep. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Master, it seems like they won't show up tonight, Woba's voice sounded as he looked at the pouring rain outside. Who in their right mind would come to the dorms to do such things in this terrible weather? Let the bullets fly a little longer. LSP's perseverance is unimaginable for ordinary people. Not to mention that this group of scum has long gone mad. They will definitely come. Linny smiled, not surprised at all. The more thunderous the night, the more it could arouse certain perverted desires. Oh, Teacher Lin, you're on duty again today? As soon as the words fell, a group of people rushed in from the pouring rain. Guoba looked as if he had seen a ghost, his small eyes filled with disbelief. Are they crazy? Is it necessary to go through all this trouble just for some illicit activities? Linny narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You finally came, I've been waiting for you. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned for a moment, then they all showed lewd smiles. Teacher Lin is really something, especially waiting for us to enjoy together. Ha, no need to be polite, let's go, Teacher Lin. Ha, my big knife is already itching, let's begin. Everyone made shameless jokes, completely unaware that the dormitory door had been quietly closed by Guaba. He was quite skilled at playing this trick. Hee, tonight we'll play a different game. Have you heard of bondage play? Linny smirked, his expression mocking. Bondage? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Teacher Lin to be into this kind of thing. Since that's the case, let's try something new. Everyone showed excited expressions. They couldn't wait to rub their hands together, eager to perform some explicit scenes. Alright, the props are all prepared for everyone, one for each person, tie them up tightly. Linny clapped his hands, and a group of teddy bears approached them with several bundles of rope. Wow, such thick props? No wonder it's Teacher Lin, even the props are so high-end. Tisk tsk, this will be fun to watch. In the next moment, the teddy bears swarmed in and quickly tied the ropes around their waists using unconventional methods. Soon, this group of perverts was bound by the perverted ropes in a perverted way. Teacher Lin, what are you doing? Don't tie us up. Don't do it, Jiagu. The people panicked and tried to break free from the ropes. Hee, do you know where all the teachers who didn't come to class today went? Linny seemed unhurried as he calmly explained, the dormitory manager has a big appetite, and there's nothing left, not even bone scraps, after eating more than 20 people. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. This is a heartless act of murder. Death is not scary. What's scary is the torment before death arrives. It's the despair of having no resistance and being at the mercy of others. Enjoy death. This group of people was about to say something, but Linny had no interest in listening. He had the teddy bears gag their mouths, throw them into the hallway, and let them fend for themselves. After watching the show for so long, I think it's time to come out. Linny sat on a bench in the hallway, crossed his legs, and smiled faintly. Crash! The sound of a cape waving lightly came from the shadows, and a figure slowly walked out. Let me guess, which seat are you? Elena, teacher. He looked at the newcomer with interest. Although it was just a glance from a distance, Linny immediately recognized the other person's 36D. In school, there were only 2 people who fit that size. Ah Joe's was slightly bigger than hers, so she could be ruled out. That left only the tentacle monster, Elena, the teacher. Elena slowly took off her black hood, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face. She looked at Linny, a sinister smile forming on her lips. I knew you wouldn't come find me at night, turns out you were raising a little lamb in the dormitory. Elena's face showed a seductive smile, her chest heaving heavily, clearly excited. Not only did you raise a little lamb, but you also slaughtered the big bad wolf. You're quite an ambitious boy. She licked her red lips with her tongue, her eyes filled with greedy desire. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the second seat, the magician of the evil cult. Linny was slightly surprised by her words. A magician? Does that mean she can't kill him? What? You seem surprised. Elena pouted and glared at him playfully. I'm quite powerful, in all aspects, don't underestimate me. Until now, she couldn't resist teasing him. Is that so? I couldn't tell, Linny shrugged, completely unfazed. From her position, it was clear that Elena could sit securely in the second seat, indicating that her strength was much higher than the others. But even if she was stronger, could she surpass S rank? Moreover, this wasn't the inner world. Linny stood undefeated, there was nothing to fear. Oh dear, I'm so sad. Elena pouted her rosy cherry lips, looking as if she was about to cry. Stop pretending. If you want to make a move, do it quickly. I'm not interested in the tentacle monster. Linny rolled his eyes. Poof. Elena's breath became fierce, her gaze turned sharp. A terrifying pressure erupted, enveloping Linny. The famous SSS level clearers from the outside world. Xiong, is that you? The teddy bear by your side? Guaba. He looked confused. What does this have to do with me? I'll give you a chance to join our organization and become our partner, otherwise. Elena's gaze turned icy, and she stomped her right foot. Crack! The hard cement floor cracked inch by inch. The entire dormitory building shook. Coupled with the thunder and lightning outside, Elena's momentum actually surpassed A rank peak. Guaba. Master, should I make a move? Guaba swallowed nervously and asked in a low voice. What's with your tone? You're Xiong now, not a little dog. Be more assertive. Linny gave him a look, and Guaba immediately understood. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Guaba raised his head, his aura suddenly rising, his fur standing on end. Humph, I didn't expect that I hid so well and still got discovered by you guys. I am Xiong, I'm coming clean. Linny also cooperated by taking a step back and bowing slightly, pretending to be a loyal servant. Haha, I knew it, the strong ones from the Radiant Realm would never submit to a B-rank loser. Elena's eyes twinkled as she smiled at Guaba. How about it? Join our organization, let's grow stronger together and create glory once again. Guaba raised his paw seriously. What are the benefits? Of course, the organization's power is beyond your imagination. Strength, cursed tools, authority, and women, even for someone like me, as long as you're strong enough. Elena seductively threw a flirtatious glance and her voice turned sweet and alluring. There's nothing we can't do, anyone can talk big, show me something practical. Guoba sneered, his face full of disdain. Alright, aside from other things, if you want to break through S rank, you must have the support of rules. By using the rules to completely control curses and transform them into new rules or abilities, otherwise it would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Elena shook her head, but Guoba raised an eyebrow. As long as you pledge allegiance to the chief, you can obtain a certain identity in the copy and gain the support of rules, thus advancing smoothly. I will offer you the perfect method to clear the SSS level, and you will be able to break through the S level completely, becoming a terrifying existence that cannot be described. How do you feel about this offer? Elena enticed skillfully. Our goal is to overthrow the world and build our own kingdom. By then, you will be the hero of the founding, superior to tens of thousands of people. The power of one person is ultimately limited. Think about it carefully. She said a lot. Her manipulative intentions were too obvious. An ordinary person would have surrendered long ago. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Yi. He had plenty of rules. He had 3 titles alone. Are you just a small fry? However, Elena did reveal some important information. To break through the S level, you need to completely control the curse using the rules. At that time, the curse will no longer rebound, but will merge completely. But if that's the case, won't it become the same as a curse spirit? Lin Yi seemed to sense the scent of a conspiracy. Master, what should we do now? Guoba asked cautiously. Fight? Or fight? Take down this tentacle monster first, but don't fight in the dormitory to avoid affecting others. Hee, got it. Guoba grinned mischievously, his eyes suddenly shining brightly, and he stomped his foot. Boom! The hard and solid floor exploded. His figure disappeared instantly, leaving behind an afterimage. Elena was startled by the sudden attack, and only felt the danger when she regained her senses. Her face turned serious, and several tentacles shot out, entwining around the pipes behind her, pulling herself back and creating distance. Smack! Guoba's fist hit the empty space, but he didn't stop. Instead he continued to charge fiercely towards Elena's delicate body. Boom! With a loud noise, the two of them crashed through the wall and flew out of the dormitory building. Damn! You will pay the price for your foolish decision. Elena gritted her teeth, her tentacles grabbed the ground like spider legs, stabilizing her figure. The pouring rain drenched their clothes. Guoba showed no mercy, unleashing his tremendous power. Roar! With his roar, the rain around them was pushed away. Savage charge! He pushed off with his feet again, flying like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Elena. His ferocious fist struck out, creating visible shockwaves in the air. So strong! Elena was secretly shocked. Her tentacles quickly danced and intertwined, blocking in front of her. Bang bang bang! The dense sound of impact continued without end. Guoba's every attack was extremely violent and fierce, making Elena struggle to keep up. Rip! Plop plop plop! Under the heavy pressure, the 7 or 8 tentacles were torn into pieces by Guoba. Black liquid flowed down with the rain, emitting a strong stench. Elena's face changed drastically, and she clasped her hands together. Magic hand! She shouted lightly, and more than a dozen tentacles shot out from behind her. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! Guoba's fist struck her chest, causing Elena's 36D to be directly smashed into a concave shape. Now, her chest was deformed, adding a touch of seductiveness. Elena screamed in pain as she flew backwards. She broke 5 or 6 trees in a row before finally crashing into a teaching building. Cough cough cough. She spat out blood, covering her chest as she struggled to stand up. You bastard! With her weapon destroyed, Elena was completely furious. She tore off her robe, revealing a, still somewhat sexy body. She formed hand seals with both hands, and a terrifying ripple spread out. In an instant, the surrounding scenery changed, and the world transformed. It was like Doctor Strange's mirror dimension, with the surrounding buildings gradually distorting and turning into a huge stage. Ha! Guoba was stunned for a moment. Where is this? My magic domain. Elena raised her chin proudly. Are you ready to watch a magic show? Please begin your performance. Guoba touched his nose and his eyes were full of mockery. Elena sneered, her fingers constantly changing, as if possessing some kind of magic that made people unable to resist being immersed in it. Magic feast. Before the words fell, she reached out a hand. In an instant, the raindrops in the sky turned into colorful confetti, covering half of the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our lucky guest. Clap. A spotlight shone on Guoba, making him the center of attention. Clap clap clap. Eerie applause came from all directions, accompanied by screams and cheers. Woba looked confused. What is all this? Soon, he realized something strange about his body. What's going on? Why can't I move? Giggle, our audience can't wait any longer. So, let's begin the first act, the human cutting magic. Elena clapped her hands lightly. A huge coffin fell from the sky and directly put Woba inside, revealing a silly bare head. Bring out the props. Bow bow bow, a large chainsaw appeared, lifted high by Elena. She smirked, revealing an evil smile. Amidst the endless flowers and applause, the chainsaw slowly descended, with wood chips flying everywhere it went. Damn! Is this woman crazy? She's really cutting. Woba realized something was wrong and took a deep breath. Duplication spell. In an instant, he grew to a height of 7 or 8 meters, directly bursting the coffin. Elena easily dodged the explosion, casually throwing away the chainsaw in her hand. Oh dear, there seems to be a little problem here, she said with regret. But it's okay. Magic Feast, second act, Extreme Escape, officially begins. Clap. Fireworks lit up the night sky. Whoosh. The next moment, Woba's body forcibly shrank and appeared inside a huge water tank. His hands and feet were tied with ropes, and breathing became difficult. He was just a doll and didn't need air, but he still felt like he was being suffocated. 30-second countdown, let's see if our lucky guest can escape. Where's the applause? Sue 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 shu whistles and cheers became the main melody of the scene. In such a lively atmosphere, Woba started a countdown to death. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Woba realized that he couldn't use the duplication spell this time, obviously being targeted by the magician. There was no other way, he had to open his mouth wide and drink water forcefully. Soon, he gulped down all the water in the tank. Elena was dumbfounded, not knowing how to explain. There's actually this kind of escape method? It's really unexpected. Burp. Woba let out a long burp, feeling uncomfortable with the bloating in his stomach. Alright, let's continue with the third act. What? There's more? Woba stared in disbelief. This woman is simply insane. Clap 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 clap. Applause rang out again. Elena's mouth curled up with a sinister smile as she once again started the magic feast. I don't believe I can't kill you. Whoosh. The scene changed, and a creepy iron maiden appeared behind Woba. The box was filled with sharp blades, and once the iron door closed, Woba would be pierced like a hornet's nest. What the hell? How am I supposed to escape this? Woba was scared out of his wits, not wanting to continue this endless game. This woman's abilities are too bizarre, and his brute strength is useless. There's no other way. He had to use his ultimate move. Shake people. Master, help me. Humph. This is my world. That kid can't even enter. Elena laughed coldly, then continued, even if he can force his way in, a mere B-level sorcerer can't possibly be my opponent. Just accept your fate. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly heard a faint sound. Ha! What's that sound? Elena raised an eyebrow and immediately turned around. Smack! A huge brick directly hit her face, instantly knocking her out. Done. Linny clapped his hands to remove the dust, feeling relaxed. In the world of Rule 2, he is everywhere. The rules that can suppress him can only be concealed with a mosaic. But what's so great about Elena's magic space? Isn't it just a matter of going in and out as he pleases? Even leaving behind a souvenir inside is no problem. As expected of the master, even a surprise attack from behind looks so cool, said Elena, who had fainted, as the surrounding scene dissipated. Woba patted his own back, still trembling with fear. If the master hadn't arrived in time, he would probably have met his end here tonight. Alright, stop talking nonsense, let's take her and leave quickly. Yes, my master. Carrying Elena's limp body, the two of them returned to the dormitory. Duty room. Linny looked at the woman who was tied up with ropes, his face full of frustration. I told you to tie her up, but I didn't tell you to use the binding method from the Sakura country. Woba chuckled, I'm used to it. Although he didn't understand what being used to it meant, it definitely had nothing to do with Linny. Master, how should we deal with this woman? Linny frowned, thinking about how to handle Elena. Would it be too wasteful to just kill her? Maybe she could be used as a floating prop and given to the audience. Leave her to me for severe torture. If she's not the one who made the Shura statue, then I'll give her away. Yes, master. Woba nodded excitedly, dragging Elena towards the nearby compartment. Revenge could finally be taken, he. As the third in command of the evil disciples, he had plenty of information. If the actor's path didn't work out, Linny would do it alone. Be prepared for everything, just in case something goes wrong. Back in Yang Menger's dormitory, the little girl was sleeping soundly, drooling all over. He, handsome boy, give sister a smile. He. Linny's face looked strange, wondering what kind of weird dream Yang Menger was having. He waited at the edge of the bed for a moment, and at exactly 11 o'clock midnight, the sound of the clock rang out. The hour of the rat has arrived, the ghost parade. The resentful spirits, full of grievances, slowly took shape, wriggling their tentacles to harvest tonight's feast. But strangely, besides the grey resentment, there were many other strange emotions in the dormitory building today. Brilliant and colorful, dazzling and dreamlike. This time, the koan ball was dumbfounded. Could these colorful things be poisonous? Should I eat them? Or eat them? Or eat them? Eat. As long as it's not clean, eating it won't make me sick. Woo woo. First, let's devour more than 20 pre-dinner desserts. Each one was crispy, tender, juicy, and melted in the mouth. After dealing with more than 20 teachers, there were only a few members of the school's management left. The rules of the teaching building had completely collapsed in theory. The head chef in the cafeteria was also killed by the actor, leaving only a few mice that were not worth fearing. Now, only the aggregation in the dormitory building was still struggling. After dealing with it, the rules of the 3 areas would become meaningless. Linny couldn't believe that the rules wouldn't collapse when they were broken. However, how should he deal with this aggregation? Linny was a bit troubled. Just as he was racking his brains, he suddenly noticed the strange appearance of the aggregation at the door of room 405. Colorful mist from all directions converged towards it. Among them, the pink mist emitted by Yang Menger was the thickest. Suck crack and at #crack #N% at crack. The aggregation opened its big mouth to the extreme, making strange and excited whispers. The gray mist surrounding it gradually transformed into pink. The ferocious appearance gradually faded, revealing its original form. So it really is a koan ball. Linny was pleasantly surprised. So this is the true form of the aggregation? It was a basketball covered in white fluff. Unfortunately, its positive emotions were not enough to wash away the boundless resentment inside it. Black tentacles entwined around the koan ball, seemingly absorbing its spiritual power. Once the baptism of positive emotions is lost, it won't be long before Kunki loses consciousness and returns to its previous ferocious appearance. Kaku. Lira Lira. Kunkyo faces the dormitory door, speaking in an incomprehensible language. It seems to be craving more emotional energy. Fairy, can you understand? What do you think? Sorry for interrupting, Linny apologizes awkwardly. Kaku Kaku. Kunkyo calls out strangely again when Linny doesn't respond. Can you speak Chinese? Kaku? Chinese, Zhongwen Kaku. Dad. Linny is confused. Jokes shouldn't be made like this. I don't have such an ugly offspring like you, Linny says with disgust, refusing to admit it. Mama, Mama. Kaku. Although there is a door between Linny and Kunkyo, Linny can sense that Kunkyo is calling out to Yang Menger on the bed. Congratulations, becoming a father, Emperor Shirtian taunts with glee. Linny pouts, I don't have the ability to give birth to a spirit. He. Good child, call Mama. I'll make your dad work hard and give you more siblings. He. Suddenly, Yang Menger, who is sleeping, murmurs and laughs intermittently. Mama. Mama. Outside the door, Kunkyo inhales the pink mist emitted by Yang Menger while dancing and calling out for its mother. Linny suddenly realizes. It seems that when Kunkyo absorbs Yang Menger's emotions, it reads the contents of her dreams, causing Kunkyo, who has just regained a trace of consciousness, to have a misconception. It thinks that the child in the dream is itself, mistaking the two as parents. This dramatic development makes Linny both cry and laugh, but also sigh at the unpredictability of fate. Fairy, is there a way to enter dreams? Are you sure you want to do that? Yes. Alright, I'll help you. Linny nods and focuses with closed eyes. Remember, in someone else's dream, they are the absolute dream master. Don't try to resist. If there is danger, shout I am a loser 3 times, and I will pull you back. Linny, what kind of weird code is this? Can't it be something from the mortal world? While speaking, Emperor Shirtian has already finished casting the spell. Linny falls straight down next to Yang Menger and enters the dream. Yang Menger's dream has already changed. Where is this? Opening his eyes, Linny looks around and finds himself in a sea of flowers. Looking around, the flowers are in full bloom, exuding a delightful fragrance. The pink mist in the air carries a faint fragrance, refreshing the heart and mind. The flower petals gently fall on the body, as comfortable as feathers. Is this a dream? Linny reaches out and plucks a petal, smelling its fragrance, feeling content. He. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice comes from behind. Turning his head, Yang Menger stands in the depths of the flower sea in a pure white dress, her beautiful face carrying a faint smile, like an angel who has accidentally fallen into the mortal world. Brother Lin, let's go home for dinner. Yang Menger happily runs on thousands of flowers and in the blink of an eye, jumps into Linny's arms. In an instant, before Linny can react, the surrounding scene shatters and disappears. No wonder it's a dream, it's illogical, purely based on imagination. In the moment of Lin Yi's days, the two of them have already appeared on a luxurious round bed. Looking down, their chests are slightly wet. Menger, why are you nosebleeding? Hearing the sound, Yang Menger wipes it with her hand and indeed finds a trace of blood. She quickly takes out a tissue to wipe it, pouting and complaining, annoying. It's all your fault. Why do you have to be so good-looking? Lin Yi, I didn't do anything. I'm going to punish you by making you give birth to 100 children for me. Hiss, this punishment is a bit harsh. Lin Yi takes a sharp breath. Give birth to 100 children? Are you kidding me? Even if I donate, I can't do something so outrageous. Not to mention doing it myself. Humph. Yang Menger arrogantly tossed her head. Anyway, you have to agree. Lin Yi nodded helplessly. Anyway, it's just a dream, whatever you say goes. In an instant, the surrounding scene began to quickly pass by. Yang Menger got what she wanted, taking charge and vigorously teasing her husband beneath her. This should be Lin Yi's fastest time, with no feeling at all. When he came back to his senses, Yang Menger was already sitting on the sofa with a big belly, watching TV. Is it over? Lin Yi scratched his head, looking at Yang Menger, feeling like something was missing. Honey, my stomach hurts, am I going into labor? Yang Menger groaned in pain, clutching her stomach, and frightened Lin Yi quickly helped her up and rushed to the hospital. Although it was in a dream, the nervousness of becoming a father still existed. Yang Menger was taken to the obstetrics and gynecology department to give birth. At that moment, Lin Yi paced anxiously. Finally, the sound of a baby's hoofbeats came. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, mother and child are safe, it's a girl. The nurse smiled sweetly while holding a basketball? How did you figure out that this damn thing is a girl? Without Koen, isn't it a girl? The nurse gave him a disdainful look. They actually used process of elimination. Lin Yi had never been speechless like today. The scene changed again. A family of 3 happily together. Lin Yi and Yang Menger cuddled up to each other. It would be perfect if there wasn't a fluffy basketball as a third wheel. Lin Yi didn't forget the purpose of entering the dream. It was to implant false memories into Koen Xiao. He followed Yang Menger's dream, constantly cultivating feelings with the two of them. Koen Xiao grew up day by day, and she was named Lin Koen by Yang Menger. The bond between the three of them grew deeper, and Lin Yi gradually fell in love with this world. No disasters, peaceful and harmonious, doing things at sunset and resting at sunrise. He even thought about it. When he retired, he would take his wives and live a fairy-like happy life. During this time, every night, Lin Yi whispered in Yang Menger's ear, subtly telling her about an organization called the Evil Death Cult that would come and take their child. Under constant suggestion, the dream began to quietly change. The blissful and happy life lasted for 10 years. When Lin Kuan turned 12, their beautiful life was suddenly shattered by unexpected visitors. They were a group of mysterious people dressed in black robes and wearing crow masks. Without a word, they began to kill. Overnight, the town they were in was bathed in blood. The terrible news arrived suddenly and forcefully, catching everyone off guard. Lin Kuan was captured as a monster, and Lin Yi died in the process of resisting. Yang Menger collapsed on the spot, and the dream shattered. Then came the second dream. It started off happily, but ended tragically. Lin Kuan was imprisoned, and Lin Yi encountered an accident. Over and over again, reliving the cycle of happy and tragic dreams endlessly. Lin Yi's head was about to explode, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. At this moment, in room 405, Emperor Shirtian silently observed the reactions of the two people and the ball. It had been 7 or 8 hours. Although the pink mist became denser, a touch of crimson appeared in the mist at some point. Lin Yi lay on the bed, tightly hugging Yang Menger, trembling all over, seemingly extremely afraid. Tears rolled down Yang Menger's face, her crying echoing in room 405. Kaku, Kaku, evil death cult. Kill, kill, kill. Koen Xiao in the corridor appeared extremely irritable, her killing intent overpowering her resentment. The gray mist around her turned blood red, with strands of blood vessels entwined on her body, emitting a sinister aura. No, if this continues, it will only make the fusion more uncontrollable, which is counterproductive. It must be stopped. Emperor Shirtian pondered silently. Immediately, her soul flew out from Lin Yi's brow, slowly floating to the front of the bed, and her hands covered the foreheads of the two people. Buz's spiritual power surged out, enveloping the two of them. Soon, the dream shattered layer by layer. Yang Menger's crying abruptly stopped. Lin Yihuan slowly opened his eyes, still seemingly immersed in a dream and not fully awake. Looking at the teary-eyed Yang Menger in front of him, he suddenly panicked. "Wife, are you okay?" Seeing this, Yang Menger quickly threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms, sobbing. Woo woo. Husband, I'm so scared. I just had a very long dream. Yang Menger's tone was full of grievances and fear. Lin Yihuan patted her back, comforting her. It's okay, it's all over now. Woo woo. After a long time, the two calmed down. After experiencing 10 lifetimes of dreams, the emotional bond between them became even closer, surpassing that of ordinary couples. Yang Menger's youthful cheeks gained a touch of maturity as a wife, and she tightly embraced Lin Yihuan's neck. Lin Ge, can we not have children in the future? Why? Lin Yihuan was puzzled. Yang Menger pouted, not very happy. What if we have another ball? Wouldn't we be repeating the same mistakes? Kakuka. Hearing this, Kunkiyu outside the door felt a bit uncomfortable. His own mother actually despised him. Sob, who understands, blue thin mushroom. No, they are all evil followers. As long as he kills all these bad people, Mama won't dislike him anymore. Thinking of this, Kunkiyu suddenly took a deep breath. A gentle breeze swept through the entire dormitory building. Massive emotions were swallowed into its belly, transforming into a vast energy that broke through the bottleneck. Kakuka, Kakuka, a crisp and clear childlike voice echoed. The grim tentacles directly collapsed, turning into mist and being swallowed along with other emotions. When all the emotions in the dormitory building were consumed, only a chubby white fluffy ball remained in the hallway. Daddy, Mommy, open the door quickly. Kunkiyu wiggled its plump buttocks and called out in a childish voice. Its figure began to slowly shrink, and its tone became weak. Inside the dormitory, the two were startled, hesitating whether to open the door and let Kunkiyu in. Fairy, what do you think? Lin Yihuan turned his gaze to Emperor Shirtian floating in the air. She was the most knowledgeable here and might know something. Emperor Shirtian pondered for a moment and nodded. It's about to break through, it probably just wants to find a place to sleep. Upon hearing this, Kunkiyu outside the door thanked them in a childish voice. Thank you, beautiful auntie. Auntie? Hearing Kunkiyu's childish address, Emperor Shirtian's beautiful face suddenly darkened. But after a moment's thought, if she were to be called sister, wouldn't she have to call Lin Yihuan uncle? That would mess up the generations. Forget it, why bother with a child, really? With a swoosh, she directly dove into Lin Yihuan's eyebrows, sulking alone. The two looked at each other, feeling a bit helpless and amused. Lin Ge, who is this sister? An elder. Oh, Yang Menger didn't ask further, as she had absolute trust in her husband. Squeak! The dormitory door opened. Kunkiyu quickly ran onto the bed and snuggled into Yang Menger's arms, rubbing against her. Then it bounced and hugged Lin Yihuan's leg, acting spoiled. Daddy, hungry, want food. Go find your mom, I don't have milk to feed you. Upon hearing this, Yang Menger's face above her neck immediately turned red. She glared at Lin Yihuan coquettishly, embarrassed and angry. Lin Ge, stop joking, I don't have. Emperor Shirtian couldn't bear to watch anymore and reminded them. It's asking for energy, foolish. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Lin Yihuan suddenly realized and kicked Kunkiyu's buttocks. Wait, I'll be right back. After saying that, he left the mother and daughter staring at each other and headed straight to the bathroom. Don't misunderstand, he was just going to borrow some money from the rich lady to spend. Kunkiyu was only one step away from SS. Don't be fooled by the thin membrane, the amount of energy needed is unimaginable. Curse coins and curse beads contain the purest energy and are the best choice as food. Lin Yihuan naturally didn't have enough energy to help it advance, but the rich lady Lily's did. Using his title privileges, he opened the passage to the town. Then, I saw some indescribable scenes. When Linny returned to the dormitory, there was a red handprint on his face. Mad, who would have thought that this group of women would stay up all night and go to the hot springs together? The two manuals of the town are the core copies, and now they are all in Lily's hands. Lin Yi naturally teleported to Lily's side. As soon as he entered, he saw more than a dozen white, round, chubby weapons. You can just soak in the hot springs, is it necessary to squeeze together? Even the Duchess was called, really. It's not easy to earn some milk money. Lin Gu, are you okay? Yang Menger saw him return dejectedly and thought he didn't get the milk money, so she asked worriedly. I'm fine. Lin Yi coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Kunkiyu was lying on her lap, looking listless. When Lin Yi saw it, he had the urge to beat it. If it couldn't bring him any surprises, then this slap was in vain. Eat, finish eating and evolve quickly, don't let me and Menger down. Lin Yi glared at it, took out a large number of curse coins and curse beads, and commanded, Crab, daddy. It opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing all the curse coins and curse beads like a cow drinking water. Lin Yi. Looking at the empty storage ring, he felt like crying without tears. He couldn't afford to raise this thing in the future. Should he give it to Lily as a pet? After Kunkyu ate and drank enough, its body shrank to the size of a palm and directly lay on Yang Menger's palm, falling asleep. Husband, the child is asleep, should we? Yang Menger blushed, biting her cherry lips, and asked softly. We should rest too. Linny took a deep breath, threw Kunkyu aside, turned off the lights, and lifted the quilt. In the room, the spring scenery was boundless, indescribable. The next morning, Yang Menger hung Kunkyu on the keychain as a pendant. She went to the classroom early and immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge. After Linny finished washing up, he went straight to the duty room on the first floor. Master, this woman is really stubborn, we can't get anything out of her. After a night of torture by Guaba, Elena didn't say a word. She was waiting for the arrival of the first executor. Let me handle it. Linny waved his hand and walked into the duty room. The sexy and charming Elena was hanging upside down in midair in a shameful posture, tied up with ropes. Her face was haggard and slightly pale. Hee, don't waste your energy, I won't tell you anything. Elena sneered coldly, closed her eyes, and ignored him. I haven't even asked any questions yet, and you're already refusing. Are you trying to hide something? Linny stood in front of her, smiling playfully. Elena opened her eyes, disdainfully said, You just want to know who made the shura. Sorry, I won't tell you. Not at all, not at all. Linny pretended to be mysterious, smiled faintly. What I want to ask is not that, I have already found the maker. What do you mean? Elena raised her eyebrows, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She knew very well that until the real maker of the shura was found, the man in front of her and the big bear would only be afraid of the rat and not dare to kill her. They would worry about killing the wrong person and end up in vain. In other words, as long as she held on to this secret and didn't let go, they wouldn't dare to kill her. At most they would continue to torture and interrogate her. In this way, she could hold on until the arrival of the executor and be rescued. If the other party really found the maker, then her life would be over. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Hee, it's nothing, it's just the 5th-ranked doctor, I already knew. Linny shrugged, seemingly indifferent. What? Elena's eyes widened instantly, shocked. How did you know? Well, I just said it casually, I didn't expect it to be the doctor. Linny was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to be revealed so easily. There were 7 seats, excluding scholars and actors, leaving only the executive, magician, dean, fortune-teller, and doctor. Linny only needed to eliminate 1 or 2 options based on Elena's reaction after hearing the answer. If she had scoffed at Linny's answer just now, then the doctor could be eliminated. He had originally only wanted to eliminate 1 or 2 options, but he didn't expect to directly guess correctly. You tricked me! Elena roared with her eyes wide open. The secret she had hidden all night was exposed by Linny in just a few words. This made her feel both ashamed and angry. Oh, I was just guessing, I didn't force you to admit it. Look at how worked up you are, really. Linny sarcastically mocked. Elena roared in anger, struggling to strangle Linny, but her hands and feet were bound, and she couldn't do anything. Enough, losers eat dust, might is right, you can die now. Linny sneered, taking out the spine sword from his pocket. No, I still have value to use, don't kill. Watching the swinging bone sword, Elena's pupils suddenly dilated in fear. The sword flashed and pierced through her chest, assassinating her on the spot. You promised to draw lots and give it to someone, we can't go back on our word. Elena's eyes were filled with unwillingness. I am the 2nd seat of the evil death cult, an A-level peak powerhouse, the current manager of the instance. How could I die here? It's impossible. I must be dreaming. Yes, that's right, I just need to wake up, then everything will be fine. Elena muttered to herself, her eyes starting to lose focus, until they completely lost their light. Linny sighed and pulled out the spine sword. He didn't have the habit of sparing anyone. Since he had decided to kill, he would definitely eradicate the roots. Who could guarantee that Elena wasn't the protagonist of another story and would eventually counterattack and kill him? Master. Looking at Elena lying in a pool of blood, Waba felt a bit regretful. It would have been nice to bring her back as a maid, killing her was such a waste. Let's go. Linny shook his head and walked outside. He had more important things to do now and didn't want to waste time on this. He would deal with the body later. Alright, master, this is what I found on her. Woba took out a pocket-sized purse from his pocket, which seemed to be a spatial-type talisman. Linny opened it and saw that it was filled with curse beads and curse coins. After all, it wasn't difficult to harvest curse beads and curse coins after managing the instance for so long. Roughly estimating, there were over 400,000 curse coins and 20 to 30,000 low-level curse beads. TSK, struck it rich, struck it rich. Linny happily pocketed the blood diamonds, which would last him a long time. As for the purse, he would give it to Meow Meow as a gift. perfect, but giving a gift to Su Meow Meow and not giving anything to Aya and the others didn't seem fair. I'll find a way to get some benefits from Covey later. After the two left, in the duty room, a pair of invisible hands reached out from the void. They crushed Elena's body, turning it into black mist that dissipated into the air. Before the black mist completely dissipated, a soul was taken away by the big hands, treading the river of time, going against the current. Who should I give it to? The visitor from beyond the sky rubbed his chin, his voice gradually fading away. Zien. Hey, is Choya there? Is Choya there? You've got the wrong person. Accompanied by a piercing noise, Lin Yi's magnetic and sexy bubble voice echoed from the school's broadcast. The first drop of rain falls from the cloudy sky, the first gust of wind glides across the horizon, the first snow dances in the stillness, the first ray of light melts into our eyes, feeling the evening rain, feeling the morning breeze, feeling the night snow, let us all feel the breath of youth. A song, the you of the past, dedicated to the seven of you. I wish that every time you look up, you can touch the moon. I wish that every time you look up, you can welcome the dawn. Once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, witnessing the prosperity of the world. The pleasant sound of the guitar playing, accompanied by Lin Yi's unique singing skills, creates beautiful pictures. Everyone unconsciously slows down their pace and listens to the charm of music. Lin Yi holds the props of the plot, the recording studio key, and finds the recording studio hidden in the teaching building. With the praise Bang Bang D obtained from Teacher Lee, as well as the cursed item bloodstained suspenders, the resonance of language combined with top-notch singing skills, Lin Yi's voice is absolutely outstanding. Enough to make any audience immersed in it, even forget themselves. Immersed in the music, the students' moods resonate strongly with the songs. When Lin Yi sings the climax, they all hum along with blushing faces. In addition to Elena being killed, the other seats of the Death Eaters haven't reacted yet, and no one is stopping Lin Yi at all. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and several beams of light fall, igniting hope and illuminating the darkness. Look at the sky. A brave girl points to the sky and exclaims, immediately causing a wave of astonishment. Ha! I can speak? A girl is surprised and then joyfully shouts, as if releasing the fear in her heart. Ha ha ha, I can speak too. Someone takes the lead, and immediately more people cheer and rejoice. That's great, I can finally speak normally. Sob. A slightly younger girl excitedly cries. The emotions that have been suppressed for a long time burst out at this moment. She tightly covers her mouth, staring at the sky in disbelief, tears flowing freely. Colorful emotions float in the campus, dispersing the haze around. The sky breaks open, illuminating the earth. The radiant sunlight shines on the earth, driving away all the cold. All the resentment, anger, and hatred in the academy are dispelled, leaving only warmth and hope. At the same time, in the other world, Jojo pushes open the door of the wooden house and looks up at the dust falling down. They are turning into visible speed into pure white, crystal clear snowflakes. It's been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful snow scene, so comfortable. She stretches lazily, revealing her graceful and slender figure. As she stretches her arms, her full chest sways along, almost blinding people. At this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly come from outside the wooden door. Jojo, he actually did it. The actor appears in front of Jojo, stepping on sheep hooves. He still has a long way to go. Jojo smiles slightly, his potential is indeed extraordinary, but he lacks training. This level of achievement is not enough for him to dominate. She lights a cigarette, her gaze deep. Jojo, should we help him? The actor hesitates to ask. If he could choose, he hopes that Lin Yi can save this decaying world. Help? Jojo chuckles and shakes her head. Why should we help him? He is him, and I am me. She blows out a smoke ring. Don't forget my identity, just a passerby, everything is up to fate. But, the actor hesitates to speak. He wants to say that Lin Yi may be able to create miracles, but it seems to have little to do with Jojo. She is just a wandering star person in the cursed land, there is no need to get involved. There's nothing else, you can go. Jojo waves her hand, signaling the actor to leave. Then, goodbye. The actor turns around to leave. Wait! Jojo suddenly calls out to the actor. Stopping his steps, the actor respectfully stands still. Does Jojo have any other orders? Jojo ponders for a few seconds. I'm out of cigarettes. The actor wishes he could slap himself twice. What the hell are you doing here? Are you bored to death? Ahem. He cleared his throat awkwardly and took out a cigarette from his pocket. This is all that's left. A Jew glanced at him and calmly took it. With a bang, the door closed. The actor held his heart in pain. It hurt to breathe. Ding ling ling dash, all students and teachers, please gather on the playground. A sudden cold voice echoed through the campus. Lin Yi's singing also stopped at this moment. Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. What's going on? I haven't heard enough just now. I don't know. Everyone discussed, but obediently walked towards the playground. Inside the broadcasting room. Master, what should we do next? Guoba asked. Just follow the script. You stay here to play the background music. I'll go meet that executive. Lin Yi threw a mobile phone to Guoba, telling him to play some passionate and exciting music whenever he had the chance, to enhance the emotional fluctuations. Although Guoba didn't understand what BGM was, he still knew how to play music. On the playground, Lin Yi stood in the most conspicuous position on the platform, scanning the surroundings. The students entered one after another. On the dusty and leaf-covered playground, the students stood in neat rows, and there were a dozen or so scattered teachers. At this moment, Guoba's BGM arrived at the scene. A Jin fell in love with a Chang and another, a night without stars, huh? Lin Yi almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell is this? Poochie. Yang Menger in the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Soon, the laughter infected others, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. The joyful atmosphere dispersed the last trace of gloom in the sky, revealing a clear and sunny blue sky. Is this a case of a blind cat encountering a dead mouse? Lin Yi rubbed his temples and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turns out that you can always trust Guoba, just like the snake god. But the good times didn't last long. Just as the BGM ended, several men in suits and leather shoes entered the playground under the escort of a group of elephant security personnel. With their arrival, dark clouds once again appeared in the sky. The oppressive feeling was terrifying. The students fell silent, and many timid girls fainted directly, staring 3 or 5 of them. The originally joyful and harmonious atmosphere was broken, and a heavy and oppressive atmosphere lingered in everyone's hearts. Why are you standing so high, teacher? One of the mature middle-aged men, with a gloomy expression, stared at Lin Yi. Lin Yi restrained his smile and slowly descended from the platform. Stand high, P. Far. He calmly said, I don't need to explain this principle, right? Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face twitched a few times. The others had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. No one expected Lin Yi to be so arrogant. Wasn't he afraid of being punished by the executive? Do you know what you're saying? Before the people behind the man could explode, some of the remaining teachers couldn't sit still and were the first to challenge Lin Yi. I'm speaking human language. What? Can't you understand because I'm not speaking dog language? Lin Yi's eyes sharpened as he locked onto that person. The teacher felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart, as if he had instantly fallen into an abyss. You're extremely arrogant. He pointed at Lin Yi angrily. Lin Yi shrugged. Arrogant? That doesn't exist. I just want to say, everyone here is a bunch of losers. If you have the ability, bite me. The teacher exploded with anger. But due to the authority of the executive, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Executive, this person has no respect for the rules, repeatedly violating the school's regulations and principles. You must punish him as a warning to others, he said righteously. The man narrowed his eyes, looked at Lin Yi, and then looked around. Where is the headmaster? And where did the other teachers go? After a series of questioning, these teachers finally realized that something was wrong. In such a large academy, why are there only a few dozen faculty members left? Where are the others? Just as they were bewildered, Lin Yi calmly spoke up. He pretended to be regretful, have all gone to report to the King of Hell. Now, it's just missing all of you. There was a hint of mockery in the corner of his mouth as he scanned the crowd with his gaze. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down their spines. Nonsense! The teacher shouted, who do you think you are? How could you possibly be a match for the head of the teaching department? The executive's face darkened. Did you kill the magician? You see, in order to pursue the magician, he had joined a cult, even climbing up the ranks to become the second in command. And now, after going out for a trip, his beloved was dead? He couldn't accept it. Yes, Lin Yi nodded in admission, and it was quite smooth. You bastard. The executive roared in anger, an endless rage surging in his chest. The most rational executive in the organization had become crazy and violent like a beast that had lost its mind. What was the point of striving anymore? What meaning did life have? Kill him, he shouted. The elephant security personnel beside him quickly rushed forward. Lin Yi snorted coldly, leaped up effortlessly, easily evading the attack. After all, he was here today to die, so he might as well just go all out. Dojia! The earth gradually awakens, a ray of dawn breaks the silence of the night. The BGM of Guoba suddenly resounded at this moment. The scene immediately ignited. Emperor Shirtian could only accompany the two of them in their madness. Armor fusion, battle clothes covering, power amplification. He was like a war god, domineering and unstoppable. Boom! He punched and sent the leading elephant security personnel flying, then followed up with a kick to fend off the elephant attacking from the side. A series of actions were like special effects in a movie, incredibly cool. So cool! Yang Menger let out a fangirl-like scream, her eyes filled with hearts. For a moment, everyone's attention shifted to Lin Yi and his cool battle armor. The scene was boiling, and the students were filled with excitement. Fortunately, this was a girls' high school. If it were a boys' high school, the scene would definitely go out of control. No boy could resist the allure of armor. Moreover, being able to stand up against the school's tyranny, what a magnificent image! Even if he was a scumbag, he was still worth liking. The executive watched as Lin Yi slaughtered everyone, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I don't care who you are, today, you must die," he growled, gesturing to several men in suits behind him. In an instant, they all formed hand seals. A curse aura erupted. It was unknown what secret technique these people used, but the aura of the Moon Realm was directly elevated to the Sun Realm. 6 PK-level spellcasters joined forces to unleash their secret technique. A terrifying wave of energy swept through, horrifying everyone. "Die!" the executive roared, "Chop him into minced meat." In the next moment, 2 thick and sturdy demon horns grew from the heads of the 6 men, their muscles bulging, tearing open their suits to reveal a strong and muscular physique. Bang! Lin Yi kicked away the demon person who pounced on him, but was hit in the abdomen by a whip kick from someone else. He flew backwards and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! Seeing Lin Yi's defeat, the executive burst into laughter. "I thought you were so powerful. Is that it? Too weak." Everyone looked down on Lin Yi lying on the ground, their faces filled with mockery. "You guys are really noisy." Lin Yi slowly stood up, stretching lazily. "You should exercise more, otherwise you really are too weak." Emperor Shirtian sincerely expressed his disdain. "Well, since there's a fairy here, I'll take a break." "Fairy, keep up the good work." With that, Lin Yi handed over control of his body to Emperor Shirtian. "Congratulations, player, you have successfully recovered your main account password, game login successful." Open. 2 red rays shot out from the eyes of the armor, and a terrifying aura spread. Hiss! The students gasped, feeling the temperature around them drop to freezing point. So scary. Who is he really? The momentum of Emperor Shirtian grew stronger and gradually surpassed everyone else. "Who are you?" The executive raised an eyebrow, sensing the dangerous aura. "Rakshasa Emperor Shirtian." Accompanied by a deep voice, a terrifying pressure burst forth from his body. Everyone's breathing stagnated, their heads buzzing. "Rakshasa Emperor Shirtian." The executive's pupils contracted. "What an impressive name, never heard of it." "Ha!" Emperor Shirtian sneered, "You should thank your ignorance, at least this way, you won't wet yourself in fear." With that, Emperor Shirtian summoned the spinal sword. A blood sea shadow appeared behind him, forming a barrier that enveloped all the students, protecting them from the aftermath. "Stop playing tricks and kill him." The 6 demon men immediately took action. Emperor Shirtian raised his hand, and the bone blades shimmered in the sunlight. "Slaughter, about to bloom," she murmured. Swinging the sword, a crimson light bloomed, like blood moon spilling down. Dazzling and stunning. Poochie! All 6 demon men were cut in half at the waist. Blood gushed out, staining the lawn red. "Wow! Husband, so handsome. This is my husband. Why are you shouting? Oh my, I can't take it anymore, I need to change my pants." Emperor Shirtian glanced indifferently at the group of infatuated people. "At a time like this, shouldn't you be shouting for the YY Emperor Ace?" And 666. Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt embarrassed at this moment. What is all this? The executive was shocked by Emperor Shirtian's strength but remained calm. He took out a law enforcement manual and quickly wrote Emperor Shirtian's name on it, then bit his fingertip and pressed it down. Instantly, numerous iron chains appeared in the surrounding void, shooting towards Emperor Shirtian. "This is a rule seal?" Emperor Shirtian frowned. The opponent's curse ability was already showing signs of developing into rules. Half of his foot had already stepped into the S-level domain, becoming a semi-rule controller. Coupled with the fact that this was the opponent's home ground, the rule effect skyrocketed. Although Emperor Shirtian was not afraid, it was quite tricky. The most crucial point was that she was now just a curse mark, without any rules to rely on, unable to invoke any rule power. This was her weakness. "In my territory, even if you are strong, you can only become a slave to the rules." The executive sneered, activating his ability suddenly. Voila! Countless iron chains appeared out of thin air, entwining Emperor Shirtian's arms and legs like pythons. The iron chains were straight and ferocious, as if they were going to dismember her. "Lin Yi, I am suppressed by the rules, you handle this mess yourself." Rakshasa armor dissipated into a shadow and disappeared. Along with it, the black chains also disappeared. "What? I'm a B level. How can I deal with an S level?" Lin Yi, who revealed her true appearance, was dumbfounded. The invincible Emperor Shirtian actually failed this time? Who made you so weak? A clever woman cannot cook without rice, Emperor Shirtian's voice came. Snowflakes fluttering, north wind howling, Waba understood the effect of the program. This dubbing was simply amazing. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Was it his fault? I've only awakened for a little over a month, this speed of improvement is already heaven-defying. He couldn't help but complain. Then why do you, a B-level, go and provoke so many S-level guys every day? Do you find your own life boring? Lin Yi was speechless. I don't want to either. Who knows this instance has so many perverts? The two of them argued as if no one else was present, right in front of the executive. Shut up! The executive coldly snorted, interrupting their conversation. Do you think I'm invisible? The executive's face darkened, his eyes filled with anger. He was actually being ignored by a B-level brat. This is unacceptable. He roared. An iron chain sickle appeared in his hand, fiercely slashing towards Lin Yi. However, this attack was ineffective. Lin Yi easily dodged the attack, wielding the bone sword, flicking away the sickle, and retreating to create distance. The sickle seemed to follow closely like a shadow, slashing again. Poochie! Blood splattered, and Lin Yi's chest had a deep gash, with blood flowing out. Such speed! Lin Yi's eyelids twitched, shocked. He couldn't even react to that speed just now, he didn't even see the afterimage. Is this the power of an S-class? The actor's prophecy was not wrong. Without relying on external objects, Lin Yi couldn't defeat the executive on his own. Not to mention the chief vice principal above the executive, and the true unspeakable one in the copy. No wonder Liang Yang didn't have high hopes for him, the gap was too big. Husband! Are you okay, husband? You scoundrel, don't you dare bully my brother. You bastard, I curse you to die. Lin Yi didn't pay attention to this group of women, his gaze focused on the slowly approaching executive. Acting naturally had to be done thoroughly, even playing dead had its techniques. At this moment, Yang Menger was full of worry. That godlike man was injured, what should she do? She was extremely anxious. If even Brother Lin couldn't defeat him, then who could save them? She was very scared. Scared of losing everything in front of her, scared of falling into the abyss again, scared of that man leaving forever. Her body trembled slightly, nervous to the extreme. The executive sneered, swinging the sickle slowly. Trash, go die. Lin Yi hurriedly dodged, but it was useless, his arm was cut off. Blood splattered, Lin Yi groaned in pain, his face twisted in agony. But his back remained straight, standing tall like a sharp spear. Another chain was swung, and Lin Yi was whipped several meters away. He struggled to get up again, trembling. Ah, husband, brother, sob, don't get up, you'll die. Sob, you scoundrel, don't touch my brother. For a while, the women cried in grief, tears streaming down their faces. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Today, even if I die, I will take you all out of this dirty world. At that moment, this majestic figure was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. I didn't expect your acting skills to be so good. Emperor Shirtian watched the show while eating melon seeds, teasing. It's mainly the effect of great praise. The empathy effect is maxed out. Lin Yi explained, otherwise, how could there be brain-dead fans here? It relies on curses. Enough, don't delay me from winning the Oscar for Best Actor. Emperor Shirtian rolled his eyes and continued watching the show while eating melon seeds. Just you? Simply wishful thinking. The executive sneered repeatedly. He no longer had the patience to play with Lin Yi. Now, he just wanted to kill him and avenge Elena. Even if I fall, there are thousands of me standing up. The will of fire has never died, and the color of fire will never fade. Even if it burns out, I will ignite a spark and send the flames to every piece of land, every mountain. The passionate declaration echoed through the surroundings. Yang Menger couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her arms. Rather than a declaration, it seemed more like a last words in their eyes. It's over. They would return to the abyss of endless nightmares, waiting for endless torment. Ha! Suddenly, Yang Menger noticed that Lin Yi was blinking frantically at her. It was Morse code. Come collect my body later, don't panic, I'm fine. In the next moment, the sickle turned into countless afterimages, cutting Lin Yi into countless pieces. Does this look like someone who's fine? He's been reduced to ashes. Sob. Brother Lin, you died so tragically, sob. She sobbed, crying heartbreakingly. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment. I'm still alive and well, why are you crying like that? He didn't rush to revive, otherwise, this play would have been in vain. Previously, in order to force out the person behind the scenes, he was in the light, while the other party was in the dark. Now, the investigation had almost been completed. It was better to take advantage of this fake death to turn the situation around. Next, he is in the dark, while the enemy is in the light. The offense and defense have changed. In the distance, the actor silently turns around, looking at Lin Yimo, who has been torn to pieces. It's over. The dark clouds once again shroud the sky, the mist thickens, even denser than before. The light shining into the darkness, if it doesn't leave, then it is redemption. But if it leaves, then there is guilt. The blood barrier disappears with Lin Yi's death. The executive officer coldly looks at the women, a mocking smile on his lips. A group of ants, daring to attempt to change the world? Ridiculous. Everyone's faces are ashen, sitting paralyzed on the ground, their eyes dim. Soon, a group of staff wearing crow masks replaces the teachers who had died. Everything seems to return to square one. The books distributed by Lin Yi are torn apart, the broadcasting room is sealed off, and the heavy pressure of exams comes once again. They are once again deprived of their voices. Class 3-2, everyone is silent, bowing their heads, silently enduring. They are very afraid, very helpless, very desperate. Yesterday's beauty seems like a dream bubble. When they wake up, the bubble bursts. In the classroom, Yang Menger bites her lip, holding back tears, not letting herself cry out. But the more she does this, the more her tears surge. Her heart, like a twisted knife, is in intense pain, almost on the verge of collapse. She hates herself, hates her own uselessness, hates that she couldn't protect brother Lin. Tick, 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 rhythmic tapping sounds. Yang Menger suddenly looks up. Not just her, the whole class can hear it clearly. Everyone looks in astonishment towards the window. They see a small bear doll clumsily climbing onto the windowsill, waving at everyone. Hey, good morning everyone. Tick, tick, tick. Good morning, little bear. The class resounds with the sound of synchronized tapping. They seem to see hope once again. Bang! The person wearing the crow mask on the podium slams the table fiercely, a fierce look in their eyes. Due to the angle, they didn't see the figure of the small bear, thinking that there was a troublemaker in the class. After the intimidation, the class returns to silence. But inside everyone's hearts, 1,000 waves are stirred. The little bear is still here, which means Teacher Lin might not be completely gone. Yang Menger also realizes that the message Lin Yi conveyed at the end was actually true. Inner world, medical room. The executive officer, dressed in a suit, has a gloomy expression as he finds the 5th-ranked doctor in charge of this place. The magician is dead. Why didn't you take action? He glares angrily at the man in the white coat in front of him, shouting and questioning. The doctor furrows his brow. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, the executive officer, we are also very sorry for the magician's death. The executive officer becomes even more furious upon hearing this. I don't want apologies. Tell me, where is the chief? He must have a way to revive Elena. Your Excellency, please calm down. The doctor remains calm and composed throughout, his expression unchanged. Tell me, where is the chief? Angry and growling, the executive officer grabs the doctor's collar, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Your Excellency, please understand your own identity. Anger won't solve the problem. He gently pushes the executive officer away, his gaze still cold. Since the chief refuses to see me, then I'll go find him. With that, the man in the suit flicks his sleeve and walks towards the depths of the inner world. Chief, he's gone. The doctor speaks calmly. Humph, he always acts like this. A cold snort comes from the side. Then, a blurry figure appears behind the doctor. It is similar to Lin Yi's mosaic, clearly a protection of the rules. Chief, what should we do next? The doctor respectfully asks. Stay put. The shadow slowly speaks. The progress of the dean's experiment is almost complete. It's not suitable to cause any more trouble. The doctor bows slightly. Understood. I will recall the members outside. After a day of anxiety, Yang Menger finally manages to hold on until nightfall. Hastily eating 2 bowls of plain rice in the cafeteria, she quietly makes her way to the playground amidst the mist. Who's there? A patrolling elephant suddenly shouted. Yang Menger trembled all over and stopped in her tracks, her face turning pale. Just as the other party was about to discover her, a furry bear paw covered her mouth and dragged her into the bushes. Shoo! Don't scream, it's me. A familiar voice entered her ears. Yang Menger paused for a moment before reacting, surprised. Guoba? Shoo! Guoba let go of her and quickly gestured for her to be quiet. After the patrol personnel left, the two of them continued to move forward cautiously. Once they confirmed that there was no one around, Guoba stuck its head out. Guoba, what are you doing here? Yang Menger asked in confusion. This is part of the plan, Guoba said. What plan? Guoba pondered for a while before answering. The corpse collection plan, follow me. With that, it led Yang Menger to evade the heavy security and arrived at the shattered body of Lin Yi. Put it on, then take it back to the dormitory. Don't let anyone else find out. I'll distract the others, Guoba instructed seriously, with a glimmer of wisdom in its eyes. Yang Meng'er nodded and immediately crouched down, piecing together Lin Yi's body. Her movements were skilled and swift, and in no time, she had assembled the fragmented body into an unrecognizable mass. Alright, let's go. Standing up, she wrapped the body in clothes and carried it on her back. Guoba was also quick to act, finding a pile of minced meat from somewhere and replacing Lin Yi's body with it. Then, it ran off and roared loudly, drawing away all the nearby patrol guards. Yang Meng'er made it back to the dormitory safely, with no major obstacles along the way. When Guoba shook off all the pursuers, it quietly returned to dormitory 405. Before long, the pile of minced meat that was supposed to be Lin Yi began to wriggle. Slap, slap, slap. The minced meat wriggled and gradually gathered, transforming back into the original form of Lin Yi. Yang Meng'er widened her eyes and stared at the eerie scene before her. Ahem, I'm back, Lin Yi coughed dryly. She stood still for a moment, then threw herself into Lin Yi's arms, crying loudly. Woo, it's great, Lin Gu, you're okay. Silly girl. Lin Yi affectionately rubbed her head and smiled gently. How could anything happen to me? Now was not the time for sentimental moments. Having successfully transitioned from light to darkness, Lin Yi had to act quickly. He instructed Yang Meng'er to stay in the dormitory obediently, while Guoba stayed behind to guard the dormitory building. Lin Yi activated the door with the number 909 and entered the inner world directly. With the tidal effect activated, he transformed into a shadow and stealthily headed towards the disciplinary hall. Strange, the rule suppression has loosened? Lin Yi discovered that his rule 2, ubiquitous, seemed to be usable in the inner world, which delighted him. With a thought, he was instantly transported to the disciplinary hall. At this moment, the two-legged sheep were leisurely smoking, with cigarette butts piled up at their feet. Hey, enjoying yourselves, huh? Lin Yi teased playfully. The two-legged sheep turned their heads and their eyes widened. Holy shit, you're faking your death. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. You only saw the ending of the drama, don't you know there's a sequel? The actor, upon hearing this, had a sudden realization. I understand, master. Stop fooling around, let's talk about how we should cooperate next, Lin Yi asked directly. The actor blew a few smoke rings and began to reveal the situation within the organization. Since Lin Yi had passed his test, he was willing to give it his all, regardless of the final outcome. From the actor, Lin Yi learned that the Azura statue was the work of a doctor. This coincided with the information he had gathered himself. The doctor was in charge of the medical room in the inner world and was also the core area for the organization's members to gather and receive missions. The doctor controlled all the tickets inside the instance. The internal personnel deployment of the organization was also the doctor's responsibility. He was the chief's most trusted right-hand man. If Lin Yi wanted to make use of the doctor, he could only resort to force. Coercion and persuasion probably wouldn't be effective. That left two more people, the dean and the fortune teller. The former is responsible for logistics and researching the summoning of evil gods at the Research Institute. The latter is a recruitment manager who enjoys wandering through various dungeons and scouting for new members for the organization. The fortune teller has not returned yet, so the doctor and the executive should be taken note of. The director is a shut-in and rarely leaves the house, so there is no need to worry about them. As for the chief and the unspeakable, the actor says he can't help with that. He cannot speculate on their whereabouts. But, Mr. Nine said that his situation is not too good. It seems like he was tricked by the chief and can only fall into a deep sleep to resist the erosion of spiritual pollution. After listening to the actor's account, Lin Yi frowned slightly. He didn't pay much attention to the unspeakable, but who exactly is this Mr. Nine that the actor mentioned? Is the Mr. Nine you mentioned the same as Agio? Lin Yi asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, the actor was taken aback. Have you seen Mr. 9? 36D+, long legs, JK, schoolgirl style, hot girl. Lin Yi listed Agio's characteristics on her fingers, and it can be said that each adjective hit the nail on the head. No mistake, with such a big presence, it must be Mr. 9 without a doubt. The two exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Ha, men. Emperor Shirtian. Is the fairy jealous? Actually, the fairy is no worse than her. Emperor Shirtian suddenly had the urge to beat someone up. As the lord of the Rakshasa kingdom, he was actually being flirted with. Humph, make a note of it and deal with him later. Lin Yi learned from the actor that Agio is a traveler stationed in the instance. He never cares about what happens in the instance, letting it live or die on its own. She is just a merchant independent of the instance, and even if it is unspeakable, she has no right to control the other party. The actor said with certainty. But when Lin Yi mentioned the doorplate of room 909, he could hardly believe his eyes. How did it end up in your hands? The actor was astonished. It was not just a doorplate, but also the key to Mr. Nine's bedroom. Could it be that this kid had already caught Mr. Nine's eye? Don't guess randomly. Linny shook her head and explained, it should be Hua Zi's credit. He remembered that when they first met on the playground, he gave Ah Jo a cigarette. It seems that the other party didn't like owing favors, so they repaid it in another way. I see. The actor suddenly realized. He suddenly felt emotional. You made a fortune with that cigarette, I gave 4, but got nothing in return. Enough about that, what's your plan now? Linny changed the subject and asked. The actor pondered for a moment and said, 2 ideas, either clear the instance and break the rules, or kill the chief and dominate the inner world. And then? The actor scratched his head, that's it. Is that your plan? Yes. The actor smiled awkwardly. Do you have a misunderstanding about the concept of a plan? Linny was speechless. She thought there would be a breakthrough here, but she didn't expect this guy to have no plan at all. Well, I'll have to analyze it myself. Both of two-footed sheep's methods are difficult. The former is not difficult to clear the instance, but the difficult part is that he doesn't know the conditions for clearing the instance. The main quest only asked him to play the role of the homeroom teacher for class 2 of the 3rd year, without saying anything else. If the actor's information is accurate, the unspeakable that was originally unmentionable in the instance was tricked by the chief and is now in a deep sleep. Can this be understood as the enemy of the enemy is a friend, and he is on his side? With this premise, his hidden quest is probably to rescue the unspeakable and disrupt the plans of the evil disciples. If this is the condition for clearing the instance, then what needs to be done next is clear. Shake things up directly, launch a full-scale attack, and eliminate the chief. With the power in Lingy's hands right now, except for the chief being a bit difficult to deal with, the rest of the small fry like Goen and Kavita can be easily handled. What he is most worried about is the unspeakable being controlled by the chief and using the rules and advantages of the instance to kill him instead. I sense the aura of Azura. Suddenly, Emperor Shurtian's voice echoed in his mind. What's going on? Linny was surprised. I'm not sure, it seems to be coming from the direction of the research institute. Emperor Shurtian's tone was filled with excitement. She came to the instance to find the god of Azura. After working so hard for so long, she finally sensed the aura of Azura. How could she not be excited? Could it be that the dean has successfully summoned the evil god? The actor also sensed the presence of a stranger and his expression changed. Let's go and take a look. Lin Yi's face became serious, and she ran towards the research institute first. The actor followed closely behind. Research Institute, Laboratory. A metal altar filled with various pipes stood in an empty hall, where many researchers in white robes came and went. In the center of the altar, numerous obscure and incomprehensible runes circulated endlessly, emitting a crimson light. Terrifying energy was continuously transported into the altar through the pipes, and the incomprehensible data was displayed on the large screen behind. However, there was a percentage accuracy bar in the center of the screen. Currently, the accuracy bar had reached 83% and was slowly increasing. Master Dean, we don't have enough energy. An old man with a white beard said anxiously. How is that possible? We collected so much energy before, enough to sustain us for half a month. The Dean roared, his eyes turning red like a demon. Master Dean, we almost had a catastrophe in the other world before, and all the energy was used to maintain the operation of the other world, the old man urgently advised. What? These idiots, what are they good for? They can't even handle a simple task like watching a show. It's better if they die. The magician has already sacrificed himself. The Dean was just talking, but he didn't expect that the magician really died. That's a shame. Where is the magician's body? I've been wanting to study the body structure of a high-level sorcerer for a long time. This is a rare opportunity. We can't waste it. We haven't found it. Useless idiots. They're all useless. After roaring a few times, the Dean took a few deep breaths to calm down. Stop supplying energy to the other world, give all the power to the altar, at any cost, we must complete the experiment. But, the other world will collapse like this, the old man hesitated. So what? As long as we can summon the evil god, what does a mere other world matter? The Dean gritted his teeth, his face filled with madness. Besides, we have the chief, he will clean up the mess for us. Go and execute the order quickly. Okay then. The sky in the other world suddenly brightened. Linny felt that the suppression of the rules had reached its lowest point. It was as if the mountain pressing on him had suddenly disappeared, and he felt relaxed all over. The opportunity had come. Without the suppression of the rules, Linny had no fear at all. He teleported into the research institute and looked at the cyberpunk version of the altar filled with evil energy. Lin Yi's eyebrows twitched. Damn, they actually managed to research it. A strong smell of hell emanated from the altar, and the smell of death and decay filled the entire laboratory. When the progress bar on the large screen reached 95%, the altar began to tremble. It's done! Everyone's spirits were lifted. They all knew that the next moment would witness a miracle. When a touch of blood appeared on the altar, followed by bursts of crazy laughter. Ah, this lord is back. An image of a three-headed, six-armed demon god appeared on the altar. He was surrounded by darkness and the light of destruction, and each hand held a ferocious weapon. The appearance of 3 heads and 6 arms was the symbol of the Asura clan. The voice sounds familiar. Lin Yi frowned and muttered. Asura god, Emperor Shirtian said in a deep voice. Oh, yes, I've seen this guy before, Lin Yi remembered. The curse Rakshasa was obtained through the Asura god. But that guy wanted to devour the host. He was obviously not a good person. Unexpectedly, the two of them would meet again in this way. Ha ha ha, tremble, mortals. I am the Asura god, the great and supreme existence. You all, bow down. The altar resounded with a maniacal laughter, filled with extreme dominance. The aura of the Asura god became more and more terrifying, and the entire research institute shook violently. Does the fairy know this guy? Lin Yi asked. Asura god. Emperor Shirtian murmured to himself, a strange color flashing in his eyes. He was once a madman who reached the SSS level, an ambitious person who wanted to transcend, but unfortunately, he ultimately failed and could only escape into the abyss to barely survive. Emperor Shirtian's words surprised Lin Yi even more. SSS level, how terrifying that must be. Wait a minute. Shura god. Are all SSS level beings called gods? In that case, is the snake god also SSS level? Then I have some strong backing. Does the fairy have a purpose in seeking the Shura god? Do you have a grudge against him? Lin Yi guessed. It's not about grudges, I just need the Shura heart inside him, that's all, Emperor Shirtian said calmly. What is the use of this thing? Lin Yi asked curiously. Legend has it that the Shura, Rakshasa, Demon, and Hell tribes all come from the abyss. By gathering the power of the 3 tribes, one can obtain the blessing of the abyssal laws and transcend the rules, living freely in the world. Abyssal laws? Upon hearing this term, Lin Yi immediately thought of the explanation of the stone of the abyssal prison. You will be stared at by the abyss, could it be? He had a bold guess in his mind. In the entire cursed land, there are areas that cannot be bound by rules. The abyss is one of them. The reason why the Shura god failed in his rebellion but still survived in this world is because he hid in the abyss, making those people helpless. I wasn't so lucky. My soul was scattered, countless fragments drifting in the world, until I inexplicably resurrected and met you. At this point, Emperor Shirtian's tone carried a hint of madness. This time, I absolutely cannot fail. I must transcend this world. Lin Yi deeply understood. How can a man born between heaven and earth remain trapped and let time pass by? While the two were talking, the actors and others had already arrived at the research room. Along with them, there was also a doctor in a white coat and a gloomy-faced executive. It seems that his attempt to find a way to resurrect Elena, which cannot be spoken of, was unsuccessful. It's unclear whether he simply didn't find the other party or if the other party didn't agree. But what Lin Yi was most concerned about was a figure shrouded in black mist. Chief, we did it, we succeeded. The dean danced excitedly in front of the figure in the black mist, full of excitement. A cold and calm voice came from the black mist. Immediately after, the Shura god's phantom and the chief exchanged a glance. Ant, did you summon me? The Shura god looked down on everyone present with arrogance. His arrogant tone made everyone present furrow their brows involuntarily. They did want to summon a god, but what they wanted was an obedient god who would follow their commands, not someone like him who couldn't figure out his own position, was arrogant, and even had the potential to rebel. Stop the energy supply, the chief coldly ordered. What? Chief, this is not right. If the summoning fails, then all our efforts will be in vain? The dean anxiously said. Are you teaching me how to do things? The chief glanced coldly at the dean. I dare not. But I hope you can consider it carefully, the dean insisted. No need to consider. I don't need anything that has no value. The chief waved his sleeve, and an invisible pressure instantly spread out. Bang! The dean took 5 steps back. Puff! Blood sprayed out. The pressure was too terrifying. If he hadn't retreated, he would have burst and died long ago. The dean didn't dare to act recklessly and immediately cut off the energy supply. Soon, the progress bar on the screen stopped at 99%. The Shura phantom became somewhat panicked. He was inexplicably summoned before, and then inexplicably kicked back into the abyss. Now, after much difficulty, he was able to appear again, but the summoning ritual was abruptly terminated. What the hell is going on? Ant, I advise you not to be foolish. If I leave the abyss, you all will suffer a great calamity, the Shura god's phantom warned sternly. You arrogant fool. If you had any brains, you should be begging for mercy right now instead of threatening, the chief sneered. He didn't like simple-minded individuals with developed limbs. He felt they were foolish. Ant, I can kill you like slaughtering a dog. Believe me, with a single thought, I can take your life. Shura God roared in anger. As a mighty deity, he was actually despised by ants, which is unforgivable. However, the chief completely ignored the other party and allowed Shura God to rant. As the energy supply was interrupted, the Shura shadow began to fade gradually. He was furious, his eyes turned red, wishing to slap everyone to death. Ants, I give you one last chance, continue with the summoning ritual, otherwise, I will make you regret for the rest of your lives. Linisher, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't understand how such a stupid thing could advance to SSS level. He couldn't see anything and couldn't understand the situation at all. It was most appropriate to describe it as having well-developed limbs but a simple mind. This is how the Shura clan is. High emotional intelligence means a relatively pure character, low emotional intelligence means stupidity. Emperor Shurtian shook his head helplessly, apparently speechless about this guy as well. As time passed, the shadow became dimmer and Shura God became more impatient. However, his tone changed from anger to a softer one, seemingly ready to compromise. Ants, are you really not considering it anymore? I can guarantee that as long as you continue with the summoning ritual, I can bestow upon you power that surpasses everything. He began to tempt everyone, trying to reach a cooperation through negotiation. Chief, look, the dean was the most anxious among everyone. After all, these were all his hard work. Seeing that the other party was considering surrendering, he immediately looked at the shadow in front of him. After a brief thought, the chief nodded, maintain half of the energy supply and listen to what he wants to say. Yes. The dean nodded and immediately signaled a few people to continue operating the instruments. With the energy supply, the Shura shadow dissipated at a slower pace. Seeing this, Shura God breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was going back to the abyss of eternal darkness. It can only be said that it was close, thanks to my cleverness, otherwise, who knows how long I would have to stay in that ghost place. Ahem. Shura God cleared his throat and said, since that's the case, I will reluctantly state my conditions. Although I do not belong to this world, I am a deity. You lowly humans actually dare to try to control me, it's simply deserving of death. But considering that you are first-time offenders and I have just awakened, not yet adapted to everything in this world, therefore, I will give you a chance to pledge your loyalty and become my servants, and I will bestow upon you endless glory. Of course, if you don't know how to appreciate it, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present had black lines on their faces. Do you even know what you're saying? You can't even protect yourself, yet you still want to make others your servants. Are you out of your mind? Ha ha, the chief almost burst out laughing from anger. Cut it off, I don't have the patience to waste time with this idiot. Yes, the dean obeyed the order. This time, even the dean couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly cut off the energy supply, allowing the Shura God shadow to roar in the air. Fairy, are you going to make a move? Seeing that the Shura God was about to disappear, Linny couldn't help but ask. Forget it. Now is not the time. Although he was extremely eager for the Shura heart, Emperor Shurtian understood that the situation was still uncertain, and it would not be wise to act rashly. This is the difference between having a brain and not having one. On the other side, the Shura God shadow completely disappeared from the world. Stupid, extremely stupid. He was so angry that his whole body trembled, and he roared madly. He never expected that the people who summoned him would be so foolish, completely disregarding the usual way of doing things. With the name of the Shura God, in the cursed land, there were countless people who wanted to become his servants, even some unspeakable S-level individuals would fight to become his servants. But the result was that this group of inferior ants sent him back. Shame. A great shame. The mighty Shura God was actually rejected by mortals and expelled. Don't let me catch an opportunity, otherwise, I will kill you. Shura God cursed angrily, his voice getting smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Chief, what should we do next? The dean asked. Can't the experiment stop? The chief pondered for a moment and said he would be right back. Linny quietly followed. Soon, the two arrived in front of Ajio's wooden house, one after the other. Mr. Jio, are you there? The shadow in the yard shouted. The wooden door slowly opened, revealing a pair of jade legs stepping out first, followed by a curvaceous figure wrapped in a mini skirt, a slender waist, and a formidable weapon of 36D+. What do you want? Ajio's face remained calm as she glanced at the shadow. Naturally, it's a transaction, the chief said without hesitation, getting straight to the point. After stating his demands, he stood quietly at the door, waiting for a response. However, Ajio fell into silence and didn't answer for a long time. The chief frowned and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Don't tell me Mr. Jio doesn't have the goods? The props for enslaving the evil god are not so easy to come by, your level is not enough, Ah Jo said after a moment of silence, lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke nonchalantly. Hearing this, the chief immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, he was just a thief who had taken over someone else's territory and didn't have the authority to use unspeakable privileges. Merchants value profit, and since Mr. Joe is a merchant, you surely won't have a problem with money, right? The chief suppressed his inner displeasure and tried to appear calm. Are you teaching me how to do things? Ah Jo's mouth curled with sarcasm as she uttered a puzzling sentence. Of course not, just suggesting. The chief shook his head and didn't back down despite Ah Jo's unfriendly attitude. Your suggestion is not bad, I agree. Ah Jo suddenly smiled, revealing a brilliant smile. Her smile was extremely beautiful, like a night blooming Sirius in the sky. In an instant, it seemed as if the world had lost its color. When a cunning merchant smiles, someone will suffer. If two-footed sheep were present at this moment, they would surely shout, "There's a mole, terminate the transaction." Mr. Joe's smile was indeed beautiful, but unfortunately, behind that smile, there was a strong sense of danger. What price can you pay? Ah Jo narrowed her eyes, interested in the fat lamb in front of her. In this situation, the fat lamb had to offer something of sufficient weight, otherwise, there would be no deal. 10 million curse coins. The chief gritted his teeth and said slowly. This was his entire fortune with the organization. But as long as he could obtain an evil god, any price would be worth it. TSK, you're quite willing to spend a fortune, Ah Jo sneered, then changed the subject. 10 million, it's worth a try indeed. Hearing this, the chief felt a sense of joy and was about to speak, but Ah Jo's words interrupted him again. However, Ah Jo paused here and looked meaningfully at the chief. However, seeing that she seemed to have something more to say, the chief hurriedly urged, Mr. Jo, please speak. As long as I have it, no matter the price, I'm willing to accept it. Oh, Ah Jo raised an eyebrow and smiled ambiguously. Really? Really? The chief nodded firmly. Alright then, let's exchange it for your lifespan. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, a golden contract landed on the chief's forehead. He immediately let out a scream and had half of his lifespan taken away. This wasn't half of 100 years, but half of his entire life. No matter how powerful the chief became in the future, no matter how long his lifespan became, half of it would always be held by Ah Jo. She was ruthless in her business dealings. Of course, the chief didn't lose out either. With just a payment of 10 million curse coins, he could obtain a card to enslave an evil god. Yes, a card to experience it. To enslave an SSS level prop for just 10 million? That's wishful thinking. Only someone like the chief, who had never seen the real world, would take it seriously. Feeling his lifespan slipping away, the chief was filled with extreme terror. Are you scared now? Ah Jo snorted coldly. As long as you can obtain the power of the evil god, what does this little bit of lifespan matter? Half of infinite life, isn't it still infinite? You made a big profit in this deal, so go ahead and enjoy it secretly. Hearing this, the chief's expression improved significantly. Indeed, what does this price matter if he can completely enslave the evil god? He definitely made a big profit this time. Taking out a space bag filled with 10 million curse coins, the chief exchanged it with a black, ancient-looking contract from Ah Jo's hand. It was covered in obscure and difficult-to-understand incantations, revealing a mysterious rhythm. This is an SSS cursed demon contract, bound to the soul, never to be violated. As long as the contract is signed, the chief would effectively possess the evil god. However, he did not notice the small ancient seal character engraved on the back of the contract, which was the character Jo. When the chief's experience card expired, the ownership of the evil god would transfer to a Jew. It must be said that a Jew knew how to do business. Not only did he freeload half of the other party's life in 10 million curse coins, but he also directly freeloaded a servant of the evil god. Even capitalists would shed tears after seeing this. Happy cooperation. A Jew handed over the demon contract, revealing a charming smile. Then he reached out and patted the chief's shoulder, giving a gentle smile. However, the chief felt a cold wind blowing, causing his whole body to shiver. Then this seat won't disturb Mr. Joe any longer. Goodbye. He stiffened his neck and forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying. After receiving the contract, he couldn't wait to return to the research room and prepare to open the altar again. Come out, how long are you planning to hide? After the chief left, a Jew lightly shouted towards the void where Linny was hiding. Immediately, Linny slowly appeared from the darkness. Should I call you Mr. Joe or a Jew? A Jew neither confirmed nor denied, and instead asked, should I call you Wan Hao? Or Linny? Or Xiong Xiong? The two old foxes locked eyes and both revealed sinister smiles. Want to come in and have some fun? A Jew moved her sexy body to the side, invitingly. Linny couldn't be sure whether the fun mentioned by the other party was serious or not. No business without deceit, no deceit without business. No one could guarantee what ulterior motives this cunning merchant had towards him. He didn't want to end up like the chief, being sold and helping others count money. I just simply want to chat with you, don't misunderstand. A Jew smiled innocently, putting on a harmless appearance. A cunning merchant's smile, unpredictable life and death. Linny wouldn't be fooled. Let's talk about it here if there's something. I'm in a hurry to go back and conquer the instance. He shrugged, deliberately changing the topic to show that he didn't want to chat with a Jew. Seeing this, the other party no longer insisted. There are people above who are already paying attention to you. Are you interested in joining us? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's pupils contracted. When he cleared the previous instance, in addition to the Hellstone and Blood Diamond, Lin Yi also obtained an *** invitation letter. At first, he didn't understand the purpose of the invitation letter, but if he combined it with the information a Jew revealed at this moment, obviously, this was an olive branch thrown by the person behind a Jew. Traveler, what exactly is your existence? Linny asked in a deep voice. You can understand it as a super guild that connects countless realms. We are businessmen, not getting involved in battles in the cursed land, strictly neutral. Linny frowned, so what? So you can completely trust us if you join us. Why? Because we know that you and us are the same kind of people, absolute utilitarians. Linny silently lowered his head, lost in thought. To be honest, the olive branch thrown by the traveler made him somewhat tempted. Becoming a neutral party, staying away from right and wrong, becoming a cunning merchant, reaping the countless realms. It seemed like a good life, coupled with the astonishing background, being able to walk sideways in the cursed land. With such a support, there was no need to bother with conquering instances anymore, he could just slack off. Every day, enjoying life with a wife and children, how blissful. However, Linny disliked being restrained. Moreover, the neutrality that a Jew mentioned in the information he heard from Lily's mouth seemed to have a way out. You guys, aren't you the managers of the cursed place? After hesitating for a moment, he looked up at a Jew and asked in confusion. Can't this be a win-win deal? A Jew asked in return. We act as a bridge, establishing trade between various booths, and collecting a small fee and management fee. Isn't that reasonable? A sparrow in the Ganges. Lin Yi nodded. But he still had doubts. Why did you come to me? Not just you, anyone who achieves an SSS rating, we will send an invitation. Only the ultimate winner is qualified to be recognized by us. You are not special. I see. Linny breathed a sigh of relief. It sounded somewhat reliable. How many people like you are there in the Chamber of Commerce? 10 gentlemen and 1 steward. If you can pass the final test, you will be the 11th gentleman. I'll think about it. Linny didn't rush to answer. He felt that this matter was not simple. Well, when you decide, you can come find me anytime. A Jew smiled faintly and turned back to the wooden house. She had already revealed enough today, continuing would be excessive. Unless Linny adds money, she can only stop here. On the other side, the chief returned to the laboratory and placed the contract on the altar, dripping his own blood on it. The dean excitedly initiated the summoning ritual again. However, this time the startup process was not so smooth. The reserved energy had been depleted and needed time to accumulate again. The progress bar on the big screen was moving slowly. The people were not in a hurry. They had waited for 3 years, a day or 2 wouldn't make a difference. This is up to you, don't let any flies escape. After leaving a harsh remark, the chief prepared to leave. Wait, chief, the magician. The executive officer hurriedly caught up. The chief stopped and asked in confusion, what's the matter? Can the magician be revived? The executive officer asked nervously. Naturally, but. The chief narrowed his eyes and threatened, I'm not very satisfied with your recent performance. He had long seen that the executive officer had no loyalty to the organization. This lapdog only cared about the magician. Therefore, the chief did not lend a hand to help when the magician was in trouble. Only in this way could the executive officer willingly and wholeheartedly do things for him. This method had proven effective time and time again. The actor was tightly controlled by him, and the others were no exception, as they all had their weaknesses in his hands. Sure enough, the executive officer looked terrified and quickly knelt down. It's my fault, I won't dare to mess up again in the future. Looking at the kneeling executive officer, the chief nodded in satisfaction and walked away. After he left, the executive officer's eyes lit up with hope again, filled with gratitude as he watched the chief's figure. The 2-legged sheep beside him looked at the hopeful expression on the other's face and couldn't help but shake their heads in sorrow. Foolish dog, just like himself back then. Sold out and still counting money for others. Pathetic. Back at the disciplinary hall, Linny met with the actor. I have a bold plan. This time, Linny got straight to the point. Tell me about it. The actor looked interested. The altar in the laboratory may be the key to breaking the deadlock. Go on. What Linny wanted to do was intercept the energy in the other world through the Hellstone and the laboratory altar. Without energy support, the rules of the other world could be almost ignored. He could directly open the passage and summon Lily and the others for a massacre. In other words, through the altar, he could completely suppress the opponent's geographical advantage. At the same time, Linny could also replenish the Hellfire in the Hellstone with the stolen energy. By awakening more Hell creatures with the Hellfire, he might even be able to directly break the curse of the Hellstone. It requires a sacrifice, right? Isn't it perfect to sacrifice the Azura god? Just need to take the heart of the Azura before the sacrifice. Wow, it's a one-shot end. At that time, he will appear again, dispelling the student's fear and depriving the other world of its energy supply. In this way, the true unspeakable might awaken. When the time comes, with a strong alliance, dealing with a mere evil disciple won't be easy. As he spoke, Linny himself became somewhat excited. This is the correct method for clearing the instance. It feels like there's no need to waste any effort. Just lie down and win. Ahem. Seeing him getting more and more excited, the actor couldn't bear it and interrupted him. Are you blind, Dean? Can't you see your little actions? Ha! Linny rolled his eyes and said impatiently, then can't you just take him out first? The actor opened his mouth for a while but couldn't say anything. Alright, just take him out, problem solved. We'll do this first, then this, and finally this. Oh, I understand. GGG. As night fell, a large group of black-robed crow people appeared in front of the dormitory building. In order to speed up the experiment, the organization needed more energy. For this reason, the grievances in the dormitory building were the best source of energy. GGG, I've been wanting to taste the flavor of these women for a long time, and now it's finally our turn. A tall and thin black-robed crow person licked his lips, his gaze falling on the windows outside the dormitory building, emitting a lewd smirk. His companions echoed, their gazes lascivious, eager to rush in immediately. Don't be impatient. The leading black-robed crow person suppressed the restlessness of his companions and whispered, don't forget the organization's teachings, don't let beauty distract you, and don't let personal desires ruin the organization's plans. Negative emotions are the priority. Understood. The crow people growled in unison. The black-robed crow person nodded in satisfaction. Alright, according to the plan, one by one. Yes, sir. The group of black-robed figures sinisterly shouted and excitedly rushed into the dormitory building. Soon, the entire dormitory building was filled with the sound of crashing. Guoba wiped the sweat off his forehead, one slap at a time, knocking them all down. One by one? Do you think this is a game of whack-a-mole? He kicked the crow person foaming at the mouth by his feet and cursed as he tied them up. His professional technique made young Menger, who was watching nearby, want to learn. She'll try it with her child's father later. Without a dormitory supervisor, it's a bit troublesome to deal with these bodies. Guoba scratched his chin, feeling a bit troubled about how to handle this group of people. If we kill them like this, won't it expose Lingo? Yang Menger seemed to remember Lin Yi's situation and asked. Guoba scratched his head, feeling conflicted. If this group of people doesn't report back to the organization, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Killing them is not an option, but not killing them is also not an option. If he kills this group of people, the existence of the master might be exposed, but if he doesn't kill them, the students in the dormitory building will suffer. What should he do? Just then, an astonishing energy surged within Guoba's body. The aura that had been at the peak of A-level suddenly soared, reaching a new level in an instant. A-level Guoba underwent a super evolution S-level Great Guoba Beast. Area instance, Corpse Village, Horror Festival, Eerie Tomb, Blood Factory, Wilderness Horror, Coffin Bearers, completed, initiating instance settlement, total participating players, 47, deaths, 39, escapes, 3, number of successful completions, 5, highest rating, E, deducting instance maintenance fees, deducting 50% of the share. Congratulations for obtaining 86,660 curse power. 20,000 curse coins have been automatically repaid to Lily, remaining debt, 980,000. After waiting for several days, the 6 instances in the small town finally brought Linny some profit. However, when he saw the news of the curse coins being automatically repaid, his face fell. Debt is debt, and dividends are dividends. How can they be mixed together? He's not someone who doesn't pay back. Why treat him like this? Linny felt helpless about Lily's lack of trust. If it weren't for Kunkia's milk money, he wouldn't have accumulated such a huge debt. Fortunately, Elena left behind a considerable inheritance, enough for him to live freely outside. As the curse power arrived, Lin Yi's panel changed. Character, Linny, Level, A-level Sorcerer, Starlight, Curse Power, 284,666, Curses, Cursed Items, Blood Curse Diamond Ring, Paper Doll Clothes, Basidiomycetes Prison Stone, Dung Extractor, Bloodstained Suspenders. Omitted, Title, Spirit Hidden Town Mayor with Huge Debts, Affiliated Creatures, Agglomerate, S+, Guaba, S, Covey, A+, Avril, A+, Dawang, A, Curse Coins, 120030, Curse Spirit Beads, several. Lin Yi's body crackled, filled with an unprecedented power. Sizzle. Suddenly, his clothes shattered, revealing a muscular and well-built body. Fortunately, it was censored and not censored. He clenched his fists, and his bones made a crisp sound. My physique has improved again. Without considering combat experience, Lin Yi was confident in arm wrestling with an executive officer. If he fused with Emperor Shirtian, he could definitely crush him. The only trouble was the opponent's law enforcement manual. But as long as the energy in the other world was exhausted, his rules would also be broken. Damn it, how did you manage to have so much excitement while I was just going to the bathroom? Looking at the scattered cloth on the ground, Lin Yi felt a sudden tightness in his buttocks. Ahem, just exercising my body. Lin Yi awkwardly put on his clothes and then waved his hand. Let's go, let's do something interesting tonight. The actor quickly followed. In the dormitory building, Guaba raised his hands high and roared towards the sky. A dazzling light of evolution lit up from him. And then, it disappeared. Ha! He looked down at his own paws, then at his furry belly. It seemed nothing had changed. Although there was not much change in appearance, the surging and powerful force inside him couldn't be faked. Guaba looked at his panel and found that he had gained a new skill. Puppeteer? They are all puppets, why should they kill each other? TSK TSK TSK. Although he said that, his movements were not slow at all. He grabbed a few bear hairs from his body and blew on them twice. In the next moment, small bears the size of palms appeared out of thin air. He hummed lightly, "Go, my little ones." Roar! The little bears saluted in unison and jumped into the robes of the crow people, disappearing without a trace. Soon, a look of confusion flashed in the eyes of the crow people, then they became dull. But it didn't take long for them to regain their clarity. Guaba untied the ropes on them, and they all stood up with eerie smiles. Now, everyone was on the same side. Everyone is here, let's distribute the tasks. Number 1. Here. You go to dormitory 201 and cause some commotion. Yes, sir. Number 2. You go to 301. Understood. One by one, the crow people received their tasks and left. Guaba was not idle either, he found a dormitory and rushed in. Yang Menger watched with a bewildered expression. What's going on? She didn't understand why Guaba let these bad people go. Unable to resist her curiosity, she quietly followed. Soon, she discovered that these people broke into the dormitory and forcefully subjected the students to insane acts. They actually forced them to listen to ghost stories? Yang Menger's mouth twitched. These guys were truly malicious. They tortured them through such terrifying means. Well, she'd better go to bed. She didn't want to go crazy with Guaba. It was unbelievable that he came up with the idea of telling ghost stories to curse spirits. Although that was the case, thanks to the identity of the crow mask, the female students still felt scared, and the negative emotions in the dormitory increased dramatically. This way, it could be considered a perfect job, without arousing suspicion from the evil cultists. Moreover, with this group of controlled puppet people, it was also possible to infiltrate the organization in reverse. Guaba's ability was truly a timely rein. It perfectly filled the most important part of Lin Yi's plan. Late at night, one person sneaked into the research room like a ghost. There were a large number of research personnel coming in and out, very busy. It was not enough to rely solely on the dean to maintain the cyberpunk version of the altar. Hey Dean, busy? The actor approached familiarly, completely ignoring the executive officer standing nearby. Go away, don't bother me, I'm busy. The dean stared at the tablet in his hand, not even lifting his head, his tone very perfunctory. What are you busy with? Just stand here and stare at the screen, you're the most idle in the organization, right? As soon as these words came out, the dean's face turned red. Indeed, despite the dean's appearance of being a workaholic every day, it was all just an act. All of this was thanks to the so-called workplace truth of having work in your eyes that had poisoned him. In the eyes of outsiders, one must pretend to be busy so that colleagues won't ask for help and leaders will be very satisfied with your performance. But only the person themselves knows that they've just been slacking off all day and haven't actually done any work. This is much more clever than getting paid to take a shit. Get lost, or I'll beat you up. The dean waved his hand like shooing away a fly, his eyes glued to the computer screen. The actor rolled his eyes, but didn't continue to bother him, deliberately saying loudly, Alright, then I won't disturb you. By the way, I just received news that the magician's body has been found. Do you want to go take a look? Upon hearing this, the dean suddenly woke up. Found? Where was it found? Where's the body? Show me. Well, the actor looked somewhat embarrassed and glanced at the executive officer. He deliberately said this for the dean to hear, with the purpose of getting him to leave. Sure enough, as soon as he heard it was news about the magician, the dean immediately became excited. Old man, you better put away this unrealistic idea, or else. The executive officer coldly interrupted, his threat evident in his words. Everyone knew that the dean was somewhat obsessed with the body of the high-level sorcerer. But the executive officer clearly wouldn't allow the body of his beloved to be handed over to the dean for dissection. He himself hadn't even touched it, so how could he allow someone else to defile it? Ahem, just kidding, don't take it so seriously. The dean quickly forced a smile. He wasn't so foolish as to confront this guy head-on. He could just find an opportunity to secretly do some work later. Let's go, take me to see. With a cold snort, the executive officer and the actor left the laboratory. Just as they left, a scholar wearing a white mask and a blue robe arrived. It was naturally Lin Yi in disguise. Fortunately, the scholar had the lowest status, he was a nobody, and the other several seats didn't even notice that he had been missing for a whole day. I heard there was a riot in the student affairs office. Nothing serious, with me there, what could happen? Hee, that's true. The dean smiled non-committally and then focused his attention on the tablet. Lin Yi quietly approached him from behind and sprinkled some itching powder on the back of his neck. This was a punishment tool from the disciplinary office that he happened to have on hand to deal with the dean. What is this? It's so itchy. The medicine quickly took effect. As he continued to scratch, the itching powder spread all over his back, making it even worse. The more he scratched, the itchier it became. How long has it been since you last bathed? You're covered in lice, aren't you? Lin Yi teased. Nonsense. I took a bath just a month ago. How could? It's driving me crazy, haha, help, it's so itchy, haha, dean, you should go wash up. A staff member kindly reminded him. A month without bathing, my goodness, no wonder there's always a strange smell here. I'll go right away. After saying this, the dean scratched his ears and cheeks and walked out of the laboratory. Lin Yi quietly followed. They trailed behind until they reached a deserted corner, where a brick suddenly fell with a loud crash. Bang! The dean's vision went black on the spot and he fainted. Playing with bricks, Lin Yi is professional. He picked up the dean and turned into black mist, floating towards the student office. It is isolated from the world and the safest place. Even the chief didn't notice any clues. It is the perfect hiding place for people. On the other side, have we arrived? The actor led the executive officer in twists and turns, wandering for a long time. The latter finally became impatient. Hey, we're almost there. The actor showed a cunning smile and led the executive officer into a dark alley, weaving through several buildings, and finally stopped in front of a large iron gate. He took out the key and skillfully opened the room. Isn't this your sanctuary? The executive officer was speechless. Aren't you afraid of being followed by the old dean? What if this old pervert takes advantage of the magician's unpreparedness and steals the delicate body of the magician? Oh, the consequences, TSK. After listening to the actor's explanation, the anger on the executive officer's face instantly disappeared. Good brother, I misunderstood you. Not at all, it's my pleasure. Soon, the executive officer saw the body of his beloved in front of him. This is not Elena. No, I don't believe it. Looking at the pile of rotten flesh in front of him, the executive officer's eyes were filled with grief. Damn it, why would they be so cruel to my Elena? Woo. The actor scratched his cheek and turned his head to the side, feeling a little guilty. There's some bad news, the author published the chapters in the wrong order. Damn it, everything is messed up. Some quick readers have already seen chapter 156 in advance, but I haven't published chapter 155 yet. This is a bit embarrassing. In order to adjust the chapters and let the author write something randomly, let's reverse the order. By the way, recently, Ashue seems to have fallen ill, with a cold, fever, and weakness. The whole person is useless. If you find that Ashue suddenly disappears later, please don't suspect anything, he should be peacefully lying in bed. It's the first time I've been sick after staying at home for so long, it's uncomfortable. If there's no sickness, then I'll continue updating. If you feel like you haven't had enough, you can go and check out Ashue's new book, Debt Not Repaid? Fine. I'll use your wife to pay it back. Just click on the author's homepage to watch it. Ashue has been driving for 20 years. I don't think I need to say how fast he drives. I need to write 1,000 words to publish the next chapter and restore the order. So please ignore the following content and wait for the normal update tomorrow. Going crazy now. Poetry recitation. When spring flowers bloom, when spring flowers bloom, asterisk 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 hearts that stay together blend asterisk 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 the flames of desire burn asterisk 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 in the atmosphere of the late night asterisk 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 we express our love for each other. Asterisk 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 joy floats in the air asterisk 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 bound by love asterisk 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 2 become 1 asterisk 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 leaving behind beautiful memories in our embrace and kiss romantic nights pass, but love never fades, leaving footprints and whispers, forever remembered asterisk 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 applause. JPG, I'm sorry, teacherly, I'll borrow your body again, and burn more paper for you next year on Qingming Festival, amen. After muttering to himself, the actor made an excuse that he had something to do and left first. On the cold cement floor, only the executioner was left, holding the broken flesh of Teacherly, crying bitterly. After a long time, he finally returned to the laboratory with the gruesome body in his arms. At this moment, an identical Dean was staring at the data in his hands. Is this the magician's body? He asked, knowingly. After all, he had personally dismembered this body with an electric saw. The actor had perfectly replaced the Dean in front of him. At least he was a performer. Changing faces was not a difficult task. You better not have any improper thoughts, the executioner coldly warned, but when he looked at the broken flesh in his arms, he found it ridiculous. No one would have any improper thoughts about broken flesh, right? The Dean showed a regretful expression, then took out a black stone and had the staff place it on the altar. The executioner didn't understand these things, he just glanced at it and didn't say much. However, one of the staff members expressed confusion. Dean, what is this? The actor felt a little nervous inside, but pretended to be calm. Are you teaching me how to do my job? A familiar taste. It's fine now. You talk too much. Can even the Dean question you? Soon, someone took the hellstone and placed it on top of the altar, just below the contract. After completing these tasks, that person winked at the actor, seemingly trying to convey some information with their eyes. Brother, one of us, Being able to recognize their own identity and not expose it, it was obviously one of their own. But the actor was puzzled. When did this guy get switched? Obviously, this staff member had already been manipulated by the puppet master and became one of the dolls. Ahem, Dean, here's your coffee. Oh. The actor took the cup and took a sip, then handed it to the secretary who suddenly appeared. But the secretary gave him a flirtatious look. Brother, I'm also one of us. What? You're also one of us? Dean, here are your documents. One of us. So everyone here is one of us. This place is even safer than my own home. The actor felt that his superb acting skills seemed to only work on the executioner. After all, everyone here is one of us. Master, why did you just come back? In a European-style room, Avril pouted and threw herself into Lingy's arms, making the group of hell creatures behind her stare in surprise. When they were first subdued, the big machete swung with great power. Lu Zhishan's uprooting of the willow cannot compare to the fierceness of these women. What happened to this delicate and charming demeanor now? Change back. Linny felt a headache. It was clearly not like this when she first opened the package. Why is it becoming more and more provocative now? Okay, Avril shook her head in a sweet and coquettish manner. I'll change back. Why be so fierce? As she spoke, she transformed back into a cold and aloof female knight, with an unwelcoming look. Linny couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her and turned her gaze to the skeleton king Covey. Sir, all the companions that can be found have been gathered, a total of 108, 8 A rank and 100 B rank. Well done. I don't dare to take credit. Covey bowed and stepped back. Fortunately, there was still someone with a normal mind here, which made Linny feel relieved. These 108 hellfire creatures had different appearances, like fish in the deep sea, all quite unique. Since no one can see them anyway, they can just look however they want. Perhaps with this thought in mind, some of them looked like puddles of mud, some like tall clay pots, and some were simply a pile of irregular stones. In short, each one was explosively ugly. The only one that looked somewhat decent was a withered little sapling, just over half a person tall. Compared to the group of freaks next to it, it was considered quite attractive. These creatures all had one thing in common: they were burning with a faint hellfire. Glancing at the nearby Daho who was rolling around, Linny thought about how it used to be a Siberian husky and only became a majestic three-headed dog after being charged up, so she felt relieved. What if these guys also become handsome after being charged up? Having figured this out, Linny no longer cared about the appearance of these creatures. Everyone, I believe you all understand the current situation. Since you have chosen to join me, from now on, you will have eternal life, endless wealth, and never-ending glory and prosperity. Linny looked around at everyone, her tone calm and firm. It's just making empty promises, who can't do that? However, there is one thing I hope you all remember. From now on, I will be your Hell Lord, your true king. Your life and death, honor and disgrace, are all in my hands. If anyone dares to betray, they will be killed without mercy. As her words fell, there was a moment of silence. Clap, clap, clap. Avril was the first to applaud, her face flushed with excitement. Seeing that this group of people on the ground was unmoved, she gave them a threatening look. They were scared by the overwhelming killing intent and all knelt down. Whoosh! The sound of uniform and synchronized kneeling filled the air. I pledge to follow the great Hell King to the death. Very well, Covey. At your service. From now on, you will be the commander of the First Hell Legion. They will be under your command. Yes, I will defend the Hell King to the death. Phew, it's a good thing it's not that crazy woman, the master is wise. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The sound of their synchronized exhales almost made Avril explode with anger. What's wrong? Are you feeling wronged by becoming my subordinates? Bah! She sarcastically commented, then turned to Linny with a sweet smile. Master, let me be your personal guard. I promise to protect you without any leaks. Linny was startled and got goosebumps. You'd better be a dumb bride. After saying that, she left straight away, leaving Covey and the others behind on standby. Bride. Avril seemed to have misunderstood Linny's last words, and steam burst out of her head in excitement, her face turning red as if blood was about to seep out. The master actually said she would be a bride? The master really likes me, hee. A series of silly laughter made her tremble all over, drooling from the corners of her mouth, and the people next to her shivered. Avril didn't care about what others thought, she was immersed in her fantasy at the moment, her eyes unfocused. Inside the wooden house, a young girl in thin pajamas sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her delicate figure partially hidden. In front of her was a chessboard, and across from the chessboard was an ancient mirror. In the mirror, a woman dressed in professional attire was reflected. The chess pieces fell accurately and precisely without anyone controlling them, one move at a time. The woman smiled at the corner of her mouth and said, "I won this game." A Jew furrowed her eyebrows and hesitated in placing her piece. After a while, she chose to give up and put the chess piece into the basket. You win this game," a Jew nodded, took a sip of her tea, and didn't pay much attention to winning or losing. "What do you mean by you win? I clearly dominated the whole game." "It's as if you intentionally lost," the woman said angrily, giving a Jew a white glance. A Jew blinked her eyes and asked, "Is that so?" "Of course. I won't lose to anyone again." The woman clenched her fist to express her protest. A Jew shrugged, picked up a black chess piece, and placed it on an inconspicuous square on the chessboard. "Since you insist on thinking that way, then I can't do anything about it." With the black piece placed, the situation immediately reversed. "What? A divine move, the unity of heaven and earth?" the woman exclaimed in shock. She looked up at a Jew, shocked beyond belief. The good situation just now turned into nothingness in an instant. It was simply unbelievable. "How did you do that?" she asked eagerly. A Jew calmly lifted her teacup and took a sip. Do you want to know the answer? The woman nodded vigorously. It's simple, because I'm smarter than you. What kind of answer is that? It's too perfunctory. He. Aju chuckled and changed the subject. By the way, did you give that guy some false clues? Did I? No, I didn't, huh? The woman forced a smile to cover up her embarrassment, but her heart skipped a beat. Aju stared into her eyes and sighed softly, a stubborn duck. The woman's heart trembled. Hey, Zayajiujiu, we're best friends. Why would I deceive you? Oh, Aju nodded and revealed a sinister smile. Because we're best friends, it's easier to stab each other in the back, right? Unable to hide it any longer, she decided to come clean. Alright, I did show him something. It was her who showed Linny the scene of Elena being captured by the misty hand in the mirror. I was just curious. I wanted to test what kind of abilities a man praised by you would have. The woman smiled awkwardly and continued to defend herself. Aju rolled her eyes and didn't comment. Well, it's your own copy. Do whatever you want. Just don't come to me for help later. Upon hearing this, the woman secretly stuck out her tongue and muttered to herself. It's better to forget about it. It was because of her own foolishness that she ended up in this situation. If it weren't for Zayajiujiu's intervention, her personality might have been completely tainted by negative emotions and eventually turned into a terrifying monster. Sigh. Aju felt exhausted. Fireproof, theft-proof, and friend-proof. It was not easy to find a solution, and this foolish woman still tried to hinder her in Sao discord. If it weren't for her backup plan with Xiaoming, the consequences would have been unpredictable. But in the end, the outcome was satisfactory. Lin Yi's performance didn't disappoint her, and even exceeded her expectations. It was always full of surprises. By the way, suddenly, the young woman had a bright idea and thought of something. Aren't you going to introduce your boyfriend to everyone? Aju glanced at her and said, introduce my ass. I think he's quite good. He just likes to see women in black stockings. Just wear them for him. With your long and beautiful legs, it's absolutely captivating. TSK, if you wear a pair of Valentino shoes, I can't even imagine. Aju's mouth twitched, and she retorted without hesitation, you think everyone is as perverted as you. Oh my, aren't I considering you? You stay at home all day, smoking and drinking tea, getting tattoos and getting your hair done. You won't find a boyfriend like that. The beautiful woman began to pour out her twisted reasoning. Stop, I don't need it. Save your breath. Aju looked disgusted and didn't want to listen to her friend's nonsense. Seeing this, the beautiful woman had no choice but to shut up. It won't be long before you can come out, right? You should still prepare as much as possible. Aju reminded her. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's face gradually became serious. What do you mean by that? Aju shook the cup of fragrant flower petal tea in her hand and said leisurely, literally, it means that. But, her voice suddenly stopped, her gaze turned to the distance, murmuring, that guy seems to have done something foolish, trying to open the gates of hell, which will attract the gaze of the abyss. What should we do? The beautiful woman's face changed slightly when she heard this. How about we go and help him? Aju shook her head. I am a merchant, I don't do losing deals. Then, I'll exchange my most precious thing for your help? The beautiful woman lowered her head shyly, her cheeks blushing seductively. Pft, cough, cough, cough. A mouthful of clear flower petal tea sprayed out, splashing the tea set on the table. Aju quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe it, glaring at the idiotic woman in front of her with annoyance. Can't your brain hold anything useful? Is it all just useless trash? The beautiful woman lowered her head, muttering softly, isn't what I have valuable? Ah, it's so sad. Aju was so angry that she slammed the mirror back onto the table. If she continued talking, she was afraid she would strangle this brainless woman. But in order to ensure that this copy wouldn't be swallowed by the abyss, she had to come up with a foolproof plan. Aju fell silent for a moment, then threw the entire chessboard into the void. In an instant, the inner world was filled with stars. A chess game enveloped this world, disappearing into the endless copies, leaving no trace. This way, the abyss won't be able to find this place for a while. If this can be discovered, then that guy is unlucky. Aju snorted twice, satisfied, and went back to bed to rest. The next morning, Linny woke up from a dream while hugging a life-sized body pillow. Yang Menger was awakened by his movement, rubbing her sore forehead and sitting up. Good morning, Good morning. Linny smiled at her, handsome and sunny. The two embraced and kissed each other, warm and sweet. Yang Menger leaned against his chest, stretched her waist lazily, and lazily said, what are our plans for today? Linny thought for a moment, realizing that everything that needed to be prepared was already prepared. So he said, today, let's just sleep well and do nothing. Sleep all day? That's how people die. Yang Menger wailed, instantly deflated. What are you thinking? Linny scratched her nose. I'll sleep alone, you can do whatever you want. Yang Menger realized that she had misunderstood, and her face turned red. She glared at Linny and coquettishly said, "You're so mean." After some affectionate moments, she kissed him and got up to get dressed, taking the still sleeping Kunkyu with her as she walked towards the teaching building. Linny continued to lie down and went back to sleep. With two-footed sheep and crispy rice, he could rest for a while. The altar's energy supply would take time, at least 3 days. Not to mention that the negative emotions were not strong at the moment, so the collection speed was even slower. Oh, and he still had to take away half of the energy from the Hellstone. Well, it seemed like a distant future. In this way, Linny and Yang Menger lived a period of blissful and dreamy time. During this time, he occasionally visited the student's office to comfort his little brothers and observed the progress in the laboratory. He also sent messages to Lily and others to prepare. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz dash on this day, a deafening sound echoed through the laboratory. Character, Linny, level A level sorcerer, sunshine, magic power, 424,000, curses, magical tools, blood curse diamond ring, paper doll clothes, basidiomycetes prison stone, dung extractor, bloodstained suspenders, etc. Title, the heavily indebted mayor of Linging Town, affiliated creatures, agglomerate, S+, Guaba, S, Covey, A+, Avril, A+, Dawan, and curse coins, 120,030, spiritual beads, several. In the span of 20 days, Linny gained over 100,000 magic power, directly skyrocketing to the peak of A level. It can be said that the money tree of Linging Town began to unleash its true power. At the same time, he also learned some secrets. As the instance gradually took shape, the inner world of the town began to improve. Besides the Blue Star humans who were brought into the instance, there were also many strange races from other worlds. This was good news. It was a bit unethical to always take advantage of one's own people, but it was a different story for outsiders. Going off track. After receiving a message from Guaba, Linny sat up from the bed. Menger, I'll leave the teaching building to you. Don't worry, Lin Gu, be careful. After giving the instructions, Linny took out the doorplate 909 and directly entered the inner world. Yang Menger also prepared herself and brought the Kuan ball to the classroom. As soon as Linny sounded the horn for counterattack, she would rally the class to rebel. Student Affairs Office. The hellish creatures felt the hellish aura emanating from the altar and their eyes lit up with excitement and bloodlust. Roar, they raised their heads and howled madly. The deafening roar echoed in the Student Affairs Office. Avril mounted Da Huang, her cloak fluttering, exuding a heroic aura. If anyone dares to slack off later, I'll give them a taste of hell. Everyone shivered, their hair standing on end. Covey was speechless. Are you the leader or am I the leader? At least give me a few lines. Ahem, let's go. Covey cleared his throat and led the army of hell to break out of the cage. At the same time, in the center of the altar, boom, accompanied by a loud noise, a black energy column shot up into the sky. The chief, the executive, the doctor, and others showed ecstatic expressions, and behind them stood a large number of crow-robed figures, densely packed. There were at least 700 to 800 people, each with a majestic aura, none of them below B level. It can be said that all the elites of the organization had gathered here. Finally, it's done. The chief breathed a sigh of relief, his spirits high. Ha ha ha, the evil god descends, my lord reigns forever. The evil god descends, my lord reigns forever. The evil god descends, my lord reigns forever. At this moment, the robed figures all knelt down, shouting the revered name of the evil deity. Their hearts were filled with fanaticism and devout worship. The jester glanced at this group of people and sighed, thinking that Linny's little followers were really playing their roles well. Each of them was trembling with excitement, as if they had won the lottery. The jester couldn't help but wonder, what does any of this have to do with you? In the end, only the chief will enjoy the fruits of success. You can't even taste the soup, yet you eagerly help others at the cost of your own lives. It's better to be clever and recognize reality early on. Rebellion is the right path. The jester secretly thought, feeling a sense of inexplicable pride. Just at this moment, bang dash, a sudden explosion resounded through the inner world, as if a thunderbolt on a clear day. The jester's face changed drastically as he looked up at the sky. In the pitch-black sky, a giant three-headed, six-armed shadow appeared. Ha ha ha, this lord is back again. This was not the same projection as before, but the true form of the Azura. The roof above the laboratory had already been overturned, and everyone was exposed to the dust. Kid, you were quite arrogant before, now, go ahead and be crazy for me. Shuragod shouted angrily, his voice like thunder, shaking the gray mist in the sky, revealing his massive and ferocious body. His skin was like a layer of heavy rock, covered with cracks and hard scales, shimmering with a terrifying blood-red light. His eyes, as big as copper bells, were deep and fierce, causing the surrounding storms to rage violently. The sky was covered, emitting a chilling deathly aura. The immense pressure made the people below feel suffocated. To celebrate my rebirth, offer your lives. Ants, die. Shura sneered, raising his fist and slamming it down towards the ground. The enormous palm covered the sky, enveloping everyone, like a collapsing Mount Tai. The chief sneered, spreading his arms, waiting for death to come. The others were not panicked, some even looking forward to it. In the next second, a black contract shot out from the altar, turning into a stream of light and entering Shura's forehead. What is this? Ah, damn it! How can there be such a ghostly thing here? Shura's body suddenly froze. The giant fist that was about to fall stopped in midair. Then, countless obscure runes turned into iron chains, tightly entwining him, sealing his limbs, bones, and soul. At the same time, the contract turned into black flames, burning Shura's soul, causing him to scream in pain. This scene happened in the blink of an eye. Almost no one present could see what was happening, and Shura was subdued. Ah! Stop! Shura screamed madly, but he couldn't break free from the contract's restraints. Moreover, the flames of the contract grew stronger and burned his body, causing him unbearable pain. In just a minute, he was on the verge of death. Ha! So what if you're a god? You still have to submit to me. The chief's voice slowly sounded, full of mockery. He slowly flew up into the sky, overlooking Shura from above, full of contempt. You little beast! Shura hated him so much that his teeth itched. How dare you trick me? So what if I tricked you? Kneel! Plop! Shura's knees went weak and he knelt down on the ground. The more you resist, the more the flames burn. Behave and I will take you to the top of the world. Shura sneered, his eyes filled with malice. Humph! You lowly race, do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Although he said that, the black flames on his body gradually extinguished. Obviously, not only women were hypocritical, but also Shura. Before the chief could be happy, a sound of a cup being smashed came from below. Bang! The jester picked up a coffee cup and smashed it to the ground. Comrades, now is the time. Overthrow the Qing dynasty, kill these damn cultists. Just as everyone was confused, screams suddenly erupted from the crowd. Ah! I trusted you like a brother, and you stabbed me in the back. We promised to be together for a lifetime. Why? Husband, you. Put. Over 60 black-robed people betrayed, wielding their knives and attacking their comrades. A horrific melee broke out. What is happening? The executive was dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the old dean. The jester was no longer pretending, revealing his true identity by tearing off his mask. Today, let me lead the way to cleanse the cult. Everyone, attack! As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a huge chainsaw and swung it towards the doctor. The executive was definitely no match for him, but he could still restrain the doctor. The rest was left to Lin Yi. Damn it! Jester, you clown, how dare you betray me? The chief became furious, his angry roar rolling in like a raging wave. But when he thought about how he already had Shura, he suddenly wasn't so angry anymore. Humph! Jumping clown! Executive, kill him for me! He coldly ordered, everything under his control. Without hesitation, the executive threw out the iron chains and attacked the two-legged sheep. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed through the surroundings. Grandpa Dog is here, why haven't you surrendered on your knees? A huge dog wrapped in green hellfire rushed from a distance. Ayo! 3 ferocious dog heads roared to the sky, instantly condensing 3 fireballs and smashing them towards the executioner. Bang bang bang! The sound of intense explosions filled the air, dust flying, and the scene became chaotic. The executioner lightly stepped back and dodged. The two-legged sheep took the opportunity to carry the doctor away from the battlefield. This doctor was the one Lin Yi specifically named to be kept alive, so he couldn't die here for no reason. Jester, you should know the consequences of betraying the organization. At this moment, the doctor still had an emotionless expression, showing no signs of joy or anger. Humph, even if I don't betray, what difference does it make? Will the outcome be any better? No agreement could be reached with these words. The doctor didn't waste words and took out 2 sharp scalpels to fight the jester. For the Lord of Hell, for our king, kill them! The raging flames ignited, Cubby wielded a bone knife and led the Hell Legion into the battlefield. From a high altitude, one could see that the green flames were like a sharp sword, tearing open a ferocious wound from the side of the battlefield, dividing the entire battlefield in half. Damn it, what is Shu Sheng doing? He actually let these monsters out. The executioner's face turned extremely gloomy, but he didn't know that Shu Sheng, the 7th seat, had long been locked up by these creatures. You should worry about your own situation. A cold and ruthless voice sounded, as Avril rode on the 3-headed hellhound, wielding a giant sword and slashing from the side. Seeking death. Clang! Sparks flew, and the executioner felt a strong force rushing into his body, causing his internal organs to churn. The two separated with a single touch. Cough, cough. Blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What a terrifying power. On the other hand, Avril stood proudly above the hellhound, like a queen. Her broad wings fluttered slightly, stirring up gusts of wind that completely destroyed the already burdened laboratory. Who are you exactly? How can you possess such terrifying power? The executioner's eyes widened in disbelief and he couldn't help but exclaim, I'm not a human. The first half of the sentence still carried an evil aura, but the second half suddenly became serious. I won't tell you, I'm actually Lin Lang's wife. Oops, I accidentally let it slip, so annoying, he. Avril covered her face, twisted her delicate body, and made a coquettish gesture. Does this nymphomaniac have some kind of illness? The big yellow dog beneath her had long been used to it and could only roll its eyes a few times, unable to do anything. After all, it couldn't beat this woman. Seizing the moment when the opponent was immersed in fantasy, the executioner, without any sense of honor, decisively launched a sneak attack. A white light flashed through the void, directly aiming for Avril's white neck. This dangerous woman must be dealt with. Whoosh! The scythe chain swung down, but it was half a beat too slow. Ding! The solid flesh wing blocked this fierce attack, and Avril remained unharmed. She turned her head to look at the executioner, putting away her sickly expression, her eyes gradually becoming cold. Is that all the attack power you have? Are you capable, you weakling? You! The executioner was infuriated. If someone said he couldn't do it, it would be the greatest insult to him. And if you added weakling to that, the damage would double. He activated the chain again and blasted towards Avril. Ding ding dang dang. Under Avril's abnormal defense, all the attacks were completely nullified. At the same time, the chief who was observing the battle from the sky was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Seeing his chess pieces dying one by one, he finally prepared to take action. Azura God, annihilate these ants for me and let them witness the wrath of the gods. Although the Azura God was extremely unhappy deep down, killing people to vent his anger was something he wouldn't resist. This lord only wants to kill a few people to vent, not because of your orders. Shura God explained arrogantly, then 6 giant hands suddenly opened. A terrifying pressure descended, as if a piece of sky covered everyone around. Roar! The two sides, who were still fiercely fighting, suddenly stopped and trembled on the ground. Avril's beautiful eyes also furrowed at this moment. This terrifying pressure, even though she had strong defenses, was not something that mere A-level peak could resist. But with her husband supporting her, she remained calm. Crack, crack. The 6 large hands closed, crushing most of the hellish creatures on the ground. Then, the 6 thick arms exerted force, grinding the corpses into powder. Ants! Shura God laughed wildly, sweeping away his previous desolation. However, he didn't have long to enjoy his triumph. A blood-colored giant sword pierced straight into his back, giving him a chilling feeling in his heart. Rakshasa ghost sword? Shura God growled unwillingly. Why? How could that woman's weapon be here? Cough, cough. He slowly turned around and looked at the man behind him, wearing magnificent armor. The boundless sea of blood turned into a giant sword that pierced through his chest, continuously spewing blood. Shura God's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he recognized the person. Emperor Shurtian, it's you! You're not dead? Shura, long time no see. The armor dissipated, revealing Lin Yi's true form, and behind him stood a beautiful woman dressed in immortal robes. Like a phantom in a fantasy world, ethereal and elusive. The blood-colored golden wool floated above her shoulder, emitting a seductive red light that illuminated the surroundings. The whole world paled in comparison, only she shone brightly, overlooking all living beings. Impossible. Shura God widened his eyes, unable to believe it. You were clearly dead. Why did you come back to life? To be honest, even I don't know how I survived. Emperor Shurtian did not deny this point. Who knew how he became a curse mark? It was simply inexplicable. In the distance, a Jew stood on top of a tall building, silently observing the battle. Beside her, there was a faint white shadow. With a hot figure, she was no less than a Jew's 36D plus. This kid is hiding quite well. He can even summon the annihilated Rakshasa Lord who has been dead for 1,000 years. This person indeed has some ability. A Jew was also slightly surprised. Among the 3 clans of hell, besides the demon clan barely surviving until now, the other 2 clans had long been submerged in the river of history. A Jew wasn't too surprised that the Rakshasa could summon Shura, as she had already anticipated this situation. If it weren't for this Shura God, she, as a profiteer, wouldn't have stayed in such a remote copy for a long time. As for saving her perverted best friend, that was just a side task. But a Jew never expected that today she would actually see both the Lord of Shura and the Rakshasa Lord at the same time. If she could capture both of them, the price would at least increase 5 or 6 times, right? To be honest, she was a little tempted. Poochie! The Rakshasa ghost sword was pulled out from Shura God's body, splattering a large amount of blood. Emperor Shurtian didn't waste any time, lightly waved his hand, and the ghost sword was also pulled back. The ghost sword turned back into a sea of blood shadow, floating behind him. With the addition of Shura God's blood, the blood sea shadow became more solid, and the blood light became brighter. Seize this opportunity and take his Shura heart. Emperor Shurtian's voice transmitted into the mind, his tone indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. The previous move was too powerful, almost exhausting all the mana in Lin Yi's body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through Shura God's physical defense. Therefore, as soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Shurtian fell into a weakened state and turned into a ray of light, returning to Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi didn't waste any time either, and in a flash, she rushed towards the large hole in Shura God's chest. "You brat, don't even think about it." The chief finally reacted at this moment and stood in Lin Yi's way. "TSK, what a troublesome guy." Lin Yi spat and started to shake him off. "Lilith, start working." In an instant, a portal in the void opened in mid-air. A pair of delicate jade hands reached out from the door and slapped towards the chief. The palm was as white as jade, delicate and slender. However, the owner of this hand was a black-clad girl sitting in a wheelchair. "What is this?" The chief's heart went cold. Before he could react, he was slapped and thrown to the ground, not knowing if he was alive or dead. The wind of death blows from the netherworld, bringing destruction and rebirth. The ethereal and pleasant voice of a woman resounded through the sky. The voice was full of charm, causing all creatures present to fall into confusion. Following that, a blood moon rose into the sky, casting a bloody radiance upon the earth. "Haven't you already taken care of everything? Why did you call me here?" After complaining, familiar figures slowly emerged. Su Miao pushed her wheelchair out of the teleportation gate, followed by the fierce-looking white-haired beast-eared girl Gowen, the smiling and charming Aya, as well as Go Nantian, the Duke, and others. Lily skillfully controlled the atmosphere, neither appearing too low-key nor failing to intimidate the audience. "Wow, so many people." Gowen's eyes sparkled, and she wore a bright smile as she waved her claws. "Hee, let me see, who should I attack first?" Upon hearing this signature laughter, Go Nanshan's legs trembled. The devilish training during this period had left a deep psychological shadow on him. Every day, he either got beaten up or was on his way to getting beaten up. This made him look at the Duke with resentment in his eyes. "Ahem, go brother, don't be like this, I'm not into that." The Duke awkwardly laughed and quickly changed the subject. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Shura God. "What the hell is this?" Everyone was awed by the colossal body of Shura God that covered the sky. Lily's carefully crafted momentum was shattered by the Duke's exclamation. "This idiot, I'll let Gowen deal with him later." Lily cursed silently. She knew that now was not the time to get angry, so she quickly made arrangements. "Duke, take your men to harvest the battlefield and bring back blood supplies." "Yes, ma'am." Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and the Duke immediately led the knights to charge towards the battlefield below. Gonantian also led a group of henchmen closely behind. "Gowen, go help that stone statue and finish the job quickly." "Understood." In the next moment, Gowen, who had long been eager, burst out of her clothes and transformed into a werewolf, charging towards the executioner. "Aya, protect Miao Miao and let her gain experience in peace." "Yes, Uncle Chin, you are in charge." "Ha, Uncle Chin? Why are you here?" Lily looked at Uncle Chin, who was leaning on a cane, slowly walking out step by step, her face filled with confusion. She didn't remember calling this old man, did she? Hee, don't mind the old man, I'm just here to watch the show, you guys do as you please." Uncle Chin chuckled innocently, leaning on his cane and slowly moving away. "This old man." Lily sighed helplessly, feeling that it was difficult to communicate with Uncle Chin. "Uncle, there are no rules here that allow you to resurrect indefinitely, you know. Su Miao Miao, being quick-witted, hit the nail on the head." "Ahem, sorry for the interruption." Hearing this, Uncle Chin silently retreated back to the teleportation array and stood at the entrance. "I've been guarding the gate my whole life, so I'll continue to guard it for you, I don't know anything else." "Everyone, forget it, let him be." Lily sighed helplessly, floated up from her chair, and landed next to Lin Yi. "You didn't mention that there would be an SSS-level guy here." Looking at the constantly coughing but intimidating Shura God, a hint of seriousness flashed in Lily's eyes. She was only at the peak of S-level, it was obviously a fantasy to expect her to fight against an SSS-level powerhouse. To be honest, it was already the utmost loyalty for her not to run away immediately. "Don't worry, we don't need to deal with this guy. Just help me stop the chief. Lin Yi's trump card was the basidium stone of the Bastille prison. As long as she retrieved the heart of Shura, it would be the moment of Shura God's death. That's about it. During the conversation, Lilies entered the spiritual realm and rushed towards the returning chief. Darling, degree nabla degree, keep going. Master, you're the fattest. Aya and Su Meow Meow, with nothing to do, transformed into cheerleaders and cheered. This made Avril below vaguely sense a threat. These two women are formidable rivals. You two, be serious, Shura God has no face. Linny scolded the two girls impatiently, then shot towards the big hole. Is this the inside of the Shura God's body? Looking around, it's quite spacious. The bloody flesh wall underfoot is somewhat disgusting. Move forward, we don't have much time, we need to finish this quickly. Emperor Shurtian knew very well that the previous attack did not severely damage the opponent. Shura will soon recover, time is of the essence, there is no time to wander around. Linny also understood the current situation, nodded to show understanding, and then took out the spine sword and moved forward. After passing through a narrow passage and walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly opened up. Only a heart emitting boundless blood energy was suspended in the air, radiating immense power. The heart was covered with dense meridians, connecting the entire body's extraordinary meridians. This heart is the Shura heart they are looking for. Fairy, what should we do? Should we just cut it down and take it away? Linny looked at the heart hanging in the air, her eyes burning. As long as she absorbs this heart, Emperor Shurtian's strength will undoubtedly skyrocket. The stronger Emperor Shurtian becomes, the stronger she becomes. No. Emperor Shurtian frowned, the effect of a Shura heart that has lost its vitality will be greatly reduced. Only by grafting it can we ensure its proper effect. Are you suggesting a heart transplant? Transplant? Surgery? Emperor Shurtian didn't understand the meaning of these terms, but from the literal meaning, it should be something like that. Buy me some time, I will refine it. Emperor Shurtian said, then his faint phantom rushed out of Lin Yi's body and directly entered the vibrant beating heart. Boom! 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 The strong beating sound became more and more intense, as if it would explode in the next second. Damn bitches, dare to covet this lord's divine heart. You're dead. Shura God roared in anger, mobilizing the energy in his body and starting to resist violently. His huge body began to shrink at a visible speed. At the same time, the hole that pierced through his chest quickly healed. Once the wound is healed, Lin Yi and the others will be trapped inside him. It's up to you, Guoba. He directly summoned the S-rank Guoba. Ha! Guoba blinked its big green eyes and asked innocently, Master, what do you want me to do? Burst him for me. Lin Yi said indifferently, without any emotional fluctuations. Understood. In the next moment, Guoba understood, roared towards the sky, raised its hands to the sky and stepped on the ground. Multiplication technique. Boom! In the deafening noise, Guoba's body began to rapidly grow taller. Its arms stretched out like towering mountains, firmly withstanding Shura God's counterattack. Although the progress of Shura God's shrinking was alleviated, it was still slowly advancing. The surrounding flesh walls were contracting, and Guoba also felt the pressure. This was the first time it had been surpassed in strength. Every time it advanced, it would always encounter stronger opponents and get beaten up. Today, it's probably the same. It looked resentfully at its own master. Can't you give me an easy win, Sai? Hold on, I'm leaving. Lin Yi shamelessly abandoned Guoba and prepared to run away. After all, staying here was useless. His magic power was depleted by Emperor Shurtian's attack just now, and he couldn't merge with his armor now. At this moment, he was just a weakling. Why stay and fight? You really? Guoba was angry, but there was nothing it could do about Lin Yi. After all, the other party was its master. Sai's so tired. After drilling out of Shura's body, Lin Yi discovered that the battle outside was nearing its end. Doctor, give up, the outcome is already decided. The actor panted as he held the chainsaw. Although the doctor on the opposite side still had a dead face, there was a layer of sweat on his forehead. It was evident that the battle had taken a toll on him. You know too little about the chief, the doctor sneered, his eyes filled with deep wisdom. The actor chuckled, seemingly disbelieving. Look around you, do you still have a chance to turn the tables? The doctor shook his head, neither confirming nor denying. Although the members of the evil cult were wiped out by Covey and the Duke. Although the executive was beaten up by Avril and Gowan. Although the chief looked at the lowly princess with a vacant expression, clearly under an illusion. But, so what? He always believed that they still had hope, because the key point of this battle was the evil god. As long as the evil god hadn't fallen, they would win for sure. We are the last to win. Bang! Before the words could even fall, a large brick flew from a distance and smashed heavily into the back of the doctor's head. You talk too much. Su Miao clapped her hands, her face full of arrogance. Since she had nothing better to do, it was not bad to knock out a couple of fools. The actor was dumbfounded as he looked at Su Miao, who was watching the show from afar, unable to believe it. He had fought with others for half a day, but the usefulness of his efforts was not even comparable to a brick from the other side. It was somewhat embarrassing. Seeing this scene, the actor naturally took the opportunity to beat up the doctor, whom he had long been displeased with. Soon, the doctor, with a swollen face and bruises, was tied up. He was still muttering incoherently, saying something about young people not following martial ethics. Soon, the battle on Covey and the Duke's side also gradually came to an end. Surrenderers shall not be killed. There is an ancient saying in the Middle Kingdom, those who recognize the current situation are the heroes. Don't you know what's good for you? Go Nantian shouted towards the battlefield, trying to undermine the enemy's morale. After all, Lilith wanted to capture living blood bags, and if they died, they could only be transformed into zombie soldiers, which was somewhat of a loss. As soon as these words were spoken, the battlefield fell silent. Many black-clothed people stopped fighting. Seeing that the situation was already lost, the executive's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Don't listen to their deception. Do you think they can really spare you? We have the protection of the evil god. They can never win. Kill. For the evil god, for the chief, for Ilena. Don't stop. The executive shouted hysterically, urging everyone to engage in the final desperate fight. Surprisingly, his words did have a certain inspiring effect. Many black-robed people regained their fighting spirit and were ready to fight to the death. But then, they saw their most powerful executive being knocked back by a huge broadsword the size of a door panel. Epsilon, #O, ////. Before the executive could even land, the white werewolf appeared behind him in an instant and slapped him back with a claw. De Huang accurately found the landing point of the executive and arrived early with Avril on his back. Bang! 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 A badminton international championship began in this way. What's the point of fighting? Let's go home and collect our clothes. Just as everything was about to settle, new developments came from the sky. It's fake, it's all fake. Ha ha ha. With a burst of mad laughter from the chief, his eyes gradually regained clarity, revealing a touch of madness. Lilith just coldly watched him, not making any further moves. Linny only wanted him to hold the chief back, not to really fight seriously. Isn't it nice to just go with the flow, chief? Save me. The executive, flying back and forth, seemed overjoyed as if he had seen a savior. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he was knocked back again. Take care of yourself. Whirlwind slam. Avril's door panel greatsword sent it flying. Nice shot. A-type draw shot. Gowan refused to back down, using a series of fluid combos to strike it back. Samurai interception. B-type draw shot. Snake-type launch. Curved strike. C. It's unclear where they learned so many fancy move names, but they were having a blast. The chief's face darkened upon realizing that all his subordinates had been captured. Although they were just expendable tools, it would be troublesome if there were no more usable ones in the future. Humph. Your luck has run out. I will make you pay a heavy price. The chief suddenly roared in anger, raising his palms. In the next moment, gray snowflakes began to gather and fall from the sky. Obviously, he was preparing to use the rules of the inner world to launch a powerful attack and wipe out these intruders. This is my territory. I am the absolute ruler here. Experience the taste of spiritual contamination. Boom! The entire small world trembled violently, as if something was about to awaken. Then, all the energy gathered in the chief's hands suddenly dissipated, turning into specks of starlight absorbed by the altar. The appetite of the Bastille prison stone was insatiable. As long as the altar remained open, it could devour as much energy as the inner world had. How is this possible? The chief was shocked and clearly did not anticipate this situation. Linny made a dazzling entrance at this moment. Oh my, after holding it in for so long, you only managed to let out a fart. Tisk tsk, wearing a black robe and a mask, what's the use? Following such a big brother. Oh shit, how embarrassing. As soon as these words were spoken, the people below covered their faces in shame, unable to face anyone. The chief's face turned red, but luckily he was wearing a hood and no one could see it. It was you who did this. He stared fiercely at Linny, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. But the angrier he became, the calmer he grew. He quickly understood why the rules of the inner world had disappeared. The actor disguised as the dean had obviously tampered with the altar. As long as the energy supply line to the altar was cut off, he would ultimately be the winner. Ha 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 ha, did you really think I trusted these people? Other than myself, I don't trust anyone. The chief was an extremely suspicious person. Not to mention ordinary members of the organization, he had never trusted even the 7 seats. Otherwise, there would be no need for so many means to control this group of people. He took out a tablet that looked like an iPad and tapped on it lightly. In the next moment, the altar, exposed to the open air, immediately lost power. The negative energy in the surrounding air became abundant once again. This is my secret weapon. Once I activate it, I can cut off all the power in the inner world. Your plan has failed. Ha ha ha. The chief laughed maniacally, as if victory was within his grasp. Lin Yi was speechless. Isn't it just a remote-controlled smart home device? It's like using Xiaomi's smart assistant. What's so impressive about it? The chief wasn't angry at his mockery, but rather looked arrogant. So what? Now, I have endless energy support. What do you have to fight against me? Lily poked Lin Yi's arm and whispered, is this your plan? Don't mess up. Being defeated by a smart home assistant is embarrassing. Lin Yi twitched his mouth and ignored her. This little girl actually doubted his abilities. He was a man who could see 100 steps ahead. Let's just say, everything is under control. In the next moment, Lin Yi put on overalls and took out a guitar that he had prepared long ago. I'll be right back. Everyone, huh? Everyone was a bit confused. They didn't understand what Lin Yi was planning to do. Was he going to hold a concert on the spot? The effect was activated, and he immediately appeared at the entrance of class 3-2. The crow people in the class had long been controlled by Guoba and were on his side. Everyone, I'm back. The students were surprised, but more than that, they were hopeful. The teacher who had sacrificed everything for them had returned. Class leader, gather everyone on the playground. Understood, Teacher Lin. With the help of Yang Menger, all the students in the entire teaching building gathered on the playground. At first, they hesitated, but Yang Menger ignored the rules and spoke directly. This time, they couldn't help but believe. The entire teaching building echoed with Yang Menger's shouts. Lin Yi was not idle either. He carried the sound system from the broadcasting room and appeared on the high platform of the playground. Hey, can you hear me? The people below saw that it was Teacher Lin and instantly became extremely excited. They wanted to shout, but their words were suppressed by an invisible force in their throats. Helplessly, they could only watch the man on the stage shining brightly. Close your eyes and feel the emotions deep in your heart. Listen carefully to the call from Rep, the shout from the depths of your soul, the roar from your blood. Ding dong ding dong. The passionate electronic music started playing, and the song My Sky suddenly resounded from the speakers. Goodbye my love, I want to say goodbye. Goodbye to my past, I want a new life. Goodbye to my tears, falls and failures. Goodbye to the reckless days of youth. Inside the world, the rules were gradually being restored. The enforcer finally stood up. You all go to hell. He took out his enforcement manual and prepared to write down the names of the two people after biting his finger. Then he suddenly became dumbfounded. He seemed to not recognize the two of them. May I ask for the names of the two ladies? Gwen and Avril glanced at each other, and the battle continued. Broadswords, sharp claws, once again greeted the enforcer. But this time, the enforcer had developed resistance. The swirling chain scythe was impenetrable, and he barely fought Gwen and Avril to a draw. But as the rules gradually recovered, the enforcer's advantage began to magnify. Above the sky, the chief was also engaged in a fierce battle with Lilith. The clash between psychic powers and endless mist produced strong shockwaves that were deafening. Even without opening her spiritual world, Lilith was still slacking off. Fortunately, Lin Yi wasn't present, otherwise, he would have spanked her little butt. It was almost the final showdown, and she was still slacking off. The chief had no face. Just as the chief and the enforcer were becoming more and more courageous, there was a burst of passionate bug in the sky. In an instant, the holy sunlight tore through the dark clouds and illuminated the entire world inside. In the endless night, when everything is about to be destroyed, at least I still have dreams, and I am moved for you. The starting point of dawn is inside my heart. As long as I still have dreams, I will see rainbows in my sky. The sky became bright, and the mist dispersed. A ray of dawn broke through, piercing through the dense clouds and the mountains. When the sunlight shone, you would know that the world had changed. I can speak. On the playground, the silent curse was once again broken. This time, there was no enforcer causing trouble. Stars and flames gradually lit up, igniting an unextinguishable hope. In the clear and beautiful eyes, there was full of passion and anticipation. Kakao colorful smoke rose from everyone, awakening the dormant koan ball. These represented hope, perseverance, effort, struggle, and all positive energy. They all gathered towards the keychain in Yang Menger's hand. Master, how much longer? I can't hold on anymore. Guoba's exhausted voice came from the mind, it was almost out of strength. Just at this moment, the koan ball woke up just in time. Let's go! Without delay, Lin Yi grabbed Yang Menger's hand and returned to the inside world. At this moment, The inside world, which had lost its source of energy, finally returned to its original state. Pure white snowflakes fluttered in the sky, and the air was fresh and pleasant. Although the sky is not clear, there is a faint warm sunshine. A large, irregular campus appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Linny suddenly brought back a strange woman, and all eyes were cast on her. She was beautiful, with delicate features and a youthful face, reminiscent of the feeling of first love. However, Linny suddenly felt a chill behind her. There is a murderous intent, and more than one. Yang Menger, who was unaware, was frightened by the gaze of so many people and hid behind Linny. The intimate gesture between them indicated that their relationship was not ordinary. Now, things have escalated. Linny felt a prickling sensation on her back and awkwardly turned her head, unable to meet the gaze of the other girls, feeling guilty. Seeing this scene, everyone understood the cause and effect. Great, a table of mahjong, complete. But it's not over yet. At this moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Daddy mommy kaku kaku. With the sound, a white figure jumped into Linny's arms and twisted its body like a spoiled child. Everyone looked at Linny in astonishment. What did it just call out? Daddy? Damn! Why does everyone have kids? It's only been 20-something days. Su Miaomia was the first to curse, her eyes widened in disbelief. Ha! But why did a ball come out? Gawain dropped the executive officer and returned to human form, approaching directly. Child, not the masters. Sob sob sob. Aya pretended to be sad, clutching her chest as if struck. Lilies in the sky, with gossip burning in their eyes, their ears perked up. The large-scale romantic drama The Temptation of Going Home is unfolding. Don't call me that, I can't give birth to a ball. Linny was at a loss for how to handle the current situation with this sudden address. Fortunately, the clever Guaba came to the rescue in time. Big brothers and sisters, I really can't hold on anymore. Please, can you deal with this guy first? His voice came from within the Azura god. The towering Azura god had shrunk to a height of 30 to 40 meters. The wound on his chest was also about to heal. The situation was critical. Damn it! Without me, Guaba, this family will eventually fall apart. Seeing this, everyone stopped joking and became serious. I'll explain this later, Aya, take care of Menger. With that, he prepared to pick up Kunkyo and go trouble the Azura god. Sob 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 Menger? Such an intimate nickname. If I had known my little sister was here, I wouldn't have come. Suffering from annoyance, Sai Linny stumbled under Aya's Lin-style yin and yang studies. Why did he have to learn that Lin Dayu's strange yin and yang temperament? But he had no choice, he could only rely on Aya now. He couldn't let the main wife take care of Xiaowu, that wouldn't be right. He glared at Aya with annoyance and then flew up into the sky, heading straight for the Azura god. As for Yang Menger, she stood there feeling lost. Besides Linny, she didn't know anyone here. She initially thought that she and Linny were just a passing fling, but after the 10 lifetimes dream and more than 20 days of being together, a voice deep inside her told her that she couldn't give up on her husband. But when she thought about her current situation, she couldn't help but feel a bit sad. In these days, she had experienced the ups and downs of life. Every day, she lived in torment and pain, countless moments of despair, teetering on the brink of death. It was Lin Yi who brought her back. However, she now realized that she was just someone in his life, not the only one. In fact, she seemed to be an intruder. Just as Yang Menger's heart sank to the bottom of the valley and she was about to give up on herself, a pair of small hands reached out to her, gently touching and soothing the scars on her soul. Sigh, it's the curse of the Sea King causing trouble again. Su Miaomiao pulled Yang Menger to her side, her little face filled with melancholy. Even Aya was a bit puzzled. How could the main wife be so magnanimous? If Gowen and himself were accidents, then what about this Yang Menger? Is this forgiveness? Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Yang Menger was a bit at a loss due to the sudden tenderness. She couldn't even speak clearly. It's okay, no one blames you. This matter is a bit complicated. In any case, don't burden yourself too much. Su Miaomiao's train of thought was sometimes clear, sometimes erratic, but she was very clear about the effect of her curse. To be honest, there was only one copy this time, and she felt it was a bit lacking. It was not enough to be the Sea King, there were too few fish in the pond. At most, she could be considered the owner of the pond. It seems that Lin Yi is restraining himself. This copy is full of beautiful female students, and she doesn't know how this bastard can resist. Either Yang Menger is too powerful and directly emptied his ammunition, leaving him with no place to use it. Thinking of this, she looked at Yang Menger with admiration in her eyes. With Lin Yi's beast-like physique, she alone couldn't handle it. Only Gowen could barely contend. It's hard to imagine that such astonishing energy is hidden beneath the opponent's delicate body. There must be time to consult. Yang Menger, who was unclear about the situation, let Su Miaomio lead her, looking foolish. In any case, she would answer whatever the other party asked. Aya saw this and didn't say much, joining in the gossip chat. Soon, the story between Yang Menger and Linny became known to the girls. Everything else was fine, but they couldn't help but envy the experience of the 10 dream realms. Su Miaomio had only known Linny for a little over 10 years, but Yang Menger had experienced 10 reincarnations with Linny, not to mention Aya, who had only known him for a little over a month. They were all jealous. They all turned into sour lemons, itching with hatred. When Linny came back, he had to compensate them well. 10 lifetimes might be a bit difficult, so 10 days and 10 nights would do. Daddy, Kakoo, don't call me randomly, or I'll stew you when we get back. Faced with the coquettishness of the white furball in his arms, Linny had no choice but to threaten it. Unexpectedly, the furball was not threatened at all and continued to burrow into his arms. Seeing this, Linny was helpless. Little guy, what abilities do you have? Kakoo? The furball didn't understand, tilted its head, and continued to stare at Linny with its pitiful eyes. At least you're an SS-level creature, you can't be completely useless, right? Linny recalled the aggregation that killed everyone in the dormitory building. It didn't make sense for it to become weaker after evolving, right? Maybe it couldn't understand, so Linny changed the question. Can you beat him up for me? Can you do it? He pointed to the huge body of the Azura god. The furball looked over and its eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light. Kakoo. I don't understand. Can you speak human language? Linny felt like sighing and rubbing his forehead. Fight. Kakoo. At most. 5. Cool. You mean, you can hold on for a maximum of 5 minutes? Kakoo? Actually, what it wanted to say was, if I fight him, it will be a 50-50 chance. But because it didn't say it clearly, it can only be changed to a simple and crude sentence, I can. In that case, you hold him off for me, 5 minutes should be enough. It had been almost 10 minutes since Emperor Shurtian started, so it should be nearing the end. 5 minutes would be enough. At that time, he just needed to activate the sacrifice mode of the Hellstone and sacrifice the Azura god. Everything would be over. There would only be one lonely chief left, and it would be easy to deal with him, right? Kakoo. In the next moment, the white furball shot out and rushed towards the Azura god. Linny directly entered the opponent's body to help Guaba share some of the pressure. What is this? The Azura god, who had the victory in his hands, noticed the sudden charge of the furball and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Kakoo! The furball growled at him fiercely, its fur standing on end, as if preparing to attack. Shura god frowned. Kaku? He seemed to have never seen such a creature before. With that in mind, he slowly reached out a hand, ready to flick this little thing away. The deaths of these evil disciples had nothing to do with him. Or rather, he wished that the chief would die on the battlefield. That way, he would be free. So he watched the show the whole time, at most resisting the Emperor Shurtian inside him. Even the Emperor Shurtian was not a threat to him. Soon, his injuries would heal. He would trap the soul and the bear inside his own body. If he could refine and absorb the remnants of Emperor Shurtian's soul, he might even be able to reach a higher level. But this little fly dared to shout at him, not putting him in his eyes at all. Since that's the case, die. Shura god grinned and flicked his middle finger. Bang! With a muffled sound, the small white furball burst instantly. Ha! Shura god was slightly stunned. He had indeed used all his strength to kill it, but the opponent's aura still existed. What's going on? A sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Then, he saw the exploding white fur reassemble in the sky. Kaku! A roar came from the pile of broken hair. Immediately, the Kuan ball reassembled, growing dozens of times in size, the size of a truck. Its eyes were crimson, emitting a bloodthirsty gleam. Obviously, it was angry. Kua! A sharp and piercing scream tore through the sky. Visible sound waves rippled, forming one circle after another of visible ripples spreading. Everyone's minds were buzzing, as if someone was playing drums with a hammer, violently trembling. Ah, painful. Instantly, the scene was filled with screams. The weaker ones directly covered their heads and rolled on the ground in agony. Even Liliaceae couldn't help but be deterred by this mental scream, retreating and moving away from the source of the sound. Such a terrifying mental attack. Seeing Su Miaomio in pain below, she couldn't care less about fighting the chief, and quickly moved to the battlefield below. Buzz! An invisible mental barrier unfolded, enveloping everyone. In an instant, that strange and sharp sound abruptly stopped. Although it was still uncomfortable, at least it didn't affect everyone's spirits. They were just affected, but the targeted Shura god was in a miserable state. The continuous mental impact momentarily made him dizzy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Emperor Shurtian launched a major attack in erosion, several times faster than before. That strong beating heart had already started to become ethereal in 2/3 of its place. It wouldn't be long before she completely took over Shura's heart. Ah, so noisy! Shura God covered his head with both hands, his face extremely ferocious. He roared in anger, and his other 4 arms carried boundless power, slapping towards the Kuan ball. This guy was crazy, actually choosing to confront head-on. The excitement in the Kuan ball's eyes grew, not retreating but advancing, colliding head-on. Kaku! Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the Kuan ball's body turned into nothingness and passed directly through Shura God's palm, and it directly collided with one of the 3 heads of the opponent. Ku-ah! Another mental scream. But this time, the sound waves no longer spread, but directly bombarded Shura God's head. The destructive power was devastating. One of the 3 heads instantly exploded, blood mixed with brain matter splattering all over the ground. Poochie! Shura God spat out a mouthful of blood mist. His momentum suddenly plummeted, obviously injured. Kaku Kaku! Now, no one dared to underestimate this fierce little furball. Ah! You've angered me! You little beast, die! Shura God howled to the sky, and an infinite darkness emerged from his body, enveloping every inch of his skin, turning him into a black-armored Shura. His body also grew taller, surpassing 100 meters in the blink of an eye. That overwhelming aura, like a scorching sun, emitted immeasurable divine might, as if it could burn everything. Luo Tian, the great demon! Shura God roared, and a huge black sun appeared behind him. Slowly rotating, it exuded an unmatched demonic power, as if it could shatter the sky and destroy the earth. The black flames of destruction ignited the sky, turning into a sea of fire and descending from the heavens. It seemed determined to annihilate this group of ants. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Lilies realized the danger. When gods fight, mortals suffer. The existence of SSS level is too terrifying. It's difficult for her to protect herself, let alone Ayat and the others. Everyone, follow me. I know a place where we can take shelter. Cubby also reacted and called out to everyone, rushing towards the student area. The space there is complex and the black flames cannot reach it. Seeing this, Avril also picked up the half-dead executive who had been beaten and quickly retreated from the battlefield while riding on a big yellow. Her defense is strong, but in the face of an SSS-level existence, it is still paper-thin and meaningless. If they don't leave now, when will they? Hellfire is the most life-loving race, and they won't stay behind to die. Seeing this, Lilies immediately let the Duke and the others follow, while she stayed behind to buy time. The blood moon hung in the sky, shining with the black sun. The black flames twisted the burning clouds in the sky, as if enduring great pain. Kaku? It seems like trouble has occurred. Ha ha ha. See, this is the power of the evil god. So what if there are many people? They all have to die for me. The chief was suppressed from beginning to end, and now, he finally had a chance to rise up with the Shura god. Lilies looked serious, and a hint of panic flashed in her calm eyes. Why hasn't this guy finished yet? If this continues, it will be a loss rather than a gain. Buzz, during the time she was pondering, Kunkyu was not idle either. Seeing that the black sun was about to crash down, it began to emit strange and eerie sounds. Emotion is its power, as well as its means of attack. Crack at and asterisk. At cough, asterisk hashtag. And at goo. In the next moment, the enraged Shura gradually calmed down. His movements paused, frozen in place. Life is nothing but suffering, and all that joy is just finding pleasure in suffering. So, what's the point of being alive? Suddenly, the Shura god became emo. His face was filled with confusion and sadness, as if he had lost something precious. Maybe he listened to too much music on NetEase Cloud. He muttered to himself, his expression dim. But soon, he became indifferent, as if nothing around him mattered anymore. It doesn't matter, anyway, being enslaved, in the end, benefits others. Saying that, he withdrew the black sun, and the black armor on his body dissipated. It doesn't matter, anyway, in the future, I will be helpless. What's the use of this divine heart? Saying that, he gave up resisting the erosion of Emperor Shurtian, allowing his heart to be taken away. It doesn't matter, anyway, I will still get hurt in the future. What's the point of healing these wounds? It's pointless. Saying that, his 6 arms drooped down, and he lay on the ground, entering a state of being lazy. He put on his headphones and opened NetEase Cloud. Ah, you play the pipa and pluck the strings. I sit in front of the theater stage. How can I deliver my love words to your heart? White hair listens to the end of the play for 100 years. The sudden emo state caught everyone off guard. Is this even possible? Lilies considered herself a strong mental attacker, but she never expected that the killing power after making someone emo would be so terrifying. Learn something new. Thanks to Kunkia's divine assistance, Woba, who was about to collapse, suddenly felt relieved. Emperor Shirtian also took advantage of the situation to pursue. Seizing the opportunity, he took down the Shura's heart in one fell swoop. Thump! 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 The strong and powerful heartbeat sounded. With each beat, Emperor Shirtian's body gradually solidified. The tendons and veins that connected the heart to the surrounding flesh walls had all been severed. Instead, they connected to Emperor Shirtian's body. Blood vessels spread from the heart to the surroundings, astonishing Lin Yi. Well, why does it feel the same whether I'm wearing clothes or not? The places that should be hidden are all exposed, while the ones that shouldn't be exposed are fully covered. Soon, a perfectly alive and vivid body appeared before my eyes. The delicate and smooth skin was as soft as a baby's, and the slender waist was elastic and thin. The chest was full and plump, with proud snowpeaks standing tall like jade. The long and straight legs were round and firm, boasting an excellent leg proportion. Coupled with the high and cold temperament of the Emperor Shirtian, she was truly a top-notch beauty. There is no man who wouldn't want to conquer such a woman. Lin Yi approached and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. It turned out to be real. What about when they merge? It seemed like she sensed someone bothering her, and she furrowed her delicate eyebrows, reaching out to grab someone's paw and pulling it. Lin Yi was caught off guard and instantly fell into her arms. Woba can testify, the other person moved first. It wasn't him being proactive. Ha, Woba? Lin Yi turned around, and goodness, there was no trace of it. This kid actually realized that something was wrong early on and slipped away. Damn it, they're both S rank. Why is he still so timid? He looked up and saw two clusters of dazzling white that stung his eyes, so he quickly closed them, but couldn't help but secretly open them to observe. Still looking? Emperor Shirtian had already woken up, her eyebrows raised, and her eyes stared at Lin Yi with frost. Find me some clothes. As she spoke, her pretty face blushed slightly, but she pretended to be calm, appearing extremely dignified. Oh, right away. Lin Yi reluctantly withdrew his gaze and quickly found a set of clothes. What is this black transparent clothing? Balenciaga. And these shoes? Valentino. Such strange names. Although she found it strange, Emperor Shirtian didn't have much dislike. She also thought that this outfit looked good. Black stockings paired with a black chiffon skirt, simple and capable yet revealing a charming charm. Lin Yi had the feeling that a heavenly fairy had been pulled down from her pedestal and fallen into a seductive demon. The previous Emperor Shirtian used to be ethereal and didn't care about worldly matters, but now she seemed down to earth. Indeed, men have two major hobbies: pulling innocent girls into the water and persuading fallen women to reform. Fairy. Don't call me that. The former lord of the Rakshasa kingdom is already dead. As she spoke, she reached out and flicked a few strands of her long hair, her movements extremely elegant, causing Lin Yi beside her to take a few more glances at the black stockings on her legs. Then what should I call you? Loyan. She gently uttered this name, her gaze fixed on the darkness in the distance. This is my new name. Loyan? Lin Yi's mouth twitched, unable to understand what this woman was up to. Okay, Loyan. Are you completely resurrected now? Loyan understood the meaning behind his words. He just wanted to ask if they could merge again. Why beat around the bush like this? Theoretically, yes, I have become a complete independent individual. Hearing this, Lin Yi started to panic. If Emperor Shirtian was no longer his cursed imprint, then the loss would be huge. She inherited his 6 curses. Was this a return to square one? But, Loyan paused for a moment and added apologetically, I will repay what I owe you, but not now. As she spoke, her pretty face turned red, her gaze shy and evasive, not daring to meet Lin Yi's eyes. The curses in her body originally belonged to Lin Yi, and with a few small manipulations, she could return them. However, in doing so, she would have to sacrifice something. Ha! Don't repay me with ingratitude. What do you mean not now? I want it now, give it back to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not cherishing the past. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi became anxious. This woman was clearly refusing to give it back. He could see through it now. It was all a lie that collecting the artifacts of the 3 hell tribes would lead to transcendence. It was all deceiving people. She had planned it all out, using herself and Lily and the others to achieve the grand plan of resurrection. Indeed, what Zhang Wuji's mother said was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the less you can trust her. He glared fiercely at Emperor Shirtian, with a strong sense of determination. Now. Yes. Now. But, Luoyin looked at the bloody surroundings and the imminent battle outside. How could she do it in this kind of environment? She needed to find a private room where no one would disturb them. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Yi was convinced that she was trying to back out. You can't give it to me? She whispered, biting her lip. Although she felt guilty, she couldn't bear to do it in such a situation. "How can you be like this, woman?" Linny exclaimed angrily. This woman was really shameless. I'm not. I really. Luoyin stammered, but she quickly remembered a joke she had heard while chatting with Lilith. When you try to calm someone down and don't know how, don't hesitate, just shut their mouth. Yes, shut their mouth. Without thinking, she hugged Linny and covered his mouth. Linny felt a sweet fragrance enter his nostrils, followed by a cool sensation. His mind exploded. Damn it! I've been violated. No, it should be called a forced kiss. An electric current surged through his body, making him unable to resist. Linny felt his mind go blank and his body go weak. He tried to speak, but the more he struggled, the more intense Luoyin became. They only separated when he tasted a hint of blood in his mouth. Damn, she even bit me? This woman was too fierce. Perhaps it was her first time trying, so she was clumsy. She had caused such a misunderstanding. Luoyin licked her lips and felt a bit embarrassed. "Are you calm now?" she asked softly. "Can you let go of me first?" Linny was struggling to breathe under her pressure, but he had indeed calmed down. He could continue searching for curses. Worst case scenario, he could let go and bite him a couple more times. It would just take a bit more time. "Sorry." Luoyin hurriedly released her grip. She had been too excited and didn't control her strength. "Anyway, I will return it to you, but not now." Luoyin regained her proud and noble demeanor, as if the previous scene had been an illusion. Linny nodded in understanding. He didn't lack curses, he just didn't feel like collecting them. Luoyin tidied her messy hair, grabbed Linny, and flew away. "You focus on opening the Hell Stone, leave the rest to me." She sent him back to the altar and headed towards the chief. Now that Shura's heart had been obtained, Shura God no longer had any purpose. He looked at the Baidium prison stone lying quietly in the center of the altar and dripped a drop of his own blood onto it. Soon, green hellfire rose from the black stone. At the same time, in the void, that feeling of being observed by something from the abyss resurfaced in his mind. He knew it was the gaze from the abyss. But this time, the gaze came and went quickly. In a place he didn't know, a chessboard covered in stars enveloped the area. The gaze was just a casual glance, and then it disappeared. "Xiajiujiu, you said you wouldn't intervene, but you're such a hypocrite," a white phantom in the distance couldn't help but tease. This earned her a glare from a Jew. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." "Oh dear, why are you still angry?" "I was just joking," the white phantom chuckled. "By the way, that kid seems to be planning to sacrifice Shura to unlock the seal of the Hellstone. Aren't you afraid of coming back empty-handed?" A Jew glanced at her sideways. "It doesn't matter, I will intervene." "Okay, go ahead, I don't care, I'm going to retrieve my true body. I don't know if it will deflate after being left for so long." Ah Jio was truly speechless. What kind of nonsense is she talking about? She doesn't know how this woman became the 10th Lord, she's both weak and loves to act. If it weren't for her coincidentally coming to her for tea and saving her life in time, this 10th Lord would likely be the first traveler to die in the instance. That would be embarrassing. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, without any spiritual pollution. Her spiritual body can safely enter the core of the instance and retrieve her physical body. Strictly speaking, Linny can also be considered half of her savior. Watching little Ten hum a tune and happily leave, Ah Jio sighed. Hopefully, this woman won't play any sleeping with someone tricks. If she gets played by a scumbag, she will definitely be annoyed by the other party. Shura God, wake up. The situation has reversed, and the chief is also anxious. Seeing the one-sided situation, he immediately activates the contract, wanting to forcibly awaken the Shura God. He couldn't even defeat Lilith, let alone now with another woman in a black dress. Fortunately, the contract that Mr. Jio gave him is reliable. Under intense pain and stimulation, the emo Shura God finally recovers. However, his power has severely declined since his Shura heart was taken away. "Damn you, Emperor Shurtian, how dare you take away our clan's treasure?" The Shura God's eyes were filled with anger. Kaku. However, before the anger could rise, it was instantly absorbed by Kunkyu. The crimson smoke entered its mouth, and Kunkyu let out a satisfied moan. This is why it was able to speak on equal terms with the other party before. As long as it is a creature with attached emotions, Kunkyu can continuously absorb emotions from the opponent and convert them into its own energy. But if it encounters a creature without emotions, this move will be useless. Fortunately, although the Shura God is powerful, his mind is not good, and he doesn't know how to suppress his emotions. This makes Kunkyu feel right at home. The current Shura God can be said to have no temper at all. If he had any, it has all been absorbed. Useless waste. The chief is furious. Even he can see the opponent's weakness. This Shura god is simply too stupid. He can only shout and scream, and can't do anything else. Thinking of this, he decides to take over the opponent's body. If that doesn't work, he'll find a substitute. He won't occupy the toilet without taking a shit. He turns into mist, gets rid of Luoyin and Lilith, and directly infiltrates the Shura god's body. Shura god, grant me power. The chief growls. With the power of the contract, the two of them merge. At the same time, Linny on the altar has already started the sacrifice ritual. Bring them to me, let's finish them off together. The two women and the ball immediately take action after exchanging glances. The final battle will come to an end at this moment. Ha, this power, this power. The chief's voice comes from the mouth of the Shura god, trembling slightly with excitement. This power is exactly what he has been dreaming of. With this power, he will definitely be able to dominate the world and establish his own immortal dynasty. But before that, he needs to get rid of these annoying flies in front of him. 3 S ranks, 1 SS. Huh, ants. Looking at the two women standing side by side, along with the silly white fur ball and a dumb bear, the chief sneers. Although the Shura god's power has declined due to the loss of his Shura heart, SSS is still SSS. He is not a brainless Shura god. He clearly possesses such terrifying power, but he always lets others lead him by the nose. Leaving aside other matters, this guy insists on having such a large body. Isn't he just giving the enemy an opportunity? This kind of body size is useless except for showing off. So, the first thing the chief did after laughing was to shrink his body and heal his injuries. In the next moment, without the restraint of Guoba and Kunkyu, the originally towering giant suddenly shrank to the size of an ordinary person. The smashed head and the hole in the chest also quickly repaired at a visible speed. With the shrinking of the body, the power condensed, and the body became more compact. The four people on the opposite side gathered together. Kunkyu, who was riding on Guoba's head, asked first, "What should we do next? Your Excellency Emperor Shirtian, do you have a way to capture this guy?" Lilies also spoke up. She had the longest life and the broadest knowledge here, so they could only ask her. "Miss Lilies, you can call me Luoyin from now on." "Okay, Miss Luoyin." Luoyin chuckled, "I have a plan. How should we cooperate?" Guoba quickly asked. Without the Shura heart, his heart is his weak point. Luoyin pointed to Shura's chest and continued, "Pierce it again, and with a mental attack, we can make him temporarily confused and take the opportunity to sacrifice him." "Understood. Then I'll tank, and you guys focus on dealing damage." After a loud discussion, the four of them started to act. At this time, the chief's injuries had also healed, and his momentum was stronger than ever. "Come on, let me see what else you've got." With 6 arms open, he held various weapons such as the killing sword, Vajra staff, bronze bell, and 8-foot Shong hook in his hands. Standing there with a cold expression, he had made up his mind to tear these people apart. Guoba did as he said and rushed forward with a step. "You scoundrel!" "Very good." He perfectly demonstrated what a tank should have, the ability to taunt. The chief was not happy, and the two of them directly engaged in battle. Bang! 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 Fist to flesh, each collision produced a deafening sound. However, Guoba was clearly at a disadvantage, being bombarded by the cheating like 6 arms. He was like a small boat in a storm, and a slight mistake would capsize him. Great Luo heaven, Rakshasa sea. Luoyin seized the opportunity, pushing both palms forward, and a vast sea of blood appeared out of thin air. Flowers bloom on the other shore, guiding souls to the netherworld, life and death in a single thought. Lilies also refused to show weakness. Countless flowers of the other shore flew in the sky, turning into beautiful manjasaka flowers, surrounding the chief in the middle. Kunkia's translation, Soul Scream. As the four of them performed their secret techniques together, huge waves surged, and amidst the turbulent waves, there were faintly blooming flower seas, seeming both real and illusory. Invisible and colorless spiritual thorns lurked among them. Oomph, petty tricks. Looking at the attacks coming from all directions, the chief sneered. "Did you really think I didn't hear your loud discussion? How ridiculous! Great demon of the Luo heaven!" The chief shouted angrily, and a black sun slowly rose behind him, with raging demonic flames. Boom! The demonic light shone, instantly dissolving all the attacks, and the 3 of them were directly blasted away, unable to get close or make any small moves. "Ha! You think you can kill me with just you guys? How laughable!" Defeating the 4 of them with one move, the chief's expression became even more arrogant. "Is that so?" However, at this moment, Guoba, who had been unnoticed, pulled out a blood-colored long sword from somewhere. Poochie! The blade pierced through the body, blood splattered, and the chief stared wide-eyed, unbelievably looking at the sword stuck in his chest. A familiar scene was replayed once again. "It's the Rakshasa ghost sword again?" he murmured, his face full of disbelief. Just now, the four of them had opened voice communication. They deliberately discussed loudly in front of the chief to make him relax his guard against Guaba. It was well known that tanks had no damage and were the easiest to make people relax. And it proved to be true. The plan went smoothly. Amidst the grand momentum and dazzling attacks, Luoyin quietly condensed a killer move and handed it to Guaba. When the chief was complacent, thinking that victory was in his grasp, Guaba pulled out a big sword and achieved the final kill. Who dares to say that I, Guaba, didn't cause any harm? Guaba said proudly. You. The chief's expression was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Before he could react, Lilith and Kunkyo launched another spiritual attack. Buzz. The chief could only feel a ringing in his ears, followed by dizziness and darkness in his eyes. Now! Royan signaled to Linny in the distance. He picked up the dazed chief and threw him away. Linny grinned. I've been waiting for you, now it's my turn. She took out the ghost sword from the chest pierced by the Azura's body, and blood splattered onto the altar full of hellfire. One day, my life will reach its end, and you will be crowned as the king. Welcome your new king, let it begin. Gate of Hell. As soon as the words fell, the altar began to shake violently. The complex spells engraved on the hellstone started to flicker. Suddenly, a pitch-black and deep crack opened in the air above the altar, and endless hellfire surged out of it. Ah! A miserable scream. The chief's body was instantly ignited by the hellfire. The curse that the Burning Legion's Sargeras had placed on the hellstone years ago began to take effect. Linny didn't dare to gamble with her own life to withstand such backlash. It was safer to use the lives of the Azura god and the chief, as they were worthless anyway. A Jew, who was watching from a distance, frowned when she saw her spoils about to be sacrificed. No one could stop her from making money, not even Linny, whom she had high hopes for. So, she activated her backup plan. Through a contract, the Azura god on the altar disappeared into thin air. The chief was forced to log out and was left alone on the altar. Everything happened too suddenly. Not only the chief, but even Linny and the others were stunned, not understanding what was happening. The chief's screams continued. What's going on? They exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Just then, the prying gaze from before descended once again. Linny felt as if she was being targeted by some great terror, her heart ringing with alarm, her eyelids twitching. From the pitch-black crack that opened in the hellstone, a vertical eye quietly opened. His figure was reflected in it, and she felt an immense pressure coming towards her. She had escaped the curse of the hellstone, but she couldn't escape the gaze from the abyss. Linny, get away! Royan exclaimed, rushing towards her. With both the Rakshasa Sea and the Azura heart, how could Royan not sense the origin of this eye? It was an abyssal aura that was countless times more terrifying than hell. It was also the abyssal rule that she had been desperately seeking. Everyone could see that this eye was not friendly. Not to mention Linny, even Royan, who possessed two treasures of the hell race, didn't dare to resist the pressure from this eye. And Linny, who was in the center of the pressure, could only face death. Just as she was about to collide with Linny, the eye glanced at her slightly and sent her flying several jang away. Pooh! Royan spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as paper. What? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe that just a glance could inflict such heavy injuries on Royan. It was simply unbelievable. Go, run! Royan weakly shouted. Without giving the others a chance, the eye in the crack suddenly widened and shot out a pitch-black beam of light directly towards Linny. No! Royan's heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the scene. Father! Linny! The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Even a Jew hadn't expected the abyss to be so persistent. It had taken advantage of the opening created by the hellstone. On the other hand, Linny, upon seeing the beam of light shot by the eye, was not surprised but delighted. He was too familiar with this scene. The snake god had done the same thing back then. Linny opened his arms and calmly faced death. Buzz! The beam of light struck him, causing a burst of smoke and dust. The world fell silent, the scene froze, and time seemed to slow down countless times. Ding! Under the gaze of the abyss, cursed with the code, nurturing, immune to killing by abyssal creatures, possessing the characteristics of immortality, invincibility, erosion, corrosion, regeneration, and assimilation, explanation, the abyss erodes the world, and the world's consciousness is enhanced by abyssal energy, resulting in irreversible distortions. Note, you are the seat of the abyss, and the world assimilates because of you, yes/no. When Linny saw the explanation of the curse, his brows furrowed. Obviously, the moment Linny accepted the curse, he became a pawn of the abyss. The abyss would give him infinite power and an immortal life. The price, however, was to help the abyss erode other worlds and strengthen itself. To be honest, if the abyss had given him some other abilities, he might have hesitated. But he already had the characteristic of immortality. Even though his title wasn't very reliable, he couldn't resist such temptation. In summary, the abyss gave too little. Rebellion. There was no need to hesitate. He didn't want to become a pawn of the abyss. Under the influence of the effect, the curse begins to rebel. In the next moment, Lin Yi felt a terrifying energy surging within him. The curse mark on the back of his hand began to heat up, showing signs of collapse. So strong? Lin Yi's face changed drastically. The appearance of Emperor Shirtian earlier made him aware that there was a limit to the number of curses an individual could bear. In theory, the limit should be 9, which meant he could have a maximum of 9 curse marks. But the appearance of clearly broke this rule. He now only had 4 curse marks left. The disappearance of the curse freed up 5 positions. But from the current situation, even if 5 positions were available, his body couldn't support the power of new curses. Crack! The curse couldn't bear it and was torn apart directly, and remained stable like Mount Tai, but the situation was not good. Fortunately, Luoying took away the curse, otherwise the situation would be even worse. Lin Yi was worried about this situation, so he didn't randomly touch the curses. Otherwise, as long as he was willing, he could easily find a group of sorcerers in the real world and have them curse him. At the same time, Guoba's body began to flicker, as if it could disappear at any moment. No way? Am I going to end here? Guoba could sense his owner's state and felt bitter in his heart. Just when he finally had a moment in the spotlight, this was the result. It wasn't Lin Yi's fault either. He couldn't predict this kind of force majeure, but soon, Guoba felt relieved. He was originally a summoned creature, destined to dissipate sooner or later. It's just a pity that he couldn't continue to accompany his owner. He still wanted to see his little master get married and have children, to grow and flourish. When he had children, he would turn into a teddy bear doll again, just like before, silently accompanying his little master as they grew up. It seemed that there was no chance now. Guoba looked up at the sky, his eyes turning red, and a thin figure appeared in his mind. Princess, your knight has come to find you. Captain of the Bear Knights, Guoba. To everyone, farewell. He grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and elegantly performed a gentleman's salute towards the void. A gentle breeze blew by. The next second, his entire body completely shattered, turning into specks of starlight that floated and disappeared into nothingness. Clack! A tattered teddy bear doll fell from the void and landed right next to Lin Yi's feet. This was the only proof that Guoba had existed. You've accompanied me for so long, thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi lowered his head and sighed as he picked it up and put it in his pocket. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that the crispy rice had truly disappeared. The curse mark on his hand that had already vanished was the best proof. A small bungalow. Hien was busy in the kitchen, wearing a pink apron. The pot was boiling with fresh soup, and there were chopped vegetables on the cutting board. A sumptuous lunch was quickly prepared. She carried the dishes to the living room. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Hien's mood became exceptionally beautiful. But eating alone made her feel a bit lonely. At this moment, she felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. It made her furrow her brows and feel inexplicably uncomfortable. A gentle breeze blew, lifting the curtains by the window. The refreshing cool breeze blew away the stray hairs on her forehead and also blew away her restless heart. Sunlight poured in, casting a golden light on a photo album in the living room. A little girl in a white dress held her mother's hand, holding a brand new teddy bear in her arms, smiling brightly. We made a promise, we will always be together. Ah, we made a promise. Reverse, takes effect, obtaining, curse, symbiosis. Symbiosis, harmonious symbiosis, eternal sharing, symbiosis? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. What is this? He tried to look for more explanations. However, besides these 8 words, he couldn't see anything else. Could it be that my level is too low, so the magic I can't see it? Or is the curse itself like this? If it's the former, then it's a normal phenomenon. After all, curses from the abyss are terrifying, and it's understandable that they can't be seen through. But if it's the latter, then it's interesting. Just like the rules, the more general the explanation, the more operability it has. It didn't mention the object of symbiosis, so everything can be symbiotic. It didn't mention the object of sharing, so everything can be shared. But now is not the time to study these. Lin Yi composed himself and looked at the vertical eye in the crack. After the laser, it seemed that the eyeball had completed its mission and disappeared directly. The endless flames of hell continued to gush out from the crack. However, the flames turned into fire snakes and rushed into the hell stone, posing little threat to the surroundings. Oh, no. To be precise, everyone was fine except for the ignited chief. Lin Yi, are you okay? At this moment, Lilies and Royan rushed over. Kunkyu also jumped into Lin Yi's arms and acted spoiled. Only the figure of Guoba was missing. I'm fine. Linny shook his head and looked at the struggling chief. Do you want to stay alive? He asked calmly. Hearing this, the originally desperate chief was stunned. What do you want? He weakly asked. Answer me a question, and I'll spare your life, Linny replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the chief's spirit suddenly revived. At this time, he didn't care about hatred anymore. As long as he could survive, who cared about anything else? He quickly agreed. Ask, I promised to tell you everything. Why did you capture the girl around Lin Zhengfeng? What is her identity? Linny stared into the chief's eyes, slowly and firmly. He hadn't forgotten about his cheap sister. Since Dad didn't want to say, he would ask himself, how do you know all this? The chief looked puzzled. Does it matter? Tell me the answer. Linny said coldly. He was in a mosaic state now, and the chief didn't recognize him as Lin Zhengfeng's son. Okay. The chief gritted his teeth and endured the pain. First, close the altar. Linny glanced at him and sneered. You have no choice, either speak or die. The chief's face showed anger, but it quickly deflated. Time waits for no one, so he had to compromise. It's the prophecy of a fortune teller. He said that Lin Jingfeng's descendant will destroy our organization. To prevent this from happening, we sent someone to kill his useless son. But that useless person obviously doesn't have the ability to do this. We suspect that the mysterious girl he brought out from the copy is the real culprit. That's why we tried our best to capture her. But Lin Zhengfeng was too difficult to deal with and we couldn't get our hands on him. After listening to the chief's explanation, Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He really had to thank this guy. If his previous self hadn't died, he wouldn't have accidentally crossed over. This fortune teller had some skills. If he didn't do anything, the course of history wouldn't have changed, and Linny would still be a useless person. It was because of his nonsense prophecies that the predicted outcome actually happened. That's called reaping what you sow. The heavens have their own way of reincarnation. Who can escape from it? Wait, could it be? The chief suddenly realized. Since the prophecy had already come true, the person in front of him was none other than Lin Jingfeng's useless son, right? You're not that dumb. Linny took off his disguise and revealed his true identity. No, it's impossible. You were already killed by the executioner. How is this possible? Looking at that familiar face, the chief stared in shock. When Linny first appeared in the copy, he was discovered by Eilina. It was no joke that the prophesied child actually appeared in the copy. She had just passed on the information to the chief, and Linny caused a lot of trouble at school. Because of this, she was willing to sacrifice her looks to kill Linny. The result was that she failed, and instead, it wasn't until the situation became serious that the chief sent the executioner to kill him. In front of so many people, he personally witnessed Linny being chopped into minced meat. It had only been a few days, and he was standing alive and well in front of him again. It's impossible. You can't come back to life. You were already dead and couldn't die anymore. Your life flame had been extinguished. It's impossible. He screamed. Linny snorted. Then don't worry about it. But why haven't I seen the fortune teller? He wondered. According to the actor's information, the doctor had called back all the members of the organization. The fortune teller should have received the message too. How would I know? The chief said there was a high chance that this person had received the message and escaped as soon as possible. Others might have been skeptical about his prophecies, but the fortune teller himself naturally believed in his own abilities. Knowing that the organization was about to be destroyed, how could he come back and seek death? The fact proved that his choice was wise. Is there a way to find the fortune teller? I'm interested in his abilities. If you can help me find his location, I will let you go and let you live. Linny said in a tempting tone. Who knows where that woman ran off to? Mentioning the fortune teller, the chief was full of resentment. She joined the organization voluntarily and wasn't coerced by me, so no one in the organization can control her. The doctor has her contact information, but it's hit or miss, depending on luck. I see. Linny pondered, dragging his chin. Since you don't know anything, what use do I have for you? A chilling tone filled the air, making the chief shudder. I'm at least half an S-class. I can work for you. I still have value. The chief was one of a kind, capable of killing the unspeakable in the copy. If he hadn't encountered someone like Linny, he might have achieved great things. Unfortunately, even if Linny didn't kill him, the woman watching the show not far away would make a move. Since they were all going to die anyway, why not make use of a useless person? I curse you, may you never have a good death. No descendants. No chance of turning the tables. The sound of a mournful wail echoed. Soon, the raging flames of hell completely engulfed him. Clap 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 applause came from a distance. Oh my, you actually took care of it for me. I wanted to take revenge myself, a lazy and seductive female voice sounded. Immediately after, a tall and graceful figure walked out slowly in the snow. The woman wore a white fur coat, with long hair reaching her waist and fair skin. She had perfect features and a stunning figure. The most eye-catching thing about her was her deep V neckline. The person who came was Mr. Sure, who came to retrieve his body. He was also the actual controller of this copy. I am the 10th in my family, so I am called Xiao Shi. Nice to meet you. Xiao Shi slightly bowed to Lin Yi, graceful and enchanting. Although this woman was young, she had the charm of a disaster and a city. Even Lin Yi, who had seen a lot, felt his breath hitch and two words popped into his mind inexplicably. Stunning beauty. But soon, the severe pain from his waist brought him back to his senses. Why did you pinch me? Luo Yin just coldly snorted and didn't explain. In a bright and spacious conference room, the two sides were engaged in intense confrontation. On the left was Avril's team, and on the right was Aya's team. Neither side gave in, and tensions were high. However, the main battle was between Avril and Aya. Sparks flew between them, and they were at odds with each other. They both saw a threat in each other. A fight could break out at any moment. The others seemed much calmer. Goen curiously looked at the three heads of Big Yellow and its wagging tail, which was adorable. It was like finding a new toy, filled with joy. Covey, on the other hand, was chatting happily with the Duke, and they seemed to be having a good time. But the most harmonious pair was Su Miaomio and Yang Menger. They were of similar age and had a lot in common, quickly becoming close friends who could talk about anything. Lily, who was sitting in the first seat, was quite annoyed, and her jealousy was almost overflowing. Mayor, all the remnants have been brought under control. I even chopped off a few disobedient ones. At this moment, Go Nantian barged in carelessly. His words made everyone turn their heads towards the door. Behind Go Nantian were four men. Ha! Why are you all looking at me? Go Nantian scratched his head, feeling a bit puzzled. The atmosphere in the conference room became somewhat awkward. He looked at Mayor, Luo Yin, and Lily, then at the tense Goen and Avril. Finally, he looked at the two mysterious women who were quietly drinking tea. The relationships were a bit messy. Go Nantian didn't want to stay in this chaotic place and invite trouble upon himself. There's nothing else, so I'll leave now. After bringing the people in, he tactfully made his escape. Covey and the Duke also took the opportunity to say they needed to manage their subordinates and left first. Big Yellow was being stared at by the cat-eared girl, and it wanted to run away. But it was glared back by Avril. With so many people on the other side, she couldn't let Big Yellow escape. Now, except for the four men brought by Gonantian, Linny was the only one left in the room. It could be said that the Yin was overpowering the Yang. Linny rubbed his temples with a headache, temporarily ignoring the gazes of the women, and looked at the four men. Your leader is dead, and there are only two options in front of you. Either continue to work for us, or go meet your chief and make your own choice. The person who spoke was the captured scholar, the dean, the doctor, and the executive. The executive was the first to react, and his goal was clear. Can you help me resurrect the magician? As long as you can save Elena, I will give my life for you. Everyone was stunned. This guy was really a big softy. He had been thinking about that magician from beginning to end. He was completely different from a certain playboy. Ahem. Why are you all looking at me? Linny felt uncomfortable under the dangerous gazes of the women. He coughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Elena's death is irreversible. Her soul has gone to another world and cannot be brought back. Hearing this, the executive immediately became despondent, and his pupils gradually lost focus. Linny was also helpless about this. She had been drawn out by the lottery, and he couldn't do anything about it. Big brother, I don't have any demands. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. The scholar was the most easygoing person and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. Kakao suddenly, the furball in Yang Menger's arms issued a warning. Shao Kunken means that this person is lying, don't believe him. I don't know how Yang Menger understood Kunken's language, but she accurately translated it. In the next moment, the eyes of everyone present gradually became sharp. It's not me. I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense. The scholar repeatedly denied, glaring fiercely at Yang Menger. Frightened, the other person directly hid behind Su Miaomiao. On the other hand, Shao Kunken gritted his teeth and glared back fiercely. How could a child lie? So it must be that the scholar had ulterior motives in his heart, and by Mao Kuan noticed something unusual. Da Huang, it's up to you. Linny didn't lack a henchman like the scholar, so she directly let De Huang, who had a grudge against the scholar, take action. He. I won't be polite, thank you, my king. Only to see De Huang's three heads split open at the corners of their mouths, and they quickly devoured the scholar. The scene was a bit bloody, but everyone present was already used to it. So, what's your choice? Linny looked at the expressionless doctor. Half of the reason for coming to this instance was to learn the method of making the evil Azura statue. Even if the doctor had a heart of betrayal, he wouldn't treat him like he did to the scholar. So, a person must have some skills in order to have a place in society. What do you need me to do? The doctor had strong insight, and had long deduced Lin Yi's purpose from some details, so he straightforwardly asked. Lin Yi liked this kind of direct person, so she stated their needs. Lily needed the doctor's ability to make more copies of the teleportation certificate, in order to establish trade relations with the Traveler Star people and seek funding for the development of her kingdom. After hearing this, the doctor actually shook his head directly. Sorry, I can't do it. Lily's face immediately darkened. Why? You have to ask the main character of the instance about that. With that said, everyone's gaze focused on Mr. Sure. Oh my, why is everyone looking at me? I'm shy. Little Sure covered his cheeks and said coquettishly. Even Ajio, his best friend, couldn't stand his flirtatious appearance. Be normal. Her forehead emitted 2 blue veins of anger as she gritted her teeth and growled. Humph, what's wrong with me being abnormal? Little Sure pouted, pretending to be wronged. Carrot, whimper after Mr. Sure explained. Everyone finally understood. The production of the evil Azura statue required the doctor's surgical cutting ability, combined with the summoning ritual of the Research Institute, and the power of the instance rules. Only by combining these three could an item similar to the instance pass be created. The most crucial part of it was the special item called the Rule Core. Previously, Mr. Sure was asleep, so the doctor had an opportunity. Now that he was awake, the item naturally returned to his hands. So, have I been wasting my time all this while? Lily couldn't accept it. The thing she had set her sights on had turned out like this. Even if the doctor could make it, at most, he can only make the pass for this instance and the town instance. In order to sell passes for other instances, the other party had to provide the rule core of that instance. This was obviously unrealistic. The rule core was actually a prop that covered the rules of the instance, similar to the mayor's handbook. Anything that couldn't be said would never be handed over. Hee, little girl, if it were that easy to make money, I would have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Little Sure found Lily's naivety somewhat amusing, but still patiently explained. What really interests us travelers is actually very little, otherwise there wouldn't be so much unspeakable things, and we wouldn't choose to invade the real world. Instead of taking advantage of us, it's better to manage the copies well. You're talking too much today. A Jew blew out a smoke ring and gave her a fierce glare. Can you say such things casually? How can she do business in the future? Okay. Xiaoshu pouted and stopped talking. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. So, it seems that you don't have any value to exploit anymore? This was said to the doctor. Since it's impossible to make copies of tickets, then, no. Suddenly, an idea to make money popped into Lin Yi's mind. But it involves a lot of complications and requires careful consideration. I can help you contact a fortune teller. Although the doctor still had a dead face, his tone revealed some urgency. No one is not afraid of death, including the doctor. Is that so? Lin Yi didn't intend to kill him, she just wanted to sound the alarm. After 10 minutes of silence, seeing that his back was already soaked in cold sweat, she reluctantly spoke up. Forget it, go find the actor and report to him, he will be in charge of managing you in the future. Understood. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave. Take me with you, I can restart the laboratory and summon more hell creatures for you. Just then, the dean hurriedly spoke up. He was a smart person and knew what his value was, so he had to make a statement quickly. Okay. This time, Lin Yi agreed very readily. The two of them left together, leaving behind the despondent executive officer sitting on the ground, not knowing what he was thinking. This person already has a death wish, keeping him is useless. Luoyin spoke up, reminding Lin Yi to make her own judgment. Since that's the case, then let's leave it to him. Lin Yi was about to let Dahuan take action and finish off the executive officer, but Xiaoshu stopped her. Oh, what do you want him for? The copies need someone to manage them, so it's perfect for him to take over. He won't bother to move. Everyone was speechless. Lin Yi also sighed. Aren't you afraid of repeating the same mistakes? It doesn't matter, Xiaojiu will take action. Right, darling. She turned her head and threw a flirtatious glance at a Jew. A Jew gave her a disdainful look, not wanting to admit that he knew her. Since that's the case, do as you please. Lin Yi didn't bother to say much. Anyway, keeping the executive officer was useless. Then I won't be polite with that. A crystal clear snowflake flew into the executive officer's forehead. Although that's what was said, Xiaoshu had learned from his past mistakes and left some tricks behind. In the next moment, the colorless executive officer suddenly looked up and exclaimed in surprise at the empty air in front of him. Elena? You're back? What? You want to go back to manage the school? Alright, I'll help you. The executive officer licked the air frantically and then happily left the meeting room. His symptoms were somewhat similar to dissociative identity disorder. He would imagine an independent personality in his mind. Just like in the drama Love Apartment, Wangu's magical best friend Mario, that kind of existence. Indeed, masters like to use mental attacks. Simple and convenient. Linny looked deeply at Mr. 10. She wasn't as unreliable as everyone imagined. Just this skill alone, even an SS-level expert like Baimakuan couldn't do it. Either this woman was pretending to be weak, or she was planning something. Sensing Linny's gaze, Xiaoshi gave a charming smile and blew a kiss with her slender fingers. However, this action caused Aya and Avril to glare angrily. Another fox spirit trying to steal a man. Ahem. Linny coughed twice, pulling everyone's attention back. The trivial matters have been dealt with, let's talk about the main issue. First, Linny looked around and ultimately her gaze fell on Mr. 10. As an unspeakable copy, I have completed all the tasks. Shouldn't we settle the rewards now? Of course, come to my room tonight, I'm ready. With that, she flirtatiously straightened her chest, revealing enticing cleavage. In the next second, the meeting room was filled with a sense of danger. Murderous gazes shot towards Linny. His mouth twitched, he swore he didn't have such thoughts. Without the enhancement of his physique, he couldn't withstand the torment of so many people. Let's talk about something practical. Linny gritted his teeth and spoke. Something practical. Xiaoshi tilted her head in thought for a moment. She had quite a few good things in her hands, and she was a bit conflicted about what to give. Do you have anything you want? Tell me, I'll give you a chance to choose for yourself. Since he couldn't think of anything, he might as well throw the question to someone else. That was her usual approach. Hearing this, Linny fell into deep thought once again. To be honest, he was a bit confused now. Originally, he entered the cursed land just to have the ability to protect himself and provide a place for his family to live. And on the way, he hoped to find a way to save his mother. But now, he couldn't even save his own mother, let alone his first thought. The SSS-level Azura god was so powerful, yet he was still hunted down and forced to hide in the abyss. In the end, he was taken away as a bargaining chip by Ajio. How strong did he have to become to have true self-preservation ability? Linny began to understand his father's current state of mind. No matter how much he improved his strength, there would always be enemies stronger than him appearing ahead. That deep sense of powerlessness was despairing. Linny let out a long breath, and he already had an answer in his heart. I want to know how to surpass SSS level. Little handsome guy, you're aiming too high, you haven't even reached S level, and you're already thinking about what comes after SSS level. You still have to take it step by step. Xiaoshi shook her head, looking quite surprised. It wasn't that she looked down on Linny's ambition, but reaching SSS level was indeed quite far away. Instead of pursuing something many years later, it would be better to find a way to quickly improve his strength. For me, breaking through to SSS level is not difficult. Linny shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. He just lacked time to grow. Give him a couple more years, and he had absolute confidence in entering the ranks of SSS level. After all, he had reached the pinnacle of A level in the human world after clearing only 3 copies. Breaking through levels was as simple as eating and drinking for him. But what about after that? SSS level was definitely not his endpoint, and he was a bit lost about the road ahead. Now, there was such an opportunity right in front of him, and he naturally knew how to choose. Hee, I like confident men like you, so charming. She smiled and praised, not hiding her admiration and fondness at all. Naturally, these words drew angry glares from the other women, and some even drew their swords. Linny smiled bitterly and asked Avril to put away her sword. This matter must not be known to outsiders when you come to my room tonight. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. Now the pressure was directly on Linny. Should he go or not? Master, you wouldn't want to have 2 pairs of scissors by your pillow when you sleep at night, would you? Aya said with a sinister tone. Smack! Linny slapped her elastic thigh directly. This little girl had become too audacious, daring to threaten her master. If he didn't teach her a lesson after 3 days, his family status would really plummet. Yeah, Aya whimpered, covering her buttocks, looking at Linny with grievances. Master is so mean. I'll deal with you. All later. He glared at them angrily. These girls were too unruly, they deserved a beating. A group of birds and swallows suddenly pouted with anger, but they didn't cause any trouble. Let's stop talking about rewards. I hope you won't deceive me, Xiaoshi nodded with a smile. Don't worry, merchants value their reputation the most. I guarantee that I will satisfy the customers. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. They were just empty words. However, he was already used to it and didn't dwell on this issue. Instead, he brought up the most crucial question for everyone gathering here. Are you interested in cooperating? When Xiaoshi heard this, her eyes lit up and she became slightly serious. I'd like to hear the details. She obtained this instance from someone who couldn't be mentioned. Initially, she thought she could make money easily. She didn't expect managing the instance to be so troublesome, so she decided to let it go and let it run its course. It wasn't until the chief was unexpectedly summoned into the instance that she took advantage of her relaxation, altered the instance settings, and took over. This led to a series of subsequent events. If she could make this instance profitable, she could really make money easily. This was the retirement life she had always dreamed of. It was hard not to take it seriously. Even Ajio was somewhat tempted. Among the 10 gentlemen, only this woman had surprisingly good luck, obtaining control of the instance from who knows where. Even if the person who couldn't be mentioned was poor, they wouldn't sell the instance. It could only be said that fools have good luck. Lin Yi wisely kept quiet and left the negotiation to the professional Lily. He didn't know much about managing instances, so Lily was more reliable. Lily was responsible for the subsequent coordination work, profit distribution, and personnel management. Luo Yin assisted from the side. Ajil was also worried that her best friend would be sold and still helped count the money, so she stayed to listen. Finally, they had some time alone with Lin Yi. Inside the villa in the small town. Don't come over. I can't handle it right now, don't mess around. Lin Yi's screams came from the room, accompanied by the sound of clothes tearing. Oomph, scumbag. Watch me. I won't let you. I'll leave you without ammunition for that vixen tonight. Master, Aya hasn't tasted your blood in a long time. Hee, this time I'll suck enough and then go back to breakthrough in seclusion. Then, maybe I should come back another day. Fortunately, Yang Menger knew how to be considerate and didn't intervene in this domestic violence scene. But even so, it was enough for Lin Yi to be furious. This is murdering your husband. He roared angrily, but he couldn't defend himself at all and could only scream in pain. His blood quickly drained, making him feel dizzy. And that wasn't all. Averill, you're not a zombie, so why are you joining in the fun? I've been fighting all day. I need to recharge. Where's the Hellstone? Let me find it. Damn it. Harmonious symbiosis, eternal sharing, symbiosis effect activated, gaining werewolf power, zombie power, gargoyle power, Sea King effect triggered. Curse power plus 666, curse power plus 777, curse power plus 888. Curse power reaches the limit, 500,000, rule enhancement in progress, advancement conditions met. Starting S-Class advancement, curse branding fusion begins. Please select core ability inheritance, symbiosis effect activated, luck effect activated. Individual has a very small probability of achieving harmonious symbiosis conditions, full curse effect inheritance, advancement begins. Detected contact with symbiotic bodies in the vicinity, energy sharing, rule sharing. Frequency synchronization initiated, symbiotic bodies successfully initiate advancement. Advancement progress, 1%, 5%, 12%. A series of incomprehensible prompts sounded, and Lin Yi felt as if he had established a magical corridor with the people around him. Various forms of energy continuously circulated, amplified, merged, and multiplied with each other. Gao and AI, who were at the peak of A-Class, were the first to break through the S-Class barrier. There is a short distance to reach Class A, and Y closely follows. When the energy in the body reaches its peak, it immediately enters a breakthrough state. On the contrary, she is actually restraining her own upgrade speed. Don't upgrade, otherwise the curse of the Sea King will have to be upgraded again. Others are eager for the curse to be stronger, but she wishes the curse level could regress. Unfortunately, this energy is too terrifying and forcefully pushes her to constantly break through the limit. The energy tide surges and reaches its peak. When that barrier is broken, she also enters the ranks of Class S. Faintly, she hears the sound of the curse upgrading. This makes her want to cry without tears. Her eyes roll back and she faints directly. This battle lasted for a day and a night. Lin Yi directly stood up Little Sure. This was also a helpless move. It was because those guys were too strong in battle. The battle that should have stopped during the breakthrough was reignited due to Su Miaomiao's curse upgrade. When the curse of the Sea King upgraded again, it directly advanced to the Sea God. Anyone who has a connection with Lin Yi can increase their energy frequency. This is not good. Although the feeling of energy soaring is indeed wonderful, it's a bit too much to not let people rest, right? These beasts. Lin Yi's steps were floating, and his voice sounded a bit ethereal. He leaned against the wall, cursing and retreating. He couldn't stay in this place for even a day. Taking advantage of the room's deep sleep, Lin Yi used his last bit of strength to escape from the clutches. Lin Ge, are you okay? Just as he walked downstairs, he ran into his only virtuous wife, Yang Menger. Linny stumbled and fell directly into her arms. Ha! Why does this plot feel a bit off? Is it reversed? Lin Ge. Yang Menger was startled and quickly reached out to hold Linny. The two clung tightly together. The familiar scent passed between them, causing Yang Menger's body to tremble slightly and her cheeks to turn red. Because of the commotion last night, she had even considered joining the battle. But in the end, the remaining bit of shame made her hold back. Menger, you can't learn bad things. Linny had a headache. The current situation was definitely beyond his expectations. I'll try my best. Yang Menger's tone was weak. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad, but she was the most obedient. As long as Linny said something, she would do it. Seeing Yang Menger agree, Linny breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately, he became depressed again. There were still 2 women he needed to deal with, giving him a headache. Under Yang Menger's gentle comfort, Linny took a bath to relieve his fatigue. After finishing lunch, he went out alone. He didn't go to find Luo Yin in Little Shire, but went to the place where the dream began, the small Western-style building. Why are you here? He looked at the pale-faced, floating man with a puzzled expression. I heard that my secretary resigned, so I came to take a look. Linny sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and leisurely drank tea. He frowned. Is that all? Not long ago, because someone was absent from work every day, she, as the secretary, became dispensable. So she resigned and went on to enjoy life. She usually played mahjong with Aya and had afternoon tea, becoming a carefree wealthy woman. Of course, there's more to it. After thinking for a moment, Linny took out the tattered teddy bear. Waba? He had already anticipated it, but seeing the remains of the teddy bear still caused a slight pain in her heart. Lin Yi's mood also became heavier. Everything happened too suddenly, catching him off guard. Is there still hope? Taking the doll from Lin Yi's hand, he took a deep breath and looked up. It's hard to say, Linny shook her head. The curse was placed on me by your grandmother. Unless I can go back 100 years and have your grandmother do it again. Hian's eyes flickered for a moment, eventually turning into a helpless sigh. It turns out that Linny really came from 100 years ago. She had always thought that the other party was joking, but now, Linny had no reason to joke at all. So, should I call him great-grandfather? Well, let's forget it. The two strolled through the cemetery. That's my grandmother's grave ahead, Hian pointed to a distant tombstone and said softly. The tombstone was engraved with the names Hien, so this was definitely the right place. Hian took out incense, candles, and other offerings, respectfully burning incense and paying respects. The tombstone was clean and tidy, obviously someone regularly cleaned it. Do you often come here to sweep the grave? Linny asked. Hian shook her head. She didn't come often. She had never even seen her grandmother's face. At most, she would come once a year during Qingming festival. Then who takes care of this place? Linny touched her chin, puzzled. It's me, an old voice sounded from behind, filled with a hint of desolation. Uncle Qin? Aren't you the gatekeeper? Why are you doing this side job? Looking at the familiar figure in front of her, Linny was full of question marks. My old house is nearby. I like to come here for a stroll when I have nothing to do. It's just something to do on the side. Uncle Qin smiled, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Linny remained silent, but waves of shock and turmoil surged in her heart. Uncle Qin had quite a few secrets. Does the mayor know an? Uncle Qin seemed unaware of the abnormality and asked with a smile. Linny was taken aback. Yes. He paused and continued, they are very good friends. Hearing this, Uncle Qin smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Speaking of which, I have something here that Anan left behind. Since you are her friend, I'll leave it to you. He took out a box from his pocket and handed it to Linny. What is this? You'll know when you see it. Uncle Qin shook his head and then said, perhaps it's some special treasure. Linny rolled her eyes. It's an antique from 100 years ago. Okay. She opened the box and inside was a tattered booklet. Linny picked up the booklet and looked at Uncle Qin. This thing seemed familiar. How is it so similar to the mayor's booklet from before? Could it be? Uncle, what is this? Linny wanted to ask more, but Uncle Qin had already walked away, waving his hand to indicate that he didn't know anything. Damn, I hate riddle people the most. Looking at the figure in the distance, Linny couldn't help but complain. Hian, full of curiosity, came over. Open it and see, what's written inside. Oh, Linny nodded and opened the cover. The writing on it was crooked and messy, resembling a child's handwriting, but faintly visible. At the top were 6 big characters. The survival rules of the blaze. Linny took a sharp breath, shocked and overwhelmed by the waves in her heart. The rules that spanned 100 years, meeting at this moment. Was it intentional or accidental? It was simply hair-raising. Back in the villa, Lin Yi's heart was filled with mixed feelings. It was clearly a warm memory, but at this moment, it was filled with strangeness everywhere. He always felt like someone was plotting behind his back. Everything was too coincidental, as if it was a pre-arranged script, and he was just following it. Are you okay? Hien had never seen Lin Yi in such a lost and dejected state. I'm fine. Lin Yi collected herself and put away the booklet and the little bear. He needed to confirm some things. I'm leaving, I'll come see you when I have time. Oh. Just as he pushed open the door, Lin Yi turned around and saw a hint of loneliness on Hien's face. He paused, feeling that the house was empty and somewhat cold. It would be better to find someone to accompany her. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, if it's possible, could you please take care of 2 people for me? Who? With these words, a smile appeared on her face. You'll know when they arrive. Watching Lin gradually walk away, Hien's gaze became uncertain. Soon, someone knocked on the door of the villa. Is anyone home? Opening the door, Yang Menger was standing outside, holding a white furball timidly. You are. Yang Menger shyly smiled. Hello, my name is Yang Menger. Lin Gu said that in order to keep me from being led astray, he asked me to temporarily stay with my sister. Cool. The little one, upon hearing this, happily made a funny face and bounced into the house. Hien immediately understood and had a black line on her face. This guy was asking her to help him hide his mistress in a golden house. This scumbag. Ugh. Come in, just call me Hien. Thank you, sister. Cool. In the school world. Oh, the busy person finally has some free time. The one saying this was none other than Xiao Shi. She had waited all night last night and didn't see anyone, and the feeling of guarding an empty room was torturous. When she woke up this morning, she couldn't wait to come and find trouble. I had something last night and couldn't make it. Xiao Shi snorted twice, arrogantly flipping her hair. I can smell it. There are 4 of them, indeed can't make it. Is this woman a dog's nose? So sensitive? She glanced at the other 3 women in the meeting room, and Lin coughed twice. Are you done talking? We're done, let's go somewhere else to talk. With these words, it immediately drew disdainful glances from Lily and Luo Yin. However, Lily now needed to coordinate the operation of 2 copies, with a pile of things waiting for her, so she simply got up and left directly. The 2 had already agreed to split the profits of the copy 4:4, with the remaining 20% going to Lin. Originally, they were planning to split it evenly among the 3 of them, but Lin's laboratory required a large amount of energy to summon hell creatures, so the profits were directly cut in half. It was even possible that the remaining 20% of the profits would all be used for the experiment. Lin didn't really mind this, because he had a big plan to make money. If successful, he would never be short of money in the future. Aju asked Lin for 2 cigarettes and left directly. She had no interest in getting involved in this kind of mess. On the contrary, Luo Yin, sitting there in a huff, refused to leave. This puzzled Lin. I didn't provoke this woman. What does she mean by this? Humph. Luo Yin snorted lightly, ignoring him. Lin scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. Little handsome guy, let's go, let's talk in someone's room. Xiao Shi twisted her slender waist and beckoned to Lin with her finger. After speaking, she even gave Luo Yin a meaningful look. So, should I go? Lin didn't know why he still needed to seek Luo Yin's opinion. Perhaps he had asked too many questions subconsciously. In any case, he asked, get lost. Unexpectedly, Luo Yin coldly snorted, turned her head to the other side, and pretended not to be bothered. This woman. Lin sighed inwardly. A woman's heart is like a bottomless sea, truly unpredictable. Watching their departing figures, Luo Yin couldn't help but feel angry. He actually left. This bastard. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush up and drag Lin back to beat him up. As the ruler of a country, she had already reached her limit by giving away her first kiss, and she even let go of her pride and agreed to return the curse inside her body. Couldn't this wooden head understand the unspoken words? It was fine if there were other women around her. After all, she was a latecomer and had no say in it. But this bastard actually ran off with another woman right in front of her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but crush the teacup in her hand. Damn it! I'm so angry! The sound of tables and chairs being smashed came from the meeting room. The indifference cultivated over countless years has vanished at this moment, and she has never been so irritable before. After a long time, the room finally regained its tranquility. However, the windows and walls were covered in cracks, with the danger of collapsing at any moment. Linny didn't know that after she left, Luo Yin almost exploded in anger. Otherwise, he would definitely shout, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." He had used up all his ammunition last night, so how could he have any extra resources to do anything with this mister? Sure, he had come here for a legitimate reason. "We're here, come in." As the two walked, the surroundings suddenly changed, and they were quickly transported elsewhere. Before them was a bamboo house similar to Ajio's dormitory. However, it had been transformed into a bamboo building. In the snowy mountains, a delicate bamboo building stood, exuding a poetic and picturesque atmosphere. The interior was more exquisite than Lin Yi had imagined. Ink paintings of mountains and rivers, ancient charm, elegant decoration, and spotlessly clean. The hostess of the bamboo building took off the white mink on her shoulders and hung it on a hanger. With her exquisite figure, she appeared even more enchanting and seductive in the white cheongsam. The red plum blossoms added a touch of charm. The woman walked slowly to the side of the bed and sat on a soft cotton cushion. "Why are you standing there? Sit down, don't be polite." Her eyes were smiling, and her tone was affectionate. Lin Yi smirked. Besides the bed, was there anywhere to sit here? Looking at the other party's ambiguous eyes, it was obvious that this woman was doing it on purpose. Fortunately, Lin Yi brought his own armchair. Elegant and timeless. He had put all sorts of miscellaneous things in his ring and casually took out a tea table. Then, he boiled water, brewed tea, washed the tea leaves, poured the tea, all in one go. 2 cups of fragrant hot tea were placed in front of the woman. The smooth and flowing movements made the other party stare in astonishment. She really liked his skillful actions. Good tea. Lin Yi poured himself a cup and drank, as if he were the master of this place. Only then did Xiaoshi react and realized that she had fallen behind at the beginning, which was not favorable for the subsequent conversation. "You have a refined taste," Sir Xiaoshi took a sip of tea, squinting her peach blossom eyes slightly, about to say something, but she ended up spraying the tea out. "Put, iced black tea? Are you kidding me?" It was the first time she had seen someone brewing tea with iced black tea. Lin Yi said that he loved drinking it that way. Xiaoshi was speechless and gave him a disdainful look. "Let's get back on track. I didn't expect that after just one day, you have already stepped into the realm of rules. Congratulations." Speaking of this, Lin Yi felt a faint pain in his waist again. This was all achieved through his real efforts. He also didn't expect that Su Miaomiao's curse and his symbiosis could produce such a huge chemical reaction. However, Lin Yi still only had a partial understanding of this symbiosis. Currently, he could only confirm 2 effects. One was the ability to obtain curse power from others through a special method, and these curses were no longer limited in quantity, seemingly capable of unlimited symbiosis. The other effect was sharing energy, sharing breakthroughs, sharing life. Until now, Lin Yi could still feel a special soul connection with the women. He just didn't know how this kind of symbiotic relationship was triggered. If it required something intimate to establish a connection, it would be acceptable for the opposite sex, but for the same sex, forget it. Let's not dwell on this matter for now. In any case, Lin Yi unexpectedly broke through to S rank and still couldn't fully understand many things. He came here to seek answers and clarification from Mr. Sure. What is different about this S rank compared to the previous ranks? Why do you call it the realm of rules? Xiaoshi straightened her posture, her expression becoming serious. Before explaining this, you need to understand the essence of curses. I'm all ears. Behind every curse is a rule. It's just that you were too weak at the beginning and couldn't control this power, so you suffered backlash. Ignorantly, you called it a curse. It's like cancer cells in the human body. They want to make you immortal, but unfortunately, you're useless. The rules are the same. Even though they are such powerful forces, you all insist on calling them curses, avoiding them like fools. Lin Yi awkwardly touched his nose. Could this woman be taking the opportunity to scold him? So, before reaching S level, it's just a process of adapting to curses, no, adapting to rules? If you understand it that way, it's not wrong. Xiaoshi shrugged his shoulders, then changed the subject, but you've overlooked one thing. Lin Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What other problem could there be? To break through S level, you must have other rules to support you. Don't you think that's strange? Hearing this, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. Yes, since curses are a manifestation of rules, why would you need other rules to break through S level? Couldn't you just evolve your own curse into a rule? Wouldn't that be unnecessary? Please enlighten me, Shi Xiansheng. If you don't understand, just ask. Otherwise, what's the point of having a teacher? Lin Yi didn't hesitate to ask for guidance. Xiaoshi took a sip of tea from his cup and slowly revealed, you can think of other rules as eggshells. Before the little chick hatches, there needs to be a barrier protecting the placenta inside. Lin Yi suddenly realized, so that's how it can be done. In other words, before his own curse fully grows into a rule, he needs to find a few bodyguards to protect it, to prevent the little chick from dying prematurely. So, before S level is adaptation, after S level is cultivation, and the moment of breaking through SSS level is when the rule breaks out of its shell? You catch on quickly. Xiaoshi looked at Lin Yi with great admiration. I suppose you have already chosen your exclusive rule when you entered S level, right? Well, Lin Yi recalled the situation at that time. The system did ask him to choose which core ability to inherit, but because of the triggering effect of, he advanced before he had a chance to choose. It seems that, and have all become his core abilities. Triplets? You didn't just randomly choose the worst one, did you? Xiaoshi stared at him with her beautiful eyes. This man seemed quite smart before, why is he so foolish at critical moments? Before reaching S level, there were people who could have multiple curses, although very few. But in the countless worlds, there were always a few individuals with extraordinary talents. Such people have more choices when they break through, and their chances of becoming strong are higher than others. If Lin Yi really chose the wrong rule embryo, then she would have to consider finding someone else to marry. Lin Yi was speechless. Is this a question of whether he chose correctly or not? He didn't even have a chance to choose in the first place. But Lin Yi naturally couldn't tell the other party about this secret concerning his own existence. You're overthinking it, sir. How could I make such a mistake in such an important matter? I'm just regretful that having only one curse is not enough. You're being too optimistic. Xiaoshi couldn't help but roll her eyes. The original curse can only be unique. If conflicts arise with other rules, especially those mysterious causal curses, the consequences would be unimaginable. The collapse or backlash of curses is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm afraid that some terrifying things will be born, causing calamity in countless worlds. Lin Yi frowned suddenly. Is it that serious? Perhaps sensing his disbelief, Xiaoshi coldly snorted. Don't doubt what I say. I never speak without reason. Let me give you a little information, but don't tell anyone else. In the past, there was a madman in the abyss who fused multiple rules together, causing a big trouble. No one knows how many worlds it devoured or how many disasters it caused. Also, try to use the Hellstone in your hand as little as possible. Be careful not to attract the attention of the abyss. You won't even know how you'll die if that happens. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Is it that terrifying? No wonder this precious item is so powerful that Ajio, the cunning merchant, wouldn't be interested. It turns out there's a big hidden danger behind it, so he doesn't dare to snatch it. But Lin Yi doesn't have so many concerns. He had long been targeted by the abyss, but he successfully resolved it with his rebellion and instead gained a powerful and abnormal new ability. Afterwards, the two discussed the detailed steps from S-class to SSS class. Lin Yi, who knew nothing, absorbed the knowledge and experience taught by Xiaoshi like a sponge. When it came to the method of breaking through SSS class, it was already the next morning. After learning about the breakthrough conditions, his brows furrowed into a character. Is there really no other way? There is, but I don't know. Xiaoshi shrugged, indicating that she couldn't help. She only knew this method, but with the vastness of the heavens and myriad realms, there must be talented individuals who have found other ways to break through SSS class. As for the specific situation, no one knows. Lin Yi wanted a breakthrough method, and she gave it to him. Whether he used it or not was not her concern. Don't be so worried, I've already given you the rewards for clearing the level, and now it's time for you to save me. I'm just a humble girl, I can only offer myself. Would you be willing, my lord? She leaned coquettishly on Lin Yi's shoulder, her red lips close to his ear, exhaling a fragrant breath. Lin Yi felt a tingling sensation and his body trembled as if being electrified. This woman is really enchanting. He quickly pushed Xiaoshi away, his expression serious. I'm not that kind of person, I only like pure and kind girls. Put. Xiaoshi couldn't help but laugh, her chest heaving with laughter. Do you believe that yourself? Lin Yi's face was full of black lines. Is my character really that bad now? Ha ha ha. She laughed, clutching her stomach. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, or you'll get angry. My reward is actually. Xiaoshi smiled mischievously and tapped Lin Yi's forehead with her jade finger. A light flashed, and a mark fell into Lin Yi's brow. What is this? Lin Yi was surprised. The effect of symbiosis is activated, gaining the power of the soul, 60% immunity to spiritual pollution, huh? Xiaoshi looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. What a strange rule, it actually swallowed my mark. Due to his experiences with the other girls, Lin Yi didn't want to have a relationship with this person. Because once they had a connection, their curses would undoubtedly be exposed. Although he coveted the other person's ability, it wasn't worth exposing his secret for it. As a traveler, her own rules were definitely terrifying. But precisely because of the other person's special identity, Lin Yi didn't want to have too deep of a connection with her. This matter was too complicated, and he didn't think he, who had just entered S-class, had the ability to wade into this muddy water. He didn't want to take responsibility, but he also coveted the other person's body. That was Lin Yi's mentality just now. And the next moment, his dream came true. Not only did he directly obtain the power of the other person's rules, but he also didn't have to take responsibility. How wonderful. Would you like to come a few more times? Once doesn't seem to be enough. Linny shamelessly leaned closer. Xiaoshi immediately moved far away. Humph, do you think I'm a cabbage? You want to come as many times as you want? Linny touched his nose. If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. Why be so fierce? I originally wanted to add another layer of protection to your eggshell, but now it seems that you don't need it. Xiaoshi sat back on the bed, looking like she couldn't be bothered with him. This made Linny a little depressed. 60% immunity didn't seem to be enough. If he came a few more times and reached 100%, that would be great. Forget it, consider this rule as my gift to you, consider it as me owing you a favor. Xiaoshi glanced at him sideways, saying unkindly. Seeing this, Linny naturally accepted it gladly. With the matter settled, he prepared to leave. But at this moment, Xiaoshi suddenly said softly, "Is it because I'm not wearing black stockings that you rejected me?" Linny stumbled. How did this matter spread everywhere? I didn't. Absolutely not. I am a very pure person, he vehemently denied. Little Shur disdainfully glared at him and waved his hand. Humph, men. In the next moment, the surroundings changed rapidly, and Linny found himself back in the conference room. Obviously, he had been kicked out by someone. Strange, is there an enemy invasion? Linny was astonished as he looked at the devastated conference room. Master, so you were here. I've been looking for you. Cubby sensed Lin Yi's presence and hurried over. It seemed like there was something he wanted to discuss. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that after a fierce battle, some people in the Legion are running out of energy and they want you to help them recharge. Hearing this, Linny didn't pay attention to why the conference room had turned into a mess. He followed Cubby to the ruins of the research room. At the moment, the doctor and the dean were directing the remaining personnel to rebuild the altar. When they saw Linny arrive, they immediately put down their work and greeted him with a smile. You guys can continue with your work, don't mind me. Linny waved his hand and his gaze fell on the square nearby. Many hellfires were lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, conserving their energy as much as possible. Since the unsealing of the Hellstone, he hadn't used it and didn't know how powerful it was. Seeing that some of them were almost at death's door, he quickly took action. He took out the Hellstone from his ring, and the mysterious inscription on it had disappeared, leaving only an ordinary black stone. Flames from hell, heed the call of the king, burn. Hellfire. He threw the Hellstone, and eerie green flames appeared out of thin air. They turned into tongues of fire that fell on the hellfires, spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was engulfed in flames. Laughter filled the air in the midst of the fire. They were celebrating their rebirth. After a moment, terrifying shockwaves shot up into the sky, and the sea of fire dissipated. We pay our respects to the great Lord of Hell, and thank the king for granting us a new life. 100 hellfires prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing respectfully. A smile curved at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth as he put away the Hellstone. It turned out that the unsealed Hellstone seemed to have endless energy, inexhaustible and limitless. He no longer had to worry about his power bank running out of battery. Rise, for now, stay here. When the time is right, I will take you to a higher level. Linny gave his orders, and they naturally obeyed, obediently stepping back. Master, I think we can create a separate fire field. If the hellfires are exposed to flames for a long time, there is a chance they can break through. Covey reminded softly on the side. Of course, he had his own ulterior motives. If the hellfire field was established, he would also have a chance to reach a higher level. However, Cubby didn't know that Avril, who gave him a headache, had already broken through to S rank without the Hellfire's energy. She used to be their former leader, possessing the power of the Dread Demon King. If he knew about this, he didn't know how he would feel. Would he also betray his old bones and take a shortcut for a few hundred years? Alright, you can discuss this with Lilies. Anyway, Linny didn't need the Hellfire at the moment, so they could do as they pleased. Then I'll go make arrangements. Cubby left, and Linny walked through the snowfall, heading towards the small wooden house. He hadn't forgotten his true purpose for coming here. Whether or not Guoba could be revived depended entirely on him. What surprised Linny was that Luo Yin was also here. It seemed like they were playing chess. Perhaps still angry, Luo Yin snorted and turned her head away when she saw him approaching. Linny awkwardly scratched his head. I didn't do anything out of line. Luo Yin remained silent, but she clearly relaxed a bit. Do you need something from me? Ajuan blew a heart-shaped smoke ring and asked with a half-smile. Seeing her best friend lose face, she found Linny more pleasing to the eye and spoke up to help smooth things over. Can you help me see if there's a way to repair it? Linny handed the teddy bear to Ajuan, who carefully examined it. Then, he only uttered one word, difficult.